change of range.
That's right, everybody. Welcome to the DPC Southeast Asia PGL Dota 2 experience. We are covering upper bracket for Season 2. I'm your host, Tsunami, and it's a pleasure to be here yet again in a season. Although I say yet again, this is my first time. But I'm joined by two people who have been here. They're veterans of the scene. Black and Lacoste. Gentlemen, you were with me at the major, and you saw
Somewhat.
Southeast Asia. You were kind of there. You were there in spirit.
Yeah.
Lacoste was definitely there. And Southeast Asia, I guess, well, I was surprised to see it. You know, Fnatic did not really match their expectations. And Neon, however, exceeded expectations with players that they didn't even have on their roster during this season. So, Lacoste, how'd you feel about Southeast Asia after you wrapped up Season 1?
I had high hopes for them. You know, they did good. Like watching Southeast Asia region, watching Chinese region, watching some of the EU games. I felt like they're gonna do good. A bit disappointed by Fnatic's performance because they really I had higher expectations for them. Neon, however, like this team, they showed dominant performance in Season 1, transitioned that into the major. Just one of those teams that you suddenly become a fan of. You know, you see how they play, and you're like, man, I'm a big fan of this team.
And for lower division, Black, I don't know if you are a big fan of one of the teams that we're covering, Lilgun.
Yeah.
Well, do they have a history? why exactly are you skeptical about this team that was formerly lower division and now promoted to the upper division?
I don't know if skeptical is the right word, but they have a tendency of just cheesing their way to victory. They had a lot of meeple picks. They were a team that picked Husker before the patch. Like now it's a super good Husker patch, so I'm expecting some more Husker from them. And just overall, I mean, it's not a bad sign for a team to be that versatile. It's just like if you get taken away from that, can you still perform or not? That's the question.
And you're going to have to perform for quite a while because as we take a look at the calendar, it is going to be 2 months, 6 weeks of pure SEA action here on the PGL stream. And this, I was very, very satisfied with how the Season 1 played out. It was very fun to always have Dota to watch practically every single day. For Southeast Asia, you can see Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturdays on April and May. And it's fun to be in the swing of things again, because there was a brief period after the major ended where we were just chilling for a week or so, and now we're back.
Yeah, we're chilling, experimenting with the new patch, trying things out, see what's kind of imbalanced, what's not. It's
what's balanced.
Yeah, it's a very good patch, I would say. I'm not a big fan of the new patches. Every single time a new patch comes out, I'm like, man, I have to relearn this game. Nothing that I knew doesn't matter anymore. Like I got a good grasp of the previous patch. Now I have to, get through this. Some really good changes. I like the map, how it's more spaced out. There's much more space all over. It feels like there's so much more to work with, I would say.
And if you grinded your way out into lower division, it's cool. You're safe here in the upper division as we look at the structure. You fought through in the past patch 7.28. That's behind you now. 7.29. 2 divisions. 8 teams in each of the divisions. And as you saw, 6 weeks of play in a round robin BO3. We already saw that 2 of the teams from the lower division that we'll be covering today were promoted up to the upper division, and also 2 of the upper division teams get relegated down. So at least now you have a fairly good read on if you're able to make it to the major. And as we see the teams that are currently in both these divisions, it is the ones that the far right, Lilgun and Ωmega, the ones that were promoted up, with Fnatic Neon, T1, TNC Predator, Boom, Execration as well, which is a pretty esteemed company to be in. At least now, Neon, you really got to keep your eyes on. And in lower division, 496, South Built Esports, Signal Ultra, Galaxy Racer, Army Geniuses, Team Mystery, Motivate Trust, and Team SMG. Which, yeah, Team SMG actually made it through. That was, I know there was a...
There was a little bit of a thing going on. They were originally eliminated, but, you know, Gaben smiled upon them,
Not
gave them another chance.
eliminated, not, you know.
Just gotta read the rules every once in a while, I
It was so
guess.
cool, like, they eliminated, you know, and you get a call from Gaben. Actually, that was just a joke, you're not eliminated. Please play tomorrow.
Please play tomorrow. Please play for quite a bit of money, because even if you're in the lower division, you still get to play for money. You can still play for a handful of DPC points. It's $205,000 across the entire prize pool. So it's still for upper division. It's more about the points. It's more about making it to the major, because no slot changes. You know, everyone was maybe thinking maybe wildcards would get tossed around a little bit differently. But I think Valve's official rules said that they will be set in stone for the course of the entire year. And then...
Yeah, which is fine for European fans, you know.
Yeah. I mean, if they changed anything, Europe would be sweating right now.
Yeah, they would. They definitely would.
Yeah, we saw the return of the Humble God yesterday. But we'll see how much of that meta
I love that
down.
name. Like, nobody knew his in-game name. And suddenly, like, he picked his hero last. OG Humble God.
OG Humble God. Everyone has taken to the name quite well, but he cut his teeth in a Southeast Asian region. You know, Australian pubs. That was his formative years.
Yeah. Those unranked grinds paying off. He has not touched rank in forever, but who needs it? You know, you dive in unranked, you dive in tournaments. Like, who cares?
It teaches you well. As actually, quite a few of the players that we'll be covering today, a handful of them have 10K MMR and hit it fairly recently. I guess latter half of 2020, Lilgun, as we said, versus Smart Ωmega. These were the two teams that were in lower division in Season 1 and have now been promoted to upper division. And then after that, TNC Predator versus Execration. It'll be our first true upper division tournament or upper division team showdown, and I'm looking forward to seeing what differences each of these regions come up with, because I was watching Europe yesterday, as I'm sure many people were. I've been keeping my eyes on North America, and it still seems like regions have their own favorite heroes. Like you were mentioning Ricky completely absent yesterday, as we saw in China, but it's proven to be kind of interesting in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, it has always been like a Topson special, so to say. And I think the recent buffs really, you know, give it a lot of versatility. Like I've played against the pulse for Ricky yesterday, which seemed really strong, and I'm like looking forward to people just experimenting with it, you know, because I think a lot of new heroes have a lot of potential in different positions.
Yeah, a lot of shards got upgraded, which makes certain heroes very viable. Like, for example, like Grimstroke, I always thought highly of the hero because he has everything. You have silence, you have stun, you have wave clear, you have a ton of damage, you have leash mechanic, you're kind of anti-carry with the Aghanim Scepter, so you can always scale. And now with the introduction of the new shard, like that hero is just completely, I don't know, like it's just completely broken. Like you get that shard, you get the, it's healing you while you're dealing the damage. It's not like at the end of it, also like reducing the cooldown with the level 10 talent. Like Grimstroke is a first pick material for sure.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how supports will be prioritized, because it was first phase banned yesterday in China in both the games that we saw. But I'm curious to see what this Mongolian squad is capable of. Lilgun, I didn't really get to watch too many of their games. I guess Black, you saw a handful of them, but I looked up all their Liquipedia pages. This is like the first team that any of them have played for, and I think that's part of the appeal of the DPC, is that these countries, these players that normally would not get that much competitive experience are actually getting quite a bit of exposure and quite a bit of competition here in a league format.
Yeah, like a lot of new faces. You know, even though I did watch quite a bit of them, I've never heard of them before the DPC season. Like I played against them in pubs occasionally, of course, but never really saw them in a tournament. And you know, now they're in the upper division.
Like what's their ping when they play on Southeast Asia?
That's a good question. I think it's like a 90 or something.
I feel like you would have a lower ping playing on like Chinese servers or something.
It is not very good. Like it's probably like EU to like East America, something like that, probably around 100, 110.
Dude, then we got to get them on land. We saw what Thunder Predator was capable of from South America.
That's why I'm asking. We got to get these boys on land to see the full potential.
Ankle weights first, make it to the major, and then take them off,
Sure.
and you're ready.
And then their opponents, Smart O'Mega. I also didn't really get to see too much of them. Again, these were both lower division teams, so it's kind of good that they're easing into upper division by fighting each other. They get their feet wet with the patch.
Other, yeah.
Though I guess yesterday the RNG Sparking Arrow Gaming showdown was not really that fair of a showdown, but here at least these are all players that most Filipinos are immensely familiar with, and long competitive history for a lot of these players.
For sure. Like, experience-wise, they definitely have the edge. But, I think Lilgun has the advantage, or at least they used to have the advantage in terms of just draft and coming up with some surprises.
O'Mega Esports, like having Sam H, I was always a big fan of that guy. When he played for TNC, that he kind of, disappeared
Suddenly
from
disappeared.
Tier 1 scene. He
A couple of years?
Yeah. I mean, he was still playing for, what was the team called?
Detroit?
Detonator.
Oh, Detonator. Oh, yeah, that's right.
DTN,
that team, didn't really get into the Tier 1 scene, but Sam H always valued him highly as a player, as an individual, very strong offlaner. So I'm kind of surprised that he got into those teams, and now we can see him back once again in the upper division, where he can see, show his full potential.
Especially because I look at the new patch and I feel like the offlane pool didn't really change that much. I look at the heroes that were good last patch, Mars, Timbersaw, Tidehunter. They're all still good this patch also. So for the offlaners, they didn't have to change too much.
With the addition of possible Centaur, I think after reading what he does, having a cooldown on ulti 90 seconds compared to some other ultis coming out from the offlane, and like all his abilities got buffed. So I think he's one of those heroes that can once again close the gap. It was pretty much a counter to like these oracles that were super popular. You use Stampede, you get on top of them. Just overall a good hero right now. I think OG played it last night, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And he was having a very good time. Like, they did new, what's it called, Stampede cooldown is actually insane. Only 90 seconds on every level. Like, you get so much mileage out of it. And I really liked the last patch, especially because there were like a couple of really slight nerfs, but it was mostly a buff patch, which like made a lot of heroes very viable. And the ones that were viable are still viable.
How about the carry heroes? As we take a look at our carry to carry comparison, it's going to be Sanctity versus Tino. We saw Phantom Lancer got a shard in one of our Chinese games yesterday, but then in the OG game,
Ana also got the shard actually at the very end.
After fountain farming for like 20 minutes straight.
Like the shard is actually a very strong addition to the hero because the bounce range is so far and it just bounces onto the backline, and the support just can't handle the damage of that illusion. But yeah, like they didn't first pick Phantom Lancer like the Chinese team did.
True.
It made a lot more sense when OG picked it. And we have seen Juggernaut also still very popular, very strong still, barely got touched, maybe even buffed in some ways, So it's going to be interesting to see. I personally think range carries.
Range carries are, I think this is the future of this patch if nothing changes, because like Manta Style, range Manta Style got buffed. I think Drow Ranger's very viable right now as a hero. Like, this is only the tip of the iceberg, Playing the patch for like 5 days, seeing only a couple of competitive games, like that people are going to experiment. Like, we're going to see some position 4 Huskars possibly because of the new Armlet, how strong it is. Like, there's so much in this patch that is just undiscovered yet.
Are carries going to start leveling stats?
Possible. Anti-Mage, we go back to Burning build, 1-1-1, and then stats. I don't mind that.
It's just, like, Dota has been built around, just using your spells. Like even Anti-Mage's mana break got like buffed so much that if you don't max it, you're gonna feel kind of like, why am I not maxing
and
this?
Counterspell used to be his like Ag's Scepter upgrade. Now it's just like built into the hero now.
Yeah. So like I feel like just you can't really skill stats anymore. It just doesn't feel as good as before. Where like a lot of spells were kind of like one value level, and then just skill stats doesn't really work anymore.
Because spells are good right now. Like before, the spells didn't really scale. Like you had 1.5 second stun on Sven, and you get like 20 damage, whatever. So like, I'm just gonna take the stats instead. The same goes for like the Juggernaut was really popular with the Mask of Madness. I think it was like 670. Stats, just Mask of Madness, and you get 1-1-1, and then just build them up, tank him up. I don't think it's viable in this patch. Like for certain heroes, maybe. I've heard some stories. I've seen some players trying to figure out like Tiny with the 114 build and
Yeah, I
then
heard
getting the
about that.
stats.
How did
I
that
don't
go?
mind
Was
that.
it good?
Yeah, look good. You know,
Look good.
you get the SNY, the status resistance, your strength gain is high, so it's potentially something to, play in this patch. I was thinking about, Bane because he has the same stats gain per every level.
True.
So, just go with the memes.
Go get some more stats.
Yeah.
It was what, like 2.4 on Strength Agi and Int or something like
It,
that?
it's the same number,
It's
you
the
know.
same
When
number.
it came out, like I think one of the patches actually broke Bane,
did.
and then like people were complaining.
It was
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
it
yeah,
was
it
the
was
20.
back,
It was
yeah.
the 20% nerf. The every single
Oh.
thing across the entire board got 20%, and so Bane's int gain, because that was his primary attribute, got 20%, I think, and
Yeah.
it's
But then they
trash.
buffed it back
They
up
buffed
again.
it back up.
They had to.
They had to.
Like Bane has been like that forever. You can't break that meme.
And Bane's hero is quite good also. I think he's being slept on. And Feeble having the heal reduction, it's like a 100% uptime Spirit Vessel. It's better than Spirit Vessel. I think it's like 60% heal restoration reduction, which
It's
is
good,
wild.
and like you have ability to outpush the lanes. Like this is something that Dice Rock has been working on. That's pretty much every single hero can outpush the lanes coming out from those like position 5s that were not viable. Like Bane has now AOE Brain Sap, Decay from Undying deals twice as
yeah.
much damage. So like I can see in which direction like he wants to go. Like every hero to be viable in terms of like team fighting and having an ability to just outpush the lanes. Blitz will be very proud of you, shouting out the
Shove
well.
waves.
What about Jakiro?
Oh, Jakiro is
The hero got
super
buffed
good.
quite a bit, yeah.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
feels really good.
Like his laning ability, I laned against Jakiro yesterday. He felt so strong. Like I felt like I couldn't do anything. Like I just got bullied out of lane. Like 2 dual breaths, I was done.
Yeah. And then what? So his shard stuns now,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Still did the
Macropire
percentage damage.
Still percentage damage. Still works on towers.
Yeah, but you have liquid fire. You have the whatever it's called, liquid frost.
Liquid frost, yeah.
Yeah, like if you apply both to towers, they drop like 25% health right away. It's like super strong. I think we're definitely gonna see quite a bit more of that hero.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it feels one of the. From what I've read, from what I've seen in pubs, it feels like very strong, like a solid position 5.
Especially because he was one of the few supports that never had a cast range talent. And so all these other supports that had cast range talents got axed real quick. I'm still salty about Caudle. We get 2 solar bind charges now, but like having cast range was so nice for warding. You were able to do it from so far away.
Oh, wow,
Hard
look at me.
disagree. Black cast range talents. How happy are you?
I always hated them. Like I told the
Unbelievable.
cost like 2 months ago. Oh man, all these cast range talents make Dota so annoying to play. And he's like,
yeah, you
we'll
have
see.
Rasta with
Full hex
a
screen.
neutral item with the
Oh,
cast
with
range
telescope,
talent.
oh my god, it felt
it's like-
so good. If you get it on Rubik, then you can just shackle people from like 2
Yeah,
screens away.
nobody liked that. It's
I
so
loved it.
But it's so stupid.
It felt safe as a support. You didn't have to get into the meat of a fight.
Like you're like the 6-slotted carry, just getting full screen shackled, and your team
No,
can't help
because
you.
it was like dumbing down the game, I would say, where like you don't have to care about your position.
Yeah, you're too safe.
You just like, yeah, I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna be using hex from like sniper distance, which is kind of But this hero,
Okay, you want to talk about dumbing down the game?
Beastmaster with the
Beastmaster?
Aghanim Scepter, he can go for, he can go for a solo Roche kill with the smoke. Seen that on Reddit. Seems super strong.
But they have the counter already. Just mana drain him, lol.
Oh yeah, with your spell immunity. Oh wait, Beastmaster also says a spell immune canceling disable. This hero was way too good. We saw him in mid lane yesterday.
Twice.
Twice.
Yeah, I think like if you're playing him on offlane, you need to adjust your item build. I don't think Aghanim Scepter is a way to go.
What about Coddle Beast offlane? That sounds pretty fun.
What about IO Beast offlane?
Or it could be IO carry as well.
True.
Like it got nerfed a little bit. I still think it's very strong. though.
those numbers like on his balls are just
Things not viable anymore.
no. I feel like the damage is just not high enough.
But Dominator got buffed.
Sure.
So maybe. I mean, I've seen it just a little bit. It's just, sure, you get your items like a minute or 2 slower, but once you get them, you're still that same strong hero.
I mean, Heart is still impossible to deal with on an IO regardless, but it definitely slows him down quite a bit.
And you talked about cheese. You can see the Broodmother ban, you can see the Huskar ban, Lycan ban. What do you think about new Lycan? Like, now that Necro's gone.
I never lost a game against him. I never won a game with him. I think that hero is pretty
Yeah, it just doesn't
weird.
feel.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel like he has
Like they're
enough.
trying to make him a right clicker, right? But how? Like I don't know. It just feels weak.
Swift blink.
Sure, but how do you farm? like Lycan is like the only hero that didn't get anything in return, you know? We spoke about it yesterday. Beastmaster got his axe. What
yeah.
did Lycan get?
Nothing.
I mean, he
pretty
got
much.
6 seconds duration on ult. Now it's 28 seconds, sure, but
Oh, but
what do
it's
you do with
slower
it?
also. It was 650 move speed, now it's 550 move speed.
Oh, true, yeah. So it got
and
nerfed
you also get some extra HP, which is kind of a meh.
100 health, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm a big bad wolf now, okay.
But yeah, did you know that with Lion, when you hit level 20, when you can mana drain your allies,
You still mana drain the enemies too?
Yeah, you're still magic immune. So like you can do so many things with Lion's mana
It's really
drain.
funny.
It's like, okay, someone blinks in, I'm just gonna mana drain.
Yeah, you can just
What are you gonna do, guys?
one of
What are you
your
gonna do?
ranged creeps in your lane and be like, oh, great, I dodged one of your projectile stuns.
Yeah.
I'm also getting health now for every finger stack, by the way, so I'm going to be quite tanky while being magic immune. Why not?
So you have any estimates on where this Tiny is going to go then? Because
I like mid-tiny again this patch. With the new bottle, you have a lot of sustain, you get your levels up fast. The runes make you very strong, and you get your nukes up fast as well.
One thing I dislike about this patch is, like, what do you do with your like position 4s? What are the timings? Because you have like a rune spawning every 3 minutes. Nighttime
weird.
is like 5-minute cycle. Then you have like rune spawning at 2, at 4. The river runes. It's just like, and that doesn't feel right.
Now, I'm just going to tell you, like, I don't like +4 now because mid lane is just never killable. They're always full health, full mana.
Exactly.
Like, so honestly, it's just all about laning now with +4, at least in my opinion. So we'll like see a lot of laning +4s, like Skyraf Mage, makes a lot of sense. It looks more and more like the core IO, possibly, because IO Skyraf is not a support combo I want to have.
no stuns.
Yeah, you wanna have something, some kind of a brawler, most likely coming out from your position 4. Beastmaster, IO, like they go way back. You have this roar into relocate type of a play.
Yeah.
Roar, long duration stun with the Skywrath Mage. Skywrath Mage got some buffs, like his shard is he gains
5 in per spell usage
spell
and 1
usage.
armor as
One
well.
armor.
He gets actually really tanky now because he doesn't have any armor again.
On the other side, Underlord.
What do you think about that against? It doesn't strike me as super good against Beast anymore.
What exactly?
Like the Underlord. Like it used to count them because of Necros and stuff, but
Underlord got like so many buffs. Like you have 3-second downtime on your Firestorm
Where did he go in?
with the
Lone
shard.
Druid.
Yeah, you just can't push.
But
like,
it doesn't heal you anymore, right?
you don't care.
Yeah.
You know, when
I mean,
they're
you're
going for
Underlord.
the high ground, you're pretty safe there anyway.
You have additional AoE now, like more than before, right? And also more damage, I believe. It's just overall a pretty strong hero.
I will say, I think his Scepter is the worst Scepter imaginable. It's 2 charges on Dark Rift. You can cast it on allies, and I think the AoE
is bigger, and I think it reduces the
But
delay by 1 second.
It's for the
Yeah.
memes. You go in, you cast the next one already, you go out right away.
I know, but like I saw it and I was like, either you win the fight and you don't need to rift anywhere, so you don't need the second charge, or you lose the fight and there's no one to rift out because your team's dead. So what's the
Yeah.
point of 2 charges?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the weirder axes. But
But what about, you push the lane, you TP to Roche, then you take the Aegis and come back with the Aegis into the fight.
that sounds great.
Or you just have an Aegis and walk to a fight.
However, his 25 is really broken now. Like he gets the old Aghanims, his damage aura gets applied to
that's right.
allies.
Yes.
Like that one is really good.
That one's really good.
But it's also 25, so getting there is not easy. And speaking of cheese, Lone Druids on the table. They got all of them, man. Like you can't ban all of the cheese heroes, and now Lone Druid is here.
Oh man, a Hoodwink ban. I don't think in any of the regions I saw a Hoodwink yet.
No, but I played against it in a pub yesterday. Jerax played it.
Ooh.
I just hate that hero. Like it's so hard to deal with. He just stands in the trees, pushes out lanes all the time.
Yeah.
Can't kill it.
Okay.
You need to have, like, it's like playing against Tinker. You need to have a hero that can get the good jump, something like a Storm Spirit possibly, like anything that can jump on the trees, try to find him, something that provides vision, possibly a Beastmaster with the Hawk, because it's really annoying hero. It's hard to deal with.
Or like a Tinker Ward or something. Also one of the classic combos again, actually. Centaur, Skyraf. I played that in 2015 in the VG squad already. Like it's one of the most potent dual lanes in the game. You get the silence on,
Yeah.
the double edge deals so much damage. It's actually insane. And just, of course, the easy setup for the Skyraf ult as well in the mid game. Very strong combination.
Yeah, so it's looking more and more likely let's take a core IO. Bans, actually, I mean, the bans, Lilgun's kind of expecting it to be support, I guess, because they ban out Luna, which is I guess you have to play it carry now because she lost her cast range talent. And they pick up an Abaddon.
There could be either, though.
This could be ABBA carry. I like ABBA as a carry also, but also as a position 5. Like I think this hero is going to be highly contested in the patch. Like, you know, you can't just talk about, yeah, his shard is broken. You have to play Dota for 20 minutes to get there. But yeah, his shard feels really, really good. You know, you can use Photic Shield. You get those Curse of Avernus stacks. Like you literally need to hit them like 2 times. A Photic Shield pops, you use a coil, so that's like a second one, and then 2 + 2 = 4. That's a silence.
They also added cooldown reduction though, right? On both spells?
Yeah,
by
minus 1 second.
Which is really big too. It's like 5 seconds cooldown on the shield. TA, yes.
Dude, I'm hype about TA. Her Scepter.
Dude, TA crushes Beastmaster in lane. And just overall, they don't have great heroes against TA. Like, he could really be taking over this game. And it's a very good pick. Complements Lone Druid very well.
Okay.
Big fan of the draft, actually.
I'm still... Okay, so Tino's going to be playing the IO on O'Mega. Which way is your prediction going, Black? I want to hear what you got to say.
I think I'm still going to probably go with O'Mega. Like, sure, IO got nerfed, but I feel like their combos in lanes are just pretty... like, it will all come down to the TA. And I just don't believe TA can, like, 1v5 a game, really.
Lacoste, how about you?
You know, looking at these heroes, it's a good Templar Assassin game to start with. Whenever I see Lone Druid, I'm kind of like, is that a good Lone? I don't have, you know, a good read on the Lone Druid.
It's a weird hero.
Because it's a really weird hero, exactly. I'll still go with O'Mega, where like ABBA plus IO, I still find that strong. I want to see how strong it is, you know, now that IO got a bit of a nerf. But something I'm looking forward is Skywrath Mage plus a Centaur. Like, this lane should pretty much stomp, I would say. Like, it's an extremely powerful lane, a lot of aggression coming up from these 2 heroes.
I have high expectations on the Templar Assassin. I think that this hero has
You told me it's the most broken hero.
I think that his potential. I think that with the Scepter and her Shard, with the Silence, it's going to be one of the most irritating mids that you have to play with in the coming patch because she's been under the radar for a very, very long time. So
I agree.
I'm gonna go with Lilgun, but we will see how it all pans out in game number 1, O'Mega versus Lilgun with our casters MLP and John Xfire.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are here for the first best of 3 of the upper division for SEA Season 2, and it is MLP Dota and John Xfire joining you once again. John, welcome back to SEA, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. I'm feeling good. Back to the sea, back to the beaches. It's summertime here in Southeast Asia as well. It's very fitting. We've got, of course, an exciting matchup. Lilgun up against Smart O'Mega. Panel talked a bit about the history. Now, mind you, Lilgun did beat out Smart O'Mega in the DPC, but afterwards, in a couple of tournaments in the downtime, Smart O'Mega has been winning, and that was with their new lineup. You know, that was with Shanks and Sam HN, so we'll see if they can keep that momentum up. It is a different patch now. We'll see if that affects anything. For Lilgun's part, this draft is pretty much in line with what they've loved to play. Lone Druid coming out as their core here. We've seen them dip into this sort of cheese pick, and it has paid off, but again, Smart O'Mega is not an easy opponent, so they're going to have to pull some surprises here, as it looks like both teams aren't actually going to run into each other. So kind of plumping up around those bounties, but not really finding any of those engagements they want to get.
Talk to me about the IO, though, John. Obviously, the IO may be a little bit nerfed in the previous patch. Is it still a viable position 1, do you think?
I think it is. Like, the timings, as mentioned by the panel, it's a bit tighter. Like, the initial damage isn't great, but once you have your Ags, it's still ridiculous. You have to note as well, Tino was one of the first players to bring back the core IO in Southeast Asia. BTS Pro Series 4, Pro Series 5, and maybe even Pro Series 3, if I'm not forgetting wrong. He was one of the few players that kept reaching into the core IO. And back then, we were doubting it as well, but Tino just somehow makes it work. It's probably a comfort hero for him at this point. So Smart O'Mega just kind of want to set themselves up with a core that they're very familiar with. And, well, Tino's played a lot of this, so it's just something that he knows the timing and stuff. And I think despite the nerfs, he should still be able to hit those timings well.
Absolutely. Of course, we are having a gander at the mid lane. Sanctity up against Mac. Of course, we do see the mid Beastmaster showing up again on the second day. And I suppose it is still very popular considering that Aghanim Scepter has not really been changed. Up against the TA, who we haven't really seen much of. Did receive a few changes, but I feel like the Beastmaster might still just be favored.
Yeah, I mean, there's some back and forth you can do here. You've got the range advantage on TA. You can play with your side blades. Mac is obviously not going to go for the board build for the most part. Maybe a value point down low. Sanctity can punish those summons, and as long as you play around your refraction here for Sanctity, you're not going to be worried too much about the damage. It can still pile up, so you have to watch that spacing, but maybe once you hit level 3, level 4, Mac shouldn't be able to overrun you, but you can't really stop Mac from just sitting back and spamming those axes anyway.
Of course, that bot lane, you'll see Sam H and Shanks up against X123 and Ace 12. Very dangerous kind of lane here for the side of Lilgun. That Centaur, if you do manage to land the Hoof Stomp, it's going to be a lot of follow-up damage there from Shanks on the Skywrath. Very dangerous indeed, but I'm sure 123 should be able to just sit back and relax for a bit. Quite interesting as well that they opted to go for the Lone Druid route, which is another hero we haven't seen very often. And I'm very curious to see how powerful it is in the current patch.
Yeah, it's again about comfort here for Lilgun. They played a lot of Lone Druid in the DPC and even afterwards in a couple of smaller tournaments that came in between. It's just something they're very comfy with the timings with. They know how to play around with the bear, get the aggression out. There's a lot of versatility with going for the LD and the bear build as well nowadays. So we'll see what they opt for down the line. You will have to watch that lane matchup. Like, you get that Ancient Seal off, as mentioned before, and you get the double edge off down the line. So maybe level 3, level 4 spikes here, even level 5. Could be dangerous.
That's a lot of damage on Tino. He's going to be all right. CML was there just in case they needed the Aphotic Shield, but Lilgun so far in terms of lanes, things are going pretty decently. Mid lane, of course, evening out right now. 16 to 15 last hits between the two. I'd say the bot lane is going pretty well, and the top lane also going pretty decently for Lilgun so far. We'll see what Ωmega does do about it. I mean, it is still very early days here, so there's not really much in the way of predicting who's really ahead. In fact, Ωmega is the one with a very slight net worth lead. In fact, bot lane, they are going to make a bit of a jump onto Sam H. Top lane, though, they are also jumping CML, and neither side really going to commit too hard. I suppose there isn't too much kill potential in any lane yet anyway, as you do need quite a few levels up on these supports to actually get them going. So both teams are going to try and stick to farming for now. You do see CML getting a little bit aggressive here onto Marvel, but it's not really going to mean too much. And of course, you just saw in that mid lane as well, Mac was dropping fairly low on the Beastmaster, but he's going to be all right.
And he's got the runes up. He can just grab bounty, top up, even though it's still just down to 2 charges again. It's still a lot to play around with mid, but you are giving Sanctity space out on the mid to kind of get his farm back going as well. So you're giving a lot more space towards the TA. The flash farm for the TA can really skyrocket if you let it get some levels up.
Ace.
And again,
Nice stun out on Shanks. He thought about going back for the courier, but realized he couldn't really afford to. We'll just salve up and walk away. So I do like the fact that Ace is trying to pull that large camp before he can get the pull off, but it looks like Shanks was dedicated enough to make sure that pull did occur. Of course, they will still get the small camp pull on the side of Lilgun anyway, so it does even out. It does allow 123 to get involved now and try to be a little bit more aggressive as Sam H, he's going to have his mana drained, but it's not too big of a deal. And meanwhile, mid lane, Mac, again dropping extremely low on the Beastmaster, but will barely be able to get out.
yeah, it's just such a tough lane for the Beastmaster to hold. You get hits a couple of times here by TA. You get a lot of minus armor going. You don't hold that lane too well. Sure, you can try to build up stacks if you're Wild Axis. Against the Refraction, the added damage will still stack up, but it takes way too much spam early on for the Beastmaster to kind of sustain that playstyle. So just a bit more of an edge here for Sanctity early on, and the side lanes, they're still trying to get aggressive. We are hitting some leveled spikes here. Sam H is now level 5. He did opt for Max and Retaliate, so he wants to hold the lane steady instead of looking for opportunities with his Skywrath Mage. That does mean, again, it's a more passive lane. The supports just poke each other, but the cores are still finding that farm they'd want on both sides.
But they are. Now he's going to take a fair bit of damage out from Shanks. It's still going to be just fine. Neither team really finding that first blood opportunity quite yet, but we really haven't seen many rotations occurring either. Which I suppose is to be quite expected when you've got a Beastmaster TA mid. You're not really going to expect too many rotations early on. Both sides really just want to farm up and get those levels up as Ishki Gonna run into Mac. Mac will just roar him immediately on the Tiny. Can he find himself out of this? It looks like he can. Mac. He went back for the bounty, but still can't get the axes on target, and CML is going to be the one to get the first blood gold on the Abaddon. Very nice stuff.
Really nice kill to get. Mac just kind of zoning out for Maroon for the bounty. He really wanted to get it, didn't want to give it to the Tiny, and CML seeing that opportunity to TP down makes for a nice rotation. Of course, they might want to line up for Sanctity, but without Roar, the TA is a tougher target, and CML's only at level 4, so his potential tankiness up front and his damage isn't as great, but some early movement out from Smart O'mega, and the one thing with these lanes is that for both sides, it's really hard to bully out some of these cores. Like Lone Druid, you can maybe drop down, he can just sit back with his bear, and that just allows 1-2-3 to kind of farm up safely. Same thing for Tino up against Marvel. Like the Underlord versus Io is really not one where you expect either side to get any kills, so the supports can just kind of roam around the jungle, maybe get stacks, you just play poke with the other supports, but it does mean the side lanes hold very steady, for the meantime at least, in the laning phase.
Things are starting to look a little bit concerning here for O'mega. Like, you look at the side of Lilgun, and those top 2 net worths right now are 1-2-3, and the TA, of course, Sanctity. That's going to be a bit of a concern for O'mega, as these heroes, once you get to that mid-game, assuming you got a good laning stage going, you can really just snowball and take over the game. I'm wondering what O'mega intends to do as top lane. CML is going to get hit down by Marvel. Tino, unable to help out on the IO, of course, is just going to have to back off, and as I said, John, every lane is just going very well for Lilgun. And I'm afraid for O'mega, with their draft, they may not be able to keep up throughout the mid-game.
For Omega's side, they have to wait for some spikes here. They're basically waiting for level 6 on Shanks to really get some good rotations out with, say, the Mystic Flare available and a combination you have with a Centaur. And you're also going to be waiting until Mac has his Ag. He's rushing it, going Brown Boot, Soul Ring, straight into the Agnums. It's still kind of building up, but you are allowing the TA to keep pace. And the one thing with the TA is you definitely don't want to see Sanctity with an early Desolator into the Blink. You can just rip up, as mentioned, the combination with the Lone Druid in terms of physical damage output, with the Meld minus armor, with the Sideblades bouncing around. There's a lot to rip through these heroes on Smart O'mega.
Oh, Stampede committed. Not really sure for what. Nobody was in danger across the map, I don't believe. Everyone was fine. Maybe a bit of a misclick there from Sam H. Well, X123, he sees an Abaddon. He'll just back right out of there with the Spirit Bearer and just go up toward the top lane. And of course, with the Lone Druid, John, you can always push towers down very, very fast. They are going to try and trade down to the bot side of the map, and that should be pretty quick themselves with the Beastmaster. So it looks like both teams just happy to trade towers. Neither one really wanted the big team fight yet. I still feel like this favors Lilgun. Just allowing the TA and Lone Druid to farm up like this is never going to feel good for O'mega.
Yeah, I mean, you are getting something here from O'mega. Like, it's space out for Tino to clear out the jungle. He already has his Dominator up, so he's fairly efficient there in jungle clearing out stacks. It's a bit slower due to the nerfs to the spirit damage, but again, it's not too bad. Still getting that pace out. As long as they can protect the IO and hit those item spikes, I don't think Smart O'mega minds too much. Like, they're starting to get some EXP going as well. They really just need a Skyrat Mage to hit 6. Like, Shanks has sacrificed his own gain quite a fair bit just to ensure Sam H has a good time. But now he's got space down mid to soak that EXP, and you should expect something to happen, especially since he has his Veil of Discord up. Like, there's so much magic damage that can come out. They just need a combo to be ready here.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got the damage, that's for sure. Maybe just waiting on Sam H to feel ready to start initiating for the team, or even, of course, their Beastmaster Mac. Speaking of Mac, he is getting fairly close now to having the Aghanim Scepter up, which might be about that time where they want to start moving as a team. Still mid lane. CML looks like he's been caught out on the Abaddon again, and of course he's not level 6 yet, so he will die. Now the Hex is out. Sam H, he tried to get a stun in time. Wasn't quite there, and Lilgun, they're just going to back off. A nice easy pick-off for them. Sam H, he's being very aggressive with his positioning. He does have the backup. Lilgun, they are not interested in participating. Or maybe they are, because they're going to chase down Sam H and force another Stampede. That'll be the second Stampede of the game that really hasn't amounted to anything.
It doesn't hurt the center as much, mainly because of that buff on the cooldown, like 90 seconds to use for an escape. It's gonna be up by the next fight, unless Lilgun really force the issue. They are smoked up right now, though. You've got Ace and Hishki, and they're both at level 6. They've got a ton of burst on hand, and if they catch out anyone, it's probably a dead hero.
Oh, smoke pop, but Shanks, runs right into them. Ace 12, he gives him the finger, but now Mac, he'll turn around with Aurora and will at least find one as a trade. They might even be able to take down Ace if they can get a stun off in time, but no, Sam H, he was unable to close the gap. They do at least get a trade for themselves, and again, it's a very even game so far between these two teams. 3-2 right now is mid lane. Just had to be around to defend the tier 1 tower, which was being forced in by the Underlord. That'll be pretty much it. Looks like they are indeed just going to continue waiting on Tino to feel ready on the IO.
Yeah, it's kind of the
putting
same
all their
playstyle.
trust in him.
It's kind of the same playstyle for Lilgun as well. Like Sanctity is still saving up for the Desolator, more than likely into the Blink. They're getting some free farm here out for 123, who is also going for a Desolator after this Mask of Madness on the bear. Maybe a bit inefficient, but I don't think you mind too much. It allows you to really just play solo as Lone Druid, go into any lane and pressure a tower if you want to. And again, when it comes down to a farm war, you are getting a little bit more here from Lilgun. It's a lot more efficient for the TA to clear out these camps at this point. Just so much damage on hand, pretty good mobility on hand as well.
Damage.
Just walking around, they're not punching it.
Mid lane, he's been locked up. Do they have the damage output for the tanky Centaur? They may just. The Meld Strike comes in, but CML is going to be out with the Aphotic Shield, and that's going to be enough to force them back, at least for now. Only problem being, though, is they can easily take this tier 1 mid tower, unless O'Mega want to take a 5v5 team fight. But it doesn't seem like they want to. They'll stick around with the Wild Axes and keep pushing out the lane, but Lilgun, they might just commit here. Hit him Alice down. Damage still frontlining, but here comes the bear, and now Sanctity, he's going to be in danger as they get the stun out with the Mystic Flare, but a great toss away is going to stop anything from occurring, at least for now, but Sanctity is still being chased down. They will eventually find the kill, and now O'Mega, they can make something happen here. Onto Marvel they go. That'll be a dead Underlord. It's into the mid tier 1 towers themselves. They even found Hishki, who came back in for an avalanche toss, but it wasn't quite enough to do much. Right into that tier 1 mid tower. O'Mega, they played that team fight extremely well.
And you've got to respect that burst damage. You get the Ancient Seal off, you get the Flare off, even with the toss out, it's just not enough. Beautiful wraparound from Tino as well from the back to clean up. If you get so many kills on the IO, it just accelerates that farm. And the one thing here for Smart O'Mega as well, when they throw these spells out, they're lower cooldowns compared to the side of Lilgun. Like, Finger is such a long cooldown, 160 seconds still. There's more uptime for Smart O'Mega to play with their own burst, and they can just easily force fights whenever. That's why it's really low committal from them. They've stalled out long enough that Mac does have his Ags up, so you've got that major spike on the Beastmaster, and he can really just do what he wants to on the map. Like, he's got consistent damage output now. He can look at the Roche if the side of Smart O'Mega wants to try to pressure that objective early. There are some good wards here from Lilgun watching the area, though, so they're going to have to commit a smoke if they want to sneak that one out.
Bot lane, Hishki needs to be a little bit cautious. Shanks does find him, but won't have what it takes to initiate. His team wasn't really nearby. So again, it's a bit of a farming kind of game here between these two teams, as Tino will just keep going on the IO. But now Shanks has gone very, very deep underneath the Sentry Ward.
Oh, 1, 2, 3?
And he's basically a one-shot by Sanctuary, but top lane, Tino kills off 1, 2, 3 with Mac. And that's a really bad trade for Lilgun. Definitely very bad news.
And this is the point where you can see some more activity from Smart O'Mega. Like, Lone Druid still needs time to cook up. We're seeing the Ag Short being saved up here, so you're going to have that Dispel on hand and AoE fairly strong, but until then, like, without a way of protecting yourself, if the LD's caught out alone like that, it's very easy to punish, and you have to respect Relocate, you have to respect Stampede, you can be all over the map very quickly for Smart O'Mega, and you just don't have that kind of mobility on Lilgun yet. Like, Sanctity saving up for the Blink, maybe the Aghanims would be pretty good to counteract, say, the Relocate plays here, but until those items are up, you can't really expect to match that pacing just yet.
Damage, mid lane, a lot of damage flying in, but CML's trying to help out, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, now CML is going to be the one in danger. He tries to run, but there's your route out from the Spirit Bearer, and There's just no way out. More TPs coming into the mid lane as they are preparing to defend that mid-tier 1 tower. And with the Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster, it's not going to be too hard. In fact, Mac, he does secure the kill on Marvel. And there's actually so many ways of getting damage out from a huge range away. With those, I guess, the spirits plus the wild axes, it's kind of impossible to push down a tower now.
And it's very difficult to commit, and they do trade fairly well there for O'Mega. They drop their support, they get core Underlord in exchange. You've got the Ags up on Tino, so he's just able to really apply that early damage on, and it's still strong. Like, you saw him twacking away on the Underlord. He had a Hood of Defiance. It's just not enough when you have to deal with that in Axis. Like, the reduction is just simply not enough. The shield is not enough as well.
Well, nice smoke break there from Ace. He's just going to have to tank the gank here for the team. Now, if they can get everyone else out, I think Lilgun should be happy, but Mac's got a haste rune and he still has that roar up. He is getting more efficient with those axes out. 1, 2, 3 now. Going to get scouted, but it's already got the melee form off.
Radiant's bottom tower is
That's going to be enough for O'Mega. Start slowly heading towards the Rosharp pit, but they do jump in Lilgun. They want to go straight after CML. But the Abaddon, just so tanky, will turn right back around onto the Tiny, and they will get at least one as Marvel now. He's trying to Dark Rift down to there, but there is no time for that. Just couldn't get the car warmed up. And O'Mega, I think they're just going to go for an easy Rosharp.
This is an issue for Lilgun. Like, they can't really team fight well. Their best AoE control is Pit of Malice with Avalanche Toss. Maybe you can get a good Bird Spike or Fear off from the Lone Druid as well, but it just doesn't compare to Hoof Stomp. It doesn't compare to all the axes flying through in a wide AoE, the spirits coming out, and just see how fast this Roche melts. It's just ridiculous with these Ags timings. Really well timed from Tino and Mac to kind of approach their item timings very close to each other. And sure, they only have a 3k lead here in Smart O'Mega, but this is the moment where they're strong. Lilgun need to try to find a way to slow this game down, get their farm going on 1, 2, 3, protect him as much as possible, and stall the game out to get the TA and the Lone Druid to the point where they can just stand in front and do the damage they need to do.
Yeah, I think it was Sanctity. Top lane kills off Shanks by himself, which I suppose is to be expected if the TA finds you. They just saw a ball try and find this Beastmaster, but it seems though Mac is well aware of what's going on, and of course with these axes, they'll find the illusion, but Shanks, he's happy with what he just saw as Ace. He's going to get caught out now. He tries for the TP play, but Mac is going to commit the roar. Now Marvel is going to be in danger as the spirits come in. The Pit of Malice has been dropped, but he is just such a slow Underlord. There's no way out of this one. Sam H will lock him down and Mac will take a double. And you know, Lilgun, they learned the hard way, John, that your smoke doesn't break on an illusion, which is how you know. Unless they've changed it and I'm not aware of it, but...
Oh no, it should still work that way. Just unfortunate for Lilgun. They're kind of feeling pressured to try and be aggressive. Like, they found one kill, they figure they can take the 4v5 afterwards. It just doesn't line up. They don't get the initiation they want. Once they blow the Avalanche Toss, they lack burst. Like, you have Finger, sure, but even the Ace's Finger, it's stuck at level 1 right now. It's not enough damage to get that initial burst going on here. They do get the wraparound here in 1, 2, 3 though with smoke.
That they do. They take him down? Yeah, they definitely can. Very easily, and Sam H will let them know about it. And I believe it was Lacoste on the panel saying he did not really believe too much in the Lone Druid pickup, and I've got to kind of agree with him right now. It just feels very lackluster.
Yeah, it's not really returning on the investment yet, and even then, the investment, it's starting to sink down. Like, 1, 2, 3 is below the farm of Sam H. He had a lot of free space. It's just been dragging down from all these stats. Sanctity now is trying to buy that space out. He's pushing top. There is a response here. He does have at least all these traps to scout out, but even these kinds of plays just never feel too safe.
CML's going to have his borrowed time popped, and now Marvel, he's going to go right in onto Sam H, but he blinks away in time. Hishki, he couldn't really get much done on top side. Sanctity ties. Mac and Shanks, they get a bit of revenge, and now back on the bot side, O'Mega, they're going to try and move in, knowing that the TA is dead. It shouldn't be too hard of a team fight. They're going to try out some Marvel, but he does get the Dark Rift away. But they still manage to find the tier 2 bottom tower. And Lilgun, Yeah, I said they were going to be strong in the mid game, John, but
Radiant's
well,
bottom
that
tower
good laning
has fallen.
start just proved to not really be a factor. Ωmega, they're just playing way too well.
And they were just allowed to sit back and allow Tino and Mac to farm in jungle. Like, there were some moments where Lilgun could maybe have looked to play aggressive, but they've got 2 heavy farming cores as well. And the power spikes of those cores just doesn't feel like it's enough. Like, RTA has Blink Deso, and you saw Sanctity trying to split push, but you have to respect the Hawks. Like, he was hiding in the forest, but there's so much vision that Ωmega can get just with a Beastmaster and damage that it's just hard to play that split push game. And Lilgun are being punished for this kind of pace. Smart Ωmega just able to stand in front. Sam H having a lot of impact after that slower start. Like, ever since he got the Vanguard Hood of Defiance at minute 12 and 13 or somewhere around that time zone, he's been unkillable. He just stands in front, he cops all the damage, the rest of his team is there to back him up. They only killed him once, and that's just because CML couldn't gap close to give him a shield. So they haven't been able to even answer the Centaur. They've jumped Sam H a couple of times in these fights. They need to redivert their focus, find someone else to pick off here on the side of Lilgun.
Yeah, I'm certainly agreeing with you on that, John. Sam H been doing a great job, making it very hard, but they do go in Hishki. He finds Sam H again. They'll commit everything on him. He's going to be just fine. He stampedes away, and now they'll reinitiate the team fight. CML is right onto Hishki. They'll get the Tiny. And Lilgun, they are finding nothing as now they're surrounded by Tino, who cuts them off from the backside. Marvel is going to try and fight this one out, but it's not looking great. Mac, he found the roar on the TA. Sanctity's gone. Marvel is dropping very, very low and should just die here, and does. Ωmega once again just playing these team fights perfectly as they even get the Hawk dive going. It always feels kind of bad when you get stunned up by a Hawk.
Radiant's middle tower
That's what just
is under
happened.
attack.
In Ωmega, they're onto the high ground.
I mean, kind of cursed them. I just said they can't jump Sam H. They throw everything they have on the Centaur, and it just doesn't amount to much. Now he's being held up by the IO. They're melting right through the high ground. They can't get Megas as the top lane's completely safe, but they're still going to be able to find at least one Rax. And Lilgun, they just need to find a new angle, find a new approach in this game. Maybe wait for the BKB on their TA, but even then, that just makes you a primary roar target for Mac.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
On the brighter side, John, they didn't end up stacking those Desolators like we thought earlier on, so that's good news for Lilgun. But I guess it doesn't really matter anymore. So Ωmega are in complete control of this game.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
In the top tier 1 tower now, Lilgun, they're going to move in, but Sam H is right in there with a double stun onto the Lion. Ace, he's just going to melt, or maybe not. They're trying to save the day. Shanks, he's the one dropping low, but he's still getting out of there just fine. Now Mac will move into the back lines, and Ace will just die with axes in the back of his head. Sam H moves in again for another stun. Hishki just trying to get out. Sanctity, he'll go right back in onto the Centaur, but how do you kill this guy? The avalanche toss is there. Tino, he just keeps him alive. They can't kill Sam H. They're still trying. They've lost the Tiny again. Oh, it's just a disaster right now. Sanctity tries again onto Sam H, but they can't kill him. They just can't get through the raw HP pool.
Oh my god.
Sanctity, he'll die before the taxi gets him out. He needed an ambulance, not a taxi. It just never came, John.
Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty bad for Lilgun. Emergency medical services just not getting there in time. And I mean, Ωmega, they're 17k up, 7-22. They're just playing fantastically, and you have an issue here. Like, this time around, they jumped CML after Sam H, and it's still not the target. It's still an Abaddon. He's got a Solar Crest on top. He's got the Borrow Time always off cooldown. You need to maybe reach out and try to kill off Tino, but with the BKB, it's just really impossible.
Another great initiation there onto Marvel. It's not going to be quite enough damage to take him out. But Sam H, he's instilling the fear of God into Lilgun right now, just constantly making sure he jumps in, gets a nice little cheeky stun off, and just backs off to his team again. And Lilgun, you can just kind of tell by the way they're positioned, they just don't feel safe across the map. They've got to just stick on their high ground. While Ωmega, they're just taking over the map. They're in the triangle now. They're waiting for the right opportunity to jump back in and find a pickoff. And Lilgun, they're going to make their way out. They're going to try. You're looking at CML again, but And that's the Abaddon. He has borrowed time, he has the Euphonic Shield. They've got 4 heroes around him, but they just know they can't take him out before his team does join him. That'll be it. They've just got to go back to their high ground, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they're just forced to farm in this very small area of the map. They do have CML under vision, but...
I do hear a roar. It was indeed onto Hishki. And, I mean, Mac on this Beastmaster, he's having a great old time as they even found another ace. The concussive shot going to go the other way, but it won't really matter too much. They get the Ancient Seal off, and with the Mystic Flare to fly in, just look at the HP pool. You know what Shanks does need to do now? He needs to get that Shards upgrade going.
Oh,
That top
1, 2, 3.
lane. 3 almost dying. Action all across the map. But like I said, John, I'd love to see the Shards upgrade for Mr. Shanks. Why the hell not?
Yeah, you know, he's close to having the gold. I think he just saves up for it. I mean, he already has his Ghost Scepter. It's hard to kill him off. Like, you focus down with physical on your 2 cores. Once you blow your Avalanche Toss and Finger, you're not going to have anything to pierce through the Ghost Scepter as well. Maybe you can get a Firestorm with a good pit, but very disciplined play from Shanks throughout, saving his Force Staff for those crucial moments. And Smart O'Mega are just really hard to burst down now. Like, Lilgun, they are smoked up. They're going to try to isolate one.
Not Sam H. Not again. They'll miss the Avalanche to boot. Shanks. He's being targeted now, but he's running out of there just fine. And Sam H is right back in onto the Clone Druid. They want 1, 2, 3 dead immediately. Look at the damage output. They still can't kill Sam H. They'll toss him back in, but that might work against them. As Sanctity, he was rolled up. The Dark Rift, is it going to make it in time? No. They barely get it. The kill as the finger flies out now. Tino on a triple kill. They even found the TA on the high ground. They won't give the Rampage to Tino, but it won't matter because they get something even better. They get the game 1 win. And John, it was a very decisive kind of game here for O'Mega. I mean, the laning stage, it was pretty quiet, but after the lane, you hit the mid game and they just took over. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, they were just allowed to farm into those Ags timings, and Lilgun needed to play faster with the heroes they had in hand, but they couldn't.
That they couldn't, John, and with that, of course, we are going to head back to the panel and see what they thought about this game number 1.
What I thought about game number 1 is much what I thought at the Singapore Major. You know, I had multiple rants about Core IO, specifically in regards to its relationship with Support IO, but also overall just the fact that Core IO is it's kind of unbeatable. It got nerfed. We saw some collision damage nerfs. A little teeny tiny reduction on how fast it gets the items, but once those items are online, Black, it's just as unanswerable as ever before. What do you do against this hero?
Same good old hero. I don't even think the patch introduced any like great answers to it, like no anti-reduction or anything like that. So yeah, it's strong. It's strong. Let's put it that way.
What about Bane? You know, Bane with the healing reduction.
Does it go through BKB?
No.
Yeah,
I think it's
so. That's the biggest problem just with Core IO. Like this BKB makes all these items like worthless. Only Skadi works, which is whatever.
Was this the best hero, or was it still Beastmaster? Because Beastmaster is first picked every single time.
Beastmaster is just a new Beastmaster. You know, you thought the old Beastmaster with the Necro units, you send it plus the Boron, someone on the supports, they die, you devour the whole map. If you thought that was annoying, you know, just watch the new Beastmaster, especially with the sound of the axes. Like constant spam of these axes. It's just like this has to be changed. Like this is not really just change. Like I don't know. You don't necessarily need to kill the hero. I think it's pretty similar to what Mag had when he had zero
Skewer.
Cooldown on Skewer.
That was great. They nerfed it with mana cost, I think, right? Or something.
They gave it cooldown as well.
Oh, okay. They gave it cooldown also. Yeah, just like reduce the damage per stack on Axis.
Yeah, or just give it cooldown like 2 seconds.
Yeah. I definitely think he's probably the #1 candidate to get hit in the B patch. But I also hope it doesn't dumpster him because, like, conceptually it's interesting.
Yeah.
They took away Necro from him and they gave him something better.
Yeah.
This is much better, I would say. Problem in this game, I'd say, you know, Tiny being played as position 4. For a moment, I thought that would kind of be like some kind of a mid Tiny, possibly a carry Tiny, but then like they just switched it to position 4. This hero has been nerfed, not in this patch, but in the previous patch where like his combo got nerfed, so you don't really deal damage. Everyone is so tanky now with the introduction of possible stats. I don't think anyone picked stats, but you know, you get those neutral items, you get raindrops. Like Tiny, if he gets shut down early on as a position 4, the hero just doesn't scale. Like you're pretty much just Avatar's combo. You literally have 2 out of 4 spells.
I mean, all the changes were tailored towards core Tiny, right? And then they put it as a support. Unsurprisingly, he ended 1-7, did absolutely nothing. And yeah, like, core changes are there for a reason, you know. Like, you gotta use the changes you get. Like, don't just ignore them and play the hero anyway. That's like, why would you play it then?
So then can you still get away with heroes whose 4-position capabilities did get nerfed? Like Tusk, for example, tag team got nerfed.
No, it's not a nerf. It's 5 damage. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
I mean, it's like a little nerf,
hero.
but like, you know, like Solar Crest buff is really good for him. That he's got a lot of things going for him as well.
Because I spam Tusk. Like, first thing I did, you know, I Control F Pudge, see what's happening with my boy. You know, Control F Tusk to see what's going on there. It's a slight nerf. You know, the cast range for the Snowball could actually be the buff. Sometimes, you know, you get yourself into trouble with it. Shards also cast range got reduced. It's kind of a, you know, okay-ish because Tusk seemed really, really strong. His ulti got a buff, like you get that punch a bit earlier, like the cast point is better. His sigil got nerfed. I didn't see many sigils. Sometimes I think it was picked up in
it was just
in
a little bit
Chinese
too
region, because now it reduces only move speed
Not
instead of attack speed.
But you get more vision now.
Yeah, but that doesn't feel like a good pickup on Tusk. But overall, still feels good. You mentioned the Solar Crest. The build-up is just so good. It's kind of like a must-have Tusk item, I would say.
Yeah. MVP for this game is going to be Mac. So I think these Beastmasters, look at these bars, man. Literally, you could not be doing any better as a hero.
You can always do better. Yeah.
What can we say?
He does not have 100% kill participation, so you're right. He could be doing better.
Whoa.
He's not Yopaj. You know, we've seen Yopaj during the major. He had 100% kill participation in his spot game.
I want to see if he, you know, especially Joe Punch, if he's still the same guy or his fire is like, you know, like it was like burning at 150%.
What happened to Wind Ranger? Wind Ranger can't break the limit anymore on move speed. Yeah. That's a pretty big one.
But 30% passive evasion.
Also true.
Yeah, it's
yeah, also one of the problems in the previous game is you picked 2 right-click cores. You have Lone Druid, you have TA. Like, that gets countered by pretty much 1 item. Crimson Guard on a Centaur. Samage did a good job, like, just itemizing. And potentially, as the game goes later on, like, those cores are not going to scale because, like, Io, he had a casual Sange, which he likes to buy, would probably transition that into Heaven's Halberd possibility that, like, Beastmaster gets 1, Centaur, then you're, like, 2 cores. Like, these are the items that all 3 cores on side of O'Mega want to buy, and it's just hard to play into. Like, you get countered by items, which is not something you want to do. You don't want to have that mixed damage, a bit magical, a bit physical.
I mean, you mentioned a good thing here. Like, not only did they have 2 physical cores, but they also kind of an anti-synergy where both of them wanted to buy Desolator, which is like the same concept as like a Sven TA. Both of them want to farm Ancients. It's usually not going to go too well because like they just don't complement each other, and yeah, they just couldn't really make anything happen in the mid game at all.
Hopefully these are some obvious draft issues that Lilgun will be able to revise, but we're going to hop to a quick break after we show some love to our sponsors, HyperX and Secret Lab Chairs. When we come back, game number 2 of Upper Division at SEA.
wanna change your range.
Welcome back to Southeast Asia Upper Division coverage of the DPC Season 2. Though we say Upper Division, the two teams that we're looking at right now, they came from Lower Division, and so still trying to find their place here, but they're competing against each other. Lilgun versus Smart Ωmega, and Smart Ωmega kind of made it look easy. I don't know if it was a product of the heroes or if the players were just better.
Seems like they're having a better grasp on the patch, what's strong, what's not, like the way they're drafting, they're picking heroes that, got buffed. On the other side, you have a position for Tiny. I don't mind TA, I think the TA is very viable. Lone Druid, still for me, kind of meh, very situational as a hero. We discussed about, having these two cores that rely solely on dealing the physical damage, which easily gets countered. I have to see more, I have to see more the way they're drafting, but not impressed just coming out from the game one.
Yeah, can't really draw any conclusions after one game, of course, but in that one game they did look outclassed in both strategy as well as gameplay. So hopefully they can fight back in game two a little bit better.
The 3 games that we've had the chance to cover between yesterday in China and today have all had Beastmaster.
Yeah.
What
All in the mid
are
lane
the
too.
all in the mid lane? Why are other bans being higher priority than Beastmaster? Is Grimstoke really that good that you have to keep banning him out?
Yes.
I mean, Grim is definitely really good. And like Beastmaster, I think people just don't quite realize it, how good he actually is. Like, he's like, yeah, he's going to farm, he's going to get his eggs, sure, I'm going to get my BKB. That's not how it works, Like, he's just so obnoxious. He's always safe when he spams his spells. Like, you can't reach him.
He did well in lane also versus a Templar Assassin.
He did.
Because of new runes,
Triple
he
rune.
gets actually the sustain. You have 3-minute rune, you have 4-minute rune, 2 minutes, or 2, 3, 4. Like you get the
And then the bottle refill at 5.
It's just too much, I personally think something needs to be done about
one of the
runes.
3 runes needs to go.
They need to go, because it's just too much. Like especially with the bottle kind of got nerfed. You get the 2 charges, but it's still sustain makes the game kind of played like you mentioned it well. Position 4s, they don't really want to rotate to the mid because everyone's full HP, full mana all the time.
Yeah, you were talking about 4-position Tiny. I was with you. I was just like, I don't really know what he's going to do. What does he do? Does he go mid? He doesn't have enough burst damage at 2, 3, 4 minutes when they're full HP.
Yeah, I think this patch especially will, at least further down the line, focus on like post-4s that are really strong in lane and not so strong at rotating. Like the Skyra, for example. Like he just dominated his lane, had a good time, and didn't really ever think about rotating, simply because it's just too difficult in this patch.
In Earth Spirit, in Europe though, we saw Earth Spirit be used to quite success. Stomanen on Brame was doing a lot, and so still some roaming potential.
Sure. Earth Spirit's still an Earth Spirit. What he does, I also like the play that we've seen throughout the major, where you're playing like the offlane, you drag the second creep wave, you get level 2 from that, deny the full creep wave, TP to the mid lane, and just roll in and get the kill on a mid lane, which is something that you need to be aware of when you're playing against the Earth Spirit. And
Lilgun learned their lesson. Beastmaster finally has been banned out.
And Razor also first phase ban. Interesting.
He go with Tiny again. I mean, I just hope this is a core Tiny. I said it so many times. I've seen it throughout the major, seen it throughout the first DPC season, that this hero is just not a good position for. Like,
why do people always get baited in picking?
I don't know. It's one of those heroes, that it's like, yeah, we can still make it work.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Not as long as Fluffy Hat is in the game.
Still a Grimstoke in the pool.
Exactly. Like this is the best item pretty much against Tiny. That plus a raindrop.
And IO again. Woo.
Oh, it's Lilgun. What's the answer?
IO Tusk, one of the strongest combos in the game.
Yeah, I'm surprised they actually don't get a bat.
Oh, they go back to the Huskar right away.
Bit of a cheese.
All right, so
This time we can't ban it.
Huskar Shard has HP regen reduction, and you can cast it while disabled.
Yeah.
But Io is a ranged hero, and the spirits will still hit you from very, very far away.
Sure, but your auto attack range is the same range as the whatever it's called. What's it
Spirits?
called? No,
No,
the spirits, but
Inner
the auto attack. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Auto
Inner
attack
Fire.
range, inner
True.
fire, same range. So it is decent against the Io. It's really good against the Tusk. But yeah, like they still have long range damage to deal with him pre-BKB at least.
A bit disappointed, that Lilgun is not using their names to full potential. Marvel is not their captain. Captain Marvel.
And Ace is not the ace in the hole.
Hey-oh. God damn it. At least their logo is adorable. I love this raccoon
the
with the
trash
water
panda.
gun. Trash
is.
Panda, that's right. They actually had a different logo for season 1. It was still the same concept. It was the trash panda with the water gun.
Yeah, they upgraded after
But they upgraded.
qualified.
They
They
got
got upgraded?
they got that DPC money, baby. It was like,
Zach,
oh yeah,
what-
17K. Let's use it for a better logo.
Probably spent the whole 70K for the
It was worth it. It was 100% worth it. Actually, can we get a shot of this on our beautiful screen over here? I want the people to know what we're capable of in the graphic design department, because I look at
Right
other
there it
regions.
is.
Look at that adorable little creature.
It is adorable. But first game, it kind of got strangled.
And I don't know if they have the answer for the IO. I mean, Huskar's cute. But they're-
Ice Break at least brings him down to like about half. And then he heals himself back up with Overcharge. But at least he brought him down to half.
Sure.
You still have like 2 heroes with the save potential. You have Roche taking potential. Tag team is insane. You have BKB piercing ability coming out from Tusk. But I just don't feel like it's a possibility, that this Huskar is not a core. We've seen
Oh, yeah.
Virtus Pro
Sure,
having a
sure,
jungle Huskar.
That's like, like you're leaning really far to the window. Like only 1 foot is still on the floor here. But it's a possibility, as you said.
I mean, if you're only interested for the shard. Ooh, Death Prophet.
Man, DP absolutely dumpsters Huskar. That's like not even fair.
The hero did get nerfed quite a bit, though.
It did. But
It was a bit
Exorcism is
OP.
still the same pretty much. And Spirit Siphon, I think, also didn't get nerfed. It's just the movement speed that got nerfed and the armor.
Yeah, the armor from the shard. I think the shard got buffed, but the move speed, her inherent move speed, and the
Reduced by 20.
Yeah.
And her armor got reduced by 1, I believe. Something like that.
Oh, that armor. Yeah.
But Spirit Siphon still is super strong against heroes like Huskar. Exorcism as well goes through BKB. And we have seen this IO DP combo many, many times.
Yeah, so much healing coming out from these 2 heroes when they're paired up together. So much sustain. Again, the snowball. Like if you have, let's say, 5 stacks of spearing, what's it called from Huskar?
Burning Spear.
Spears.
Burning
I was like, didn't see Huskar in a very long time. Forgot his abilities.
Yeah.
So yeah, he can use the snowball to save people with that. Undying, I think he's a viable hero. Has 15-second on a tombstone on level 10, and he can kind of push the waves
Stand
now
off
because
again.
DK does twice as much damage to creeps as it does to heroes.
He can farm neutrals also now. That was always
Yeah.
like one of his biggest issues. Although I'm definitely leaning it being a core Huskar, because they spend 3 bans protecting it.
No, it's definitely core Huskar. Like the mid player always plays it. He has been playing it for many years. That's kind of how they qualified into the upper division. But I just like to go back to what I always say about heroes like IO and DP. Heroes that just passively deal damage by existing are very strong. Like they don't actually need to do anything. You don't need to right click.
Necro's the best hero then.
Necro is pretty damn good this patch actually.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I
Like
Leshrac.
he got buffed so much. It is Leshrac, yeah, and a good example. You just run at them and you keep running with them, and they can't fight back because otherwise they die. It's like a little bit of a silly concept. If it was me, these heroes would not be in the game. But it's not about me. So.
Well, thank God you're not the one who's balancing.
Thank
the
you,
game.
thank you.
At least the move speed creep that everyone has been crying about has been reduced. All the cast ranges got removed. A lot of move speeds
Took
got
us
reduced.
some time.
Can't break the cap anymore.
335 move speed, starting move speed on a hero that has this ability like a Spirit Siphon.
And Exorcism that buffs that movement speed by
Yeah.
20%.
Yeah,
that was wild.
that was a bit much.
So what do they need? Like they could potentially like most likely this is going to be their 4 and 5, considering the way they played on Dying Tiny. Huskar most likely mid, so they still need an offlaner and a carry.
This Tiny again seems so like...
It seems weak.
It can't kill Tusk. Maybe Skyroth, but he buys like 2 fluffy heads. And what? Can't even kill a Skyroth anymore. Rotation potential. On a DP, not really there, I feel like.
Nope.
And like, how do you lane against IO plus Tusk? Like, I feel like you don't.
Yeah, I can't even think of an offlaner that would really enable him too much.
Maybe carry Tiny could work. Like, I could see that possibly.
This could also be like offlane Dead Prophet. This could be like
could be.
core Tusk.
Omni Knight offlane, I like that. Omni got buffed quite a bit. Movement speed got buffed.
You know, I'm just gonna throw it out there. I would love to see
Carry Omni?
No, core Tusk. Just get that Aghanim Scepter a bit earlier, and they go in with their heroes. You just kick them out if you're in trouble. Like like you get
good.
like Medallion. You don't even need like a Blink Dagger. I actually feel that's like rushing Aghanim Scepter here could potentially be like great against Huskar, because you're like
he jumps in, you kick him out.
Just kick him out. Like, here's
Or you
pizza.
could just have
Pizza
Core
for
IO,
you.
who doesn't lose any games. That
Sure.
also seems
But
pretty good.
that can go
You
hand in
don't,
hand
you don't
still.
have to overcomplicate things. You can keep things simple considering what you got. You have Skyroth, Dead Prophet, IO. This looks really, really strong.
But Hammer of Purity.
Got buffed. Lower cooldown, but less of a
Less damage
multiplier.
overall, yeah.
But I think like overall your DPS is much higher.
Is much
well,
higher,
like DPS over like 30 seconds, I guess. And you
Sure.
heal more frequently.
Yeah. But it's not that good.
It's not that good.
Unfortunately.
It's very mana intensive also on a hero that has
I mean, it
immense
costs
mana
20
issues.
mana. It's not
Yeah, but then
that
like
much,
it's like
but-
your entire carry. It's like if Juggernaut's crit cost mana,
Sure.
and then
yeah.
you're like, well, now I don't do anything.
And also you have to not forget to activate the auto cast. 'cause
Yeah.
I forgot and it didn't hit for it.
Okay.
That was pretty silly.
Also, it would be disabled by silences, and
It
Smart
is.
O'Mega have 2 silences.
It is,
so that's
yeah.
a pain in the ass for him to deal with.
I mean, it already is. Like, they picked an Omni into a pretty rough game, I'd say. There's still a lot of magic damage coming out. It's not like Guardian Angel is a great solution to anything they really offer. I guess Exorcism, maybe.
Exorcism, yeah.
But Omega still have a mid lane to pick or off lane. Lilgun, they need some damage.
Damage, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a bit
And they're
worried
also
for-
lacking stuns. Like, they're lacking a lot of things. And they go for a Dark Willow. I mean, that's damage with some stuns. I like that pick quite a bit. That means it's a carry Tiny then.
If it's carry Tiny, I like that a lot more compared
Yeah.
to game number 1.
But if carry Tiny lanes into DP Skyroth, he's gonna be very sad. They could pick another mid hero. What's good against Huskar? Like a Lina. I would like to see Lina maybe. It's a lot of right click damage. It's good with IO. Good magic damage as well.
And you have like AoE stun for Dark Willow. You need the ground targeted stun to be able to just stop the TP. Could be potentially problematic. I like Dark Willow. I think Dark Willow also got a bit of a buff.
It's a good pick, yeah.
It feels good. Just the fear mechanic is decent. As you said, they're a bit limited on the stuns. They have like Tiny. That's pretty much it. Dark Willow. Bramble Maze is a root. She has a stun, but
And if it's a carry Tiny, you don't go blink, right? You just go St. Joshua right click.
Yes.
So that stun isn't even that reliable.
Omni Knight's second ability also got you get more strength, right?
You get
do.
more strength,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so
and if you
that's
put it on a
really-
Tiny, who
put
then
it
has
on a
the
Tiny.
St. Joshua plus the status resistance talent.
resistance,
It's
or
true.
you put it on
80%,
Huskar,
let's go.
extra
Titan
strength.
Sliver?
Like this could work for Lilgun because they have.
could.
Yeah, it's kind of a cheesy.
But they
once
do
again.
snowball, right?
Yeah, they do. They do.
So they do go for Dazzle.
Wow.
Okay, I like that a lot too.
Dazzle, dude, Dazzle is an
So is it
insane
Dazzle
hero.
off lane or mid? It is a mid Dazzle. Or is it plus 5 DP?
5 DP, carry IO.
So it could be 4 Dazzle then still.
Could be core Skyrat, which you like.
It's Core
Samage
Tusk.
Tusk.
Yeah, not a core Skyroth.
Okay, I
It's a
like core
mid-dazzle.
Tusk
Wow,
because like I just
mid-dazzle.
want to see that axe. I've
Yeah.
said it. This is how you
Mid-dazzles.
counter. Whoever goes in, it's a low cooldown ability that goes through magic immunity. Like Huskar can't play Dota, and the thing is, like they don't have stuns. So if it comes down to that, like Huskar jumps in, like you just kick him out.
Yeah. I mean, I like the
doubt-
Dazzle pick too.
Sure.
Like, it's so good against Huskar in lane. You do pure physical damage only. This new shot, this Hex, is super good. I really like this.
So
I
what we
love
got?
this.
We got
I'm going with O'mega.
Same.
Yeah,
I'm caught
this
task, as you
is,
said. This Aghanims, I want to see it. Jump in, kick out. Let's go.
This is looking like a, yeah.
Oh, they already locked you in?
They already. I mean, it's
They
core
know.
IO.
They
As soon as they picked the first hero, they already knew who I was going to be predicting. I don't think that they have answered it. I am curious to see if the Huskar builds Shard, because even during the major, I was wondering, is there any answer in the world for core IO other than nerfing it? And apparently nerfing it wasn't the answer. So that and
Draw shot.
What is so what does Mid Dazzle build? Solar Crest?
There's a couple of builds. Like some people build Midas, some build Solar Crest. Necro is out of the occasion now,
Yeah.
of course. You want to get the shard ASAP. Greaves, really good.
Shard.
Greaves
Oh
is
yeah, the
good.
Hex. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
I think it's like Solar Greaves into Shard type
Solar
of a
Greaves
build.
shard, yeah, sounds very good. Very strong hero.
And then what does your offlane Tusk just straight up rush the Aghanim Scepter?
Possibly
go.
a blink to initiate first, but Axis.
Now I don't think you need initiation because like you
You don't think
have you just group up with the
Make them
Dazzle
run into
with,
you?
Yeah, exactly, and with the Dead Prophet.
Okay, I like it.
I am scared for Lilgun. I think their cheese got them through lower division, but now in the upper division,
Stinky cheese.
it may not be quite as fresh. It has aged poorly, but we'll see. We'll find out. Game number 2 with our casters, John Xfire and MLP.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially into Game
Prepare
2
for
between
battle.
Lilgun and O'mega Esports, and it is MLP Dota and John Xfire once again. John, welcome back, sir. We have 2 new drafts in front of us. How are you feeling about these ones?
Tsunami put it best. Tino gets the IO once more. It's something he's been playing for basically the past year now. It's a very strong comfort pick for him on the core. There are a couple of wild factors here for O'mega though. Mac on the Dazzle without the Necronomicon, which really was one of the mid-game things we've seen from poor Dazzle. The itemization's got to be slightly different. You do see the Midas being queued up for Mac. And that's one way to just kind of build up, have a lower cooldown on Midas once you have the bad Juju up, and continue to scale. And for Lilgun's part, you know, the Huskar is out along with the Omni Knight. There's some potency there, especially with the slight buffs you've gotten on Omni Knight. Heavenly Grace is going to be a lot of bonus strength to toss onto the Huskar or the Tiny. And Sanctity is playing the core Tiny as well, so we'll see if that overcomes the IO in this case. But it should make for a good back and forth. This is a lot more aggressive for Lilgun. They have less downtime with their draft. They have a lot more options to access these fights early on, and that does fix an issue from Game 1. Game 1, we saw 2 of their cores just AFK farming, and the investment just didn't pay off. So this time around, Lilgun should have some more power on hand to force some issues up against Smart O'mega.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of talk as well about this this core IO and how you can really nerf it down so it's not quite as effective. And the only idea that comes to mind, John, is we just delete the hero. I think that'll work perfectly. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, it's just way too potent. I don't know if you'd want to delete the hero. I think there are other heroes you'd want
we'll
to delete
delete it.
on top of that. I mean, you know, you delete Io, but then Techies is still a hero, right? And it's not been picked in Southeast Asia, but we did see in other regions where the Techies was kind of famous. So I think the Techies deserves to be deleted more as a Techies hater, but the Io is really strong, yeah.
I never said IO was going to be the only hero deleted, John. There's a list that I've got. Ice Frog, if you are listening, please. Emails on Twitter, let me know. I'll give you the list over and we'll get it sorted. But apart from that, John, laning stage looking pretty strong for O'mega, right? Like, you've got this mid Dazzle. It doesn't really struggle up against the Tiny. It looks like it's going to be a fairly easy matchup for the Dazzle with that Poison Touch. You've got plenty of sustain there. And for Sanctity, you're kind of just stuck trying to secure CS. But as you just saw, Mac can play a few games with his healing wave and kind of make it so he can actually deny those range creeps very effectively.
Yeah, you've got to watch out for that if you're Sanctity. Like, he's a melee hero against the Dazzle. The Poison Touch, as you mentioned, is strong, but really the Shadow Wave is what ruins Sanctity. Once he runs out of the tree grab charges early on, he's going to have to gap close, walk right into the creep wave, and Mac can just spam the Shadow Wave and make it hard to trade for Sanctity. And Sanctity, you know, there's talks about the skill build. He might not want to fully invest in the Avalanche Toss here. He might just want to go for that right-click build with a tree grab. So if he does go that route, it could be a bit hard to sustain this lane against the Dazzle.
No, fair enough. So we were having a look down at the bot lane. You saw Shanks and Sam H up against X123 and Ace 12. Looks like a not so much of a challenging lane for 123 yet, but there is definitely a lot of kill potential here with this core task. You have to be very wary of that, as even mid lane, you just saw the Avalanche coming out. I'm sure Mac could not chase down Sanctity on the Tiny, but the problem is Mac is securing all the runes. Sanctity is just struggling a little bit, as he will be able to go for the bot rune now, but the damage output a little bit scary already from this core Dazzle.
I mean, you're going to be able to sustain yourself with all these runes, as you see, but Sanctity's already forced to TP back just to get control of his wave, find those last hits, and Mac is already in a really happy spot. Both of them have their water runes up, but Mac is under no pressure to pop his, so really smooth lane for the Dazzle, and Sanctity's going to have to find a way to recover that lane. He did opt to level up the Avalanche, so it's not a direct build into the core right-click Tiny, but he might just want to play more of that space-making blink-in Avalanche toss combo, but that will take out the potency of his late-game scaling down the line.
Certainly. Of course, that last lane we haven't really talked about at all yet is the top lane, where you'll see Tino and CML. In fact, never mind that for a second, because Sanctity is taking way too much damage again. He's going to back off and let the Poison Touch wear off, but you see how frustrating it is for the Tiny in this laning matchup, and now we can have a look at that top lane, where you do see Marvel, along with its Dark Willow, up against CML and Tino, and it's basically a similar story to last game, where Tino, he's having a good old time, not really struggling as bot lane. Speaking of struggles, there is going to be a first blood. Shanks and X12, or rather X123 goes down. Shanks able to help secure the kill, and now top lane Marvel can't really farm very safely on the Omni against this duo on the top lane. It's very rough.
Yeah, it's not easy. Marvel can kind of hold his own. He's got the Soul Ring up, so he can try to just spam out the heals, force out the wave. But the dual lane of Io plus Death Prophet, it's just nearly unkillable. It's almost like the Abaddon in that sense. You don't have a direct way of saving your Io here, but it's very hard to punish CML for going beyond the creep wave, for just getting the Spirit Siphons off. Very hard to outpressure him, and even the bot lane, right? Like we saw our Husker fall. The durability of Husker is not that great early on. You've got the option to get healed by Ace with Soul Rip, but again, the Undying does have mana issues. Ace does have 2 Mangos on hand, but it's much easier for Shanks to just spam his spells, sit back, and be happy with the trades here.
Just look at this mid lane, Sanctity. He can't catch a break. Every time he comes close, he cops the Poison Touch. It's just not a fun lane for this Tiny. It's rather disgusting. Mac, he's going to have a very quick Midas build up here, as Sanctity will at least have Hishji just TPing in to give him that full bottle up now, but that early Midas pickup on the Dazzle should pay some dividends here for O'Mega. Once again, Sanctity, he comes close, he'll take the creep aggro, but he's going to take so much damage in the process, and that Poison Touch still has not worn off. We'll have to continue taking damage.
But the worst thing is that Mac's got a level advantage, so he already has a bad Juju to play with. Lower cooldowns, minus armor on hand.
Ace, he's in big trouble. He tried to salve up, but he is going to go down. Still 1-2-3. He's going to chase down Samage and try to get a trade going, but it seems that the Tusk might be just fine as 1-2-3 goes down, and they get Samage in the end, but he didn't even get XP for that. He even got Shanks on the Skywrath with the fire. But they did kill off the Husker, and again, 1-2-3, he got no XP out of it, so it's not really that amazing for this POS1 Husker.
It doesn't feel great for the Husker to have this kind of lane. You're off to a slower start, your farm is building up, but you're not trading well in the aggression. You really want to win out these trades with the Undying on hand. It just means that your level spikes for the Undying's kind of slowing down here. You want to hit level 4 at a good point to start leveling up your other skills. For the side of Smart Omega, sure, Sam H is having a slower time. He's still level 4. They've been a lot greedier with getting that EXP up on their Sky, and I think that's just been paying off. It allows them to get that burst damage down, and the saving capability of the Undying is just not quite there yet.
And it is not. How do you feel about the Undying changes anyway? In fact, hold that thought, because top lane, they're going to go in right now, but the Avalanche toss is there from Sanctity. He does kill off CML. Now Tino just needs to TP out, but he sees the Avalanche being used up. He knows he can TP out of there, and at least for Sanctity, he does manage to secure a kill for himself on this Tiny, which is naturally going to be quite important considering how bad of a lane he has had.
Yeah, I mean, you take anything you can get here for Sanctity. Really good use of that power rune. Just managing to at least find a simple pick-off. and kind of even out the kill board, 3-3, less than 1k lead. You're not stopping Mac from hitting this timing with the Midas though. So yeah, you kill off the pos 5, but you're not really doing anything to put a dent on the core's farm right now, and you just worry about the Dazzle getting too much value from a sub 10-minute Midas. That's just going to be really hard to play against in terms of net worth. It's just constant for Mac to build up on.
Here we go. Speaking of Mac, he comes right in onto that Undying with the tag team out for Sam H and Ace. Completely melts Sam H. He's looking for 1-2-3. He caught him going into that tree line. 1-2-3 is going to try and TP away in time. Sam H, he can't get the snowball.
Dire's middle tower.
Very close call, and even top lane.
Radiant's
See a bit of a
top
chase
tower
here
is
onto
under
Marvel.
attack.
Marvel, the Heavenly Grace can survive a bit longer, but Tino wants to continue this chase down. The end will decide better of it. Still bot lane again. We see a rotation in from Sanctity. He's going to try and go in onto Mac. Mac doesn't have Shallow Grave up yet, so he is going to die. And Ace even finding a secondary in the form of Shanks. Did cost them a lot of rotations, but maybe they'll even find Sam H. The snowball is probably not going to save, and he kind of messes up the shards there. Blocks himself in, and well, with those rotations out for Lilgun, that was very worthwhile.
But definitely, they managed to get some punishment on Smart O'Mega. They find 2 cores for the trouble. Really big win there for Lilgun. They can look to apply pressure in that bot tier 1. Not the most important tower, but the gold injection is going to be really good. It gives Sam H less space to play with on the Tusk, and that should open up a little bit more map space here for Lilgun. Give them some access to the triangle. They've already got the deep ward, and that should allow more rotation potential once they commit fully. For now, they're going to hold out.
Yeah, Marvel dropping very quick there,
Radiant's
Tino.
top tower is under attack.
Able to take the kill for himself, and well, Sanctity, he is going to rotate, but can't really even kill off Shanks at the moment, which is rather depressing. Just back off into that mid lane. I suppose with this core Tiny, you've just got more farming to do. He's queued up the
Top
blink,
tower
but
is under attack.
it's going to be a bit of time. While that's happening bot lane, thought they might run in for that kill attempt there with Sam H, but it's not really the case. They see a very low Husker right now, but he does have help, and meanwhile, mid lane, Shanks does indeed end up going down. Sanctity able to find another one.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the burst damage on hand. Level 2 avalanche, max level avalanche, level 2 toss. He's got the growth up, so there's a lot more damage, and you can see now, Lilgun are invading that triangle.
They're going to try. Mac will be targeted here. He gets the healing wave off, but it's not going to matter. Again, he doesn't have the Shallow Grave yet. So he can't really survive once he gets ganked like that. But for Lilgun, again, great news for them. Just finding these important kills, and you look at the farm of 1-2-3 now. He's right at the top of the net worth board, and it is a Husker after all. He's going to be very powerful very soon.
Yeah, I mean, he's already at that point. He's got the armlet up. Like, it's very hard to burst down 1-2-3 with all the regen on hand. You've got really high leveled Undying now. He's got his level 6 and max level Tombstone. So if you do go into these prolonged fights, it's not good news for Smart O'Mega to force that issue. Although they are smoked up here. But it does break.
Yeah, not going to lead to anything. Sam H, he's having a look at Roshan, just throwing the fists up. Meanwhile, top lane Marvel. Be careful. Back into the mid lane though. Sanctity being jumped with the Mystic Flare out, and well, even if he is a core Tiny, he still melts to that Mystic Flare damage as everybody else does. And O'Mega, they're looking towards that mid tier 1 now. They have the Exorcism, so they can abuse it, and that they will. Try and fight this one out. Bedlam there from Hishki. Silence out as well. The Husker going to jump right in onto Shanks, but they have the Shallow Grave this time. And 1-2-3, he gets the disarm, but it is not in time. He will still die. Onto Sam H, though. They will at least find a 2-for-1 trade.
Are fortified.
It's not going to feel too amazing losing that Husker like that. But I suppose they do defend that mid-tier 1.
Yeah, they hold on to the objective. What really hurts here for Lilgun is the fact that they're forced to throw their pos 1 Husker in front, which, again, is fair. Husker is a very mid, early game-oriented hero, but look at how much space Tino gets. Like, he's basically free-farming top lane. He switches down bot, maybe looking to push in that bot tier 1 now, and you just haven't done enough to stop the IO. So even if you're getting this Husker finding some support kills and having your Tiny around to soak, the question still stands, is that enough to stand against a free farm IO? And it just doesn't feel like they've done enough to stop Tino from just playing the game he wants to play.
He's going to try and farm up on this Husker and just trying to keep up on 1, 2, 3. With the armlet toggles, you can easily just take these ancient stacks by yourself.
Dire's top tower is under
You
attack.
can do the same thing with Roshan as well, and we'll see when 1, 2, 3 wants to commit for that Roshan. But while he was doing that, the bot tier 1 tower does drop. Tino able to pick it up, and Ωmega, it feels like a similar story to last game where they had a bit of a slower
Dire's top
start.
tower is under
But as time goes on, they're getting everything they want, and you start to wonder what the answer's going to be from Lilgun. Like this Husker, it has its limits,
Radiant's middle tower
especially in
is
terms
under
of
attack.
time, right? Like in the late game, it doesn't feel that great.
No, I mean, it's got some scaling options, but it still isn't amazing. Then you have to worry about scaling late, not just against the IO, but Dazzle really hits its stride once you hit level 18. Max level Bad Juju, 50% CDR on, say, Guardian Greaves, and lower cooldown Shallow Grave, then the Shard that can come out with a Hex on Poison Touch. It's a lot of control to contend with, a lot of durability coming out from Smart Ωmega as well. And they are sort of allowed to slow down the game while also finding objectives. Like, Mac is still finding farm, it's just right behind the Husker, and Lilgun, again, they're playing passively, but their lineup doesn't really want to do that, so they need to find some opportunities to be aggressive. Perhaps with this blink done on Sanctity flying out, they can look to set up, find some angles, get a smoke out, invade the jungle for a bit. They don't have the best aggressive wards here from Lilgun though, so it could be a bit blind if they want to roam into the other side of the river.
Certainly so. Smoke up in the mid lane. Lilgun want to try and get aggressive now around that mid-tier 1 tower, and of course if they can get a nice team fight going, they can try to secure the mid-tier 1. Problem is they're not really moving around too much. They're trying to decide which way to go.
Radiant's bottom
Looks like they're not going to find anyone quite as yet, or maybe they are. They found CML.
We're a hell of a team, Jax, aren't we?
It's a nice start, and it's run to the Roshan instead, so they avoid the mid-tier 1. They'll go for the Roshan play, and one would argue it might be even more valuable. They're not going to be able to scout this out, though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can Ωmega fight this? Sam H is going to get jumped on immediately by Sanctity. They're going to try and distract them while the Roshan's still happening, but they have lost Marvel. Still, the Roshan does go down.
Are scanning.
Now Sam H is a man on the run. He's going to try and get himself out of there. Shards are going to be very nice, but Sanctity is going to blink forward anyway. Still chasing down this task. Sam H, this is a lot of space being bought, but perhaps not quite enough, as he's still running away. Now the Bedlam's out, but Sam H is not really taking too much damage. He'll turn around with the snowball, still on the run, will avoid all the roots, still running away as Sanctity will toss him back in. Won't get rooted up, but it won't matter. They get the kill in the end. It just took a while, but they get it done.
I mean, that's so much space as mentioned. Like, it's so hard to play against that, and it opened up some space. 1-2-3 was trying to chase down Tino in that downtime. If he had the rest of the team, they might have been able to get the punishment on the IO. So because of that space, they miss an opportunity. They still line up for mid. This could be big.
Shanks, big trouble. Avalanche toss. The Shallow Grave was there by Mac, but it is not going to help him out. Fairly easily there. This core Dazzle, it's got some catching up to do now. It's still ahead of the Tiny, but it feels like the side of Ωmega need a lot more to really be able to make this Dazzle pick worthwhile. But I suppose as time goes on, the later this game goes on, the more Ωmega are going to be favored with this draft. And speaking of, Tino, he's got the Axe up now on the IO. He just needs to be careful because they are kind of surrounding him. Looks like he's going to be just fine, at least for now.
And they're playing this really smart for Smart Ωmega, right? Like, they are kind of split pushing. CML just solo pushing that bot tier 2. And they did cut the wave, but there's still enough for CML to maximize this exorcism. So they might find a good trade here, although down mid.
They are trying to push in the mid tier 2 tower, but you see that bot lane being forced in as well there by Tino. Shanks can get dived on here by 1-2-3, and that should be a very dead Skyrath mage, as he couldn't really turn around and do anything.
is under attack.
They are still trying for that mid-tier 2 tower, but now in the backlines there is a snowball out, but still the Shadow Realm is there. Sam H unable to block him out either. Hishki can just keep going with the Cursed Crown, and they will find another
Dire's structures
Sam
are
H to drop on the Tusk.
Radiant's top
And
tower
Lilgun,
is
they are
under
right
attack.
back into that mid-tier 2.
Dire's
That was a really smart play from Sam H, though. He cuts off the TP coming out from Hishki, so he can't come in to maybe deny off that bot tier 2. It's going to be an even tier 2 for tier 2. Bit better for Lilgun, as the mid tier 2 does cut off access into the jungle a bit better and gives you better control on the triangle as well. And they can look towards the high ground. They've still got the Aegis for quite a fair bit longer, about 2 minutes on that, on the Husker. So they can try to maximize that while they're strong. They need to get as much as possible at this point in the game.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, he's just standing his ground. Into the mid-tier 3 they go, and well, O'Mega, they're the ones who need to have an answer here. 1, 2, 3. He gets a bit of chip damage, and that's going to be enough for him. He doesn't want to risk too much, it seems. And as well as that, of course, you do see the creep skipping now by Tino. Another nice little thing the IO can do with his dominated creep, but he realizes he's being chased down as we speak. He'll back off. He'll be just fine.
Yeah, I think Smart and O'Mega are still fairly happy about this. Their high ground's protected. They're still waiting for Aegis to expire before looking to really re-engage, although Ace...
Yeah, he's in a bit of danger here. Snowball going to fly out to make sure he can't TP away, and they will at least find the support Undying. Not it for now, but they're going to try for a bit more. With the Ron of Atos out, they do lock down Marvel. But Marvel is a little bit too tanky for them at the moment. Or maybe not for Tino. Tino does come in from the side. Concussive shot there with the spirit damage flying out. Marvel is starting to drop low, but a nice avalanche into the Terrorize. They're going to make sure that they can't continue this chase onto the Omni. And instead, O'Mega, they're going to go back for that mid-tier 1. And while it is going to be fairly late, they do manage to take it out.
And you're still happy about the pace here for Smart O'Mega. You're in the lead by less than 1k. Most of the gold on Lilgun is still just riding on 1, 2, 3. So they haven't been able to redistribute that towards Sanctity or towards Marvel. The other cores are taking the backseat here. MH is as well on the Tusk in comparison to the all the other cores, but you don't really mind on the Tusk. Like, he doesn't need too much gold to be active. He's got the levels to kind of play around. You might want to prioritize the Blink now. They are trying to line up for the tier 2 top here on the side of Lilgun, but the bot tier 3 is going to be pressured, and they do have Exorcism up on Smart O'Mega's end.
It's only level 1 Exorcism, but it still does do a fair bit of damage onto those towers, and he's going to end up popping it.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Of course, Lilgun are going to be forced to rotate and defend this tower. The Sanctity is going to rush right in, looking for a toss target. Going to quite find one. And of course, that's what O'Mega just wanted, is to force them back and not allow them to go on high ground again in the Dire side of the map. Tino, really going to back off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke out from Lilgun is not really meaning too much yet. But Tino, he is under vision right now, so this could be a great time to initiate, but they don't find him.
Are scanning.
He's going to be able to back down to the south. And with that, it looks like it's a bit of a reset from both teams. They've got to just kind of get back to what they were doing. Yeah, I suppose for Lilgun, it's trying to push that high ground again, but the problem is this bot lane is always being forced in by Sam H and Shanks. I don't think they can really commit for that mid-tier 3 tower yet.
No, I mean, they also lost the Aegis. It does expire. So Smart O'Mega can actually look to make a turn on Husker if they want to, and they're still lining up for bot. Like, it's just a consistent push. Their creep wave is cut off now, but it's a fresh creep wave coming in, and they had to pop the Fortify for the tier 3.
I love the fact that Tino just cheekily kind of relocates in. He was not going to take Sam H back, it seems. They're going to leave him there and keep applying pressure, but Sanctity now is going to come in and clean him up. They'll get rid of this pesky Tusk, and they might even find Shanks. Try for the TP play, but the damage output is way too high on Sanctity, and it's right into the mid lane. Again, they go. That high ground, the tier 3 tower, is once again being chipped away here by Lilgun. O'Mega, they're going to be around to defend, but it's not going to be quite as easy as it would have been with your whole 5. So they are doing a good job of it. 1, 2, 3, forced to back off. And now the rest of the heroes are going to respawn from O'Mega, so once again for Lilgun, they get a bit of chip damage, but they are going to back off. Farm up a bit more and maybe come back a little bit later on.
And they're starting to get some good farm distribution here for Lilgun. Sanctity's getting a little bit more. He already has his Echo Saber going for the upgrade down the line, just saving up for that. Smart O'Mega, I don't think they mind this time too much, right? They're still waiting for level spikes on their Dazzle. They're still trying to hit level 18 for that full output of utility and damage. And you're also saving up for the Ag Shard here on Max. So the stall out is not too bad. Net worth gap is starting to go towards Lilgun's way, but it's not substantial enough to kind of get big advantage yet. So you do have to watch out. There is a smoke here from Smart O'Mega, but they're the ones lacking vision now, so they're the ones going in a bit blind across the river.
Dire's bottom
That they
tower
are.
is under attack.
Both teams once again kind of just unable to find each other.
Dire's bottom tower
The bot
has
T1
fallen.
tower does drop in the meantime. Looks like they're going to try and just trade towers on the side lanes again. O'Mega just not really feeling too confident. We are going to have a quick pause out. Ace apparently having some ping issues there. But that's fine, John. We can have a nice little casual conversation while we're waiting.
Yeah. It's always good. You know, there are ping issues, of course, coming out from Mongolia. I checked stats for a bit. It's not as bad as I expected. I do believe I'm seeing around 90, 60. So it's not too bad, all things considered. But, of course, the lines sometimes act up, as you would know.
John, that's not what
Southeast
the
Asia.
people want to hear. They want to know what you had for merienda today, John. What was merienda? Everyone knows
I
that's
haven't
what they
had
want.
any. I think all I have on hand is maybe some coffee, maybe some banana chips. I don't know if you've had those. Have you had banana chips before? They're like
Yes,
fried
I've
up
had banana
bananas
chips,
fried
John.
up with sugar. Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, probably just that. Simple. You know, it's a nice it's the middle of summer right now in Southeast Asia, but it's a nice cool day. Nothing like a hot cup of coffee while watching some Dota in the afternoon. I would love some. I know ensaimada sounds good, but I can't really go out to buy some of those nice fluffy pastries right now, Mike. Unfortunately.
Very, very upsetting stuff. Definitely very upsetting. Luckily for us, John, if this pause does go on too long, we've got Black who can jump on and start beatboxing for us, but looks like it's not gonna happen. We do get the unpause, so the viewers will have to wait for that little treat.
Dire's bottom tower is under
O'Mega,
attack.
of course, back down to the top tier 2 and the bottom tier 2 being taken down by Lilgun. Very easy stuff for both teams, but it does seem like O'Mega, they're going to be more than happy to try and commit for the high ground and once again just try and force back Lilgun, and that's exactly what they're doing. They force back the rotations, but Sanctity is going to be in with the Avalanche and the toss back. CML, he's still alive, however, just kind of backing off as they're trying to find a bit more. CML, is he really going to get himself out of this? They'll turn around with a Warrior's Punch and the Shards out to block the way. Lilgun are still trying to make their way over, but it looks like O'Mega are going to be just fine. Or maybe not. The Avalanche initiation is in from Sanctity. Right onto Sam H. They'll get the Shallow Grave off in time, but Sam H, he should be at least one dead. Or maybe not yet. Sam H still alive, still being healed up, is still burning. But no, he's fine. He is absolutely fine, Sam H. Is going to be saved, and Lilgun, maybe getting a little bit overly confident with the Fire Spear damage, will miss out on all the kills.
Dire
You
are
know what it is.
scanning.
That's just going to get worse as this game goes on. It's still a level 2 bad juju as well. So it's not even the full CDR just yet. Not the full cooldown reduction just yet. And once you have that sustain, it's just so hard to play into.
And they found the Undying. Nice easy kill there onto Ace. It's 1-2-3. He's going to start moving in, but CML seems happy to just try and man-fight it now. They've got those max shards up. So here come your Hexes with the Poison Touch. 1-2-3 is going to try and fight. He'll dive right in onto the Dazzle. This could be harder than anticipated unless Sanctity gets the initiation like that and kills off CML. Tino, he relocates out to Sam H now. Is going to be chased down by 1-2-3, and with the Fire Spears, he will die this time around as they're going to go for a bit more now. Shanks is very, very squishy. Sanctity will be able to finish him off. And Lilgun, proving to be very strong again in these team fights, are going to be able to move right back into the Roshan pit.
That's going to be really big. Free Ag Shard coming out in the second Roche. You're going to have a lot of potential for that, maybe getting it out to Sanctity or 1-2-3 here. Really big boost for both sides. Would probably maybe hope for it on Sanctity instead, just to have that uptime with the tree grab. But we'll see what the call out is. No response here from Smart O'Mega. They've lost all their heroes, the big ones that count. And that just means they have to play into Aegis Cheese and that shard upgrade going for free. Does go to 1-2-3.
Very nice stuff. 1-2-3 going to be very, very happy about that. Going for the Aghanim Scepter next, it looks like. Forcing targets to attack Husker with increased cast range. So Husker turns into Axe once he gets Aghanim Scepter. Sounds very good.
Very
Or
nice. It's a
rather,
good piece of
more like
control.
LC, I guess. It's like a Legion Commander duel, almost.
Sort of. Sure. It's really nice though, right? Like you get that control right when you jump in. It's gonna be hard for Smart O'Mega to kind of break off that initiation. And with the Inner Fire upgrade, lowering healing is big against Io and Dazzle. Like a lot of these engagements for Smart O'Mega has been riding off the back of all this regen they get with Shadow Wave coming through, with the lower cooldown Guardian Greaves. Now you're not going to get as much value there. So there's more opportunities for Lilgun to just keep applying that pressure, keep jumping down, shoving themselves down the throats of Smart O'Mega, and Smart Omega is just not going to have as much healing on hand to ride through those damage spikes from Lilgun.
Absolutely not. We do see the happy faces of O'Mega Esports. Very good to see. Everyone in good spirits here. Gotta tell you, John, I really missed SEA in Season 1. Of course, we had the pleasure of casting North America, but there's just something different about the Southeast Asian region, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's just, you never know what to expect from these guys. That's the thing, right? Like, with these drafts, I know we're into a new patch, and, you know, we're expecting new drafts anyway, but it's always a bit of fun to see the free experimentation from these teams.
Oh, definitely. There's just a very different playstyle, and I think we mentioned it when we were casting NA. Like, this patch specifically feels like it's kind of forcing the Southeast Asian playstyle, or even South American playstyle, to all the other regions.
I mean, it is.
It's just team fights, constant fights, up till, you know, there's early ruins. Supports might want to throw their bodies out, or they just want to contest their lanes. They just want to keep throwing themselves out. There's not too much downtime to farm. That was an issue for Lilgun in Game 1, but you can see what happens when they're allowed to fight. As long as they play to the pace of the patch, it's working out just fine so far.
And that it is. So we also had the cheeky comeback of Anna while we're in the break between the Season 1 and 2. Very good to see the man back, obviously. People saying, you know, not playing, or rather just playing in Oz is a weakness. I disagree. He's been training very, very hard in arguably the hardest server, maybe apart from SCA.
Yeah, it's interesting because every time I hear your tales from the Oz server, I just wonder what the heck even goes on there.
I mean, you were watching me today, John. It's terrible. Bot lane, big smoke up, and they're going to run right into the Skywrath. Shanks being caught out and probably has very little chance of survival as he just gets bursted down by Sanctity. And now they even found Sam H on that offlane task. He's going to try and chance block his way out of this with the TP. Can he really make it out? It looks like he can. No way to really cancel it, as the Yules was on cooldown by Hishki, and of course the Avalanche was not available either with the toss from Sanctity. Still, it's going to be fine. You got the pause for Skywrath. You're still controlling the map if you are Lilgun. It's all about just being patient and just keep chipping away at that high ground when it is safe. And of course, for the other side of things, O'Mega, they're just waiting on Tino. Because Tino is about to hit that level 20 mark, and that spirit damage can get a little bit obnoxious once that's up.
Certainly can be. You've also managed to hit the level spike here on Max, so max level Bad Juju in play. Let's see the cooldown. Guardian Greaves, 20-second cooldown. Shadow Wave down to 4 seconds. Shallow Grave down to 9 seconds. Always nice having all that really up. You have to be careful about that spike, but high ground should be easy now. Like, they can just chip through the tier 3 and maybe look for more.
It will. The tier 3 tower finally going to go down here for Lilgun as they start to move in onto those melee barracks. Hex out from Mac, not really going to last very long. Ancient Seal, they're just trying to chip away at 1-2-3, but he's got so much sustain. So much heal out from Marvel. They need to commit it. Sanctity, he's going to be the one to do it right onto CML, but the Shallow Grave is going to save the day for now. Thing is, 1-2-3 has already gotten the melee barracks, and they're going to move into the backside and try and team fight now as Tino, he sneaks up from behind. Sam H is in trouble. Guardian Angel is out protecting everybody. The Shallow Grave is there in time onto the Tusk, but is it going to be good enough? Not quite. They'll lose CML and they'll lose Sam H. And O'Mega, they are just lacking an answer. It's Tino, he's going to be chased down here with the Cursed Crown. He's going to try and buy out as much time as he can, but Ishki, he's going to try and control him up, and he gets the root on the tether. And that'll be a dead Tino. He continues to try and fight back. They toss him up in the air, and Marvel gives him a little bit of a cheeky tip.
And it's really starting to build up for Lilgun now. 7k lead, 25-11. Smart O'Mega running into damage issues with all the sustain on hand from Lilgun. And they just don't have their own sustain. Once 1-2-3 is up there with the inner fire, you just really can't keep yourself alive long enough. And even if you are alive, there's just nothing coming out from your heroes to burst them down. So Smart O'Mega has to look for a new approach. But 1-2-3 just stands forward with a status resist. There's nothing that stops him from just getting those hits off.
There is not. 1-2-3 just having a very happy day as he'll go right onto CML now, and CML forced to back off, but Ishki is moving in. He'll get the Yules off at the Mac into the double avalanche of Sanctity. It's not going to be quite enough to kill them off. Still, now moving in, O'Mega. They know they need to team fight somehow. But where's your damage output for 1-2-3? He'll dive in by himself with the life break onto CML, and CML, he is just burning alive. The fire spears are a bit too much, but Tino is going to heal him up along with Mac. Back on a 1-2-3 they go, but again the sustain is there for the Husker, and Sanctity just casually kills off Sam H in the meantime. How do you kill this Husker, John? He's just not dying.
Yeah, they can't. They have to focus on the backline somehow. They just don't have the best gap closures now. All they really have is Sam H, and with him out of the picture, does have buyback, but they just can't find the angles here.
Well, Sanctity right back in onto CML, gets another kill into another. They'll go onto Shanks. They're trying to help him out. Tino, he even joined in, but the damage output from 1-2-3 just proving to be a little bit too high as Shanks does die. And they are yet to find the answer. They try to move in onto Ace. Snowball is there. Sam H will at least help get one, but the damage out from 1-2-3 just taking Sam H down onto the DP. That'll be CML gone, and the Guardian Angel is there in time. They'll at least get History, but can they kill 1-2-3? He's running. Buyback is there from the Dark Willow. They're still going to try as the life break is back the way of Tino now. He wants to man fight this IO. There's your disarm. The Shallow Grave out immediately from Mac to make sure Tino survives. And Sanctity, he's right back in with the Tiny, trying to find a target. He will not die as Mac now being jumped again by the Husker. Do they have the damage to kill him? They do. They actually get him down. They'll even find Marvel on the Omni. This game, although it took them a very long time, is clearly not over. And eventually, it seems they can kill 1-2-3.
It takes a lot, and the right things happen there for Smart O'Mega. They managed to kill off the Undying first, then sort of split up the team of Lilgun. They managed to kind of just break up the 5-man clump up, which is where Lilgun's really strong. Like, they've got 2 sources of healing, they've got a lot of control. They need to clean up the supports first in this case, maybe even shooting for that Omni Knight as soon as possible, if they can kind of burst them down. And as long as they can do that, they've got some angles to go into. Lilgun, you know, they lose some heroes, they overstay their welcome, but they are still 2 Raxes up. They are 31-15 now with a 9k lead. Smart O'Mega is still on the back foot. They still need to figure out how to constantly reach that back line. There is an Octarine up on Mac though, so even lower cooldowns. 3-second Shadow Wave, 6.8-second Shallow Grave, 6.8-second Poison Touch, 15-second Guardian Grieve, so it is... You are finding some itemization coming out here. It feels like we need to see a little bit more to come out. And we need to see Sam H really find the right targets in the back. So much riding on this Tusk to just find the angle, get the lockdown on one, and clean up the 4v5 afterwards.
You know what O'Mega really need, John? They need a Spell Prism for their Dazzle.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure they'll find one. You know, if IceFrog wants to bless O'Mega, I'm sure they'll get a Spell Prism later on to just amplify the cooldowns of Mac. Fun little fact, by the way, Mac with the Spider Legs currently has 1.5 seconds worth of downtime on those spider legs. It's a very fast
wow.
boy.
Oh, that's ridiculous. It's a
I
speedy
mean,
dazzle.
It's no wild axes though, John. You know, no
true.
second cooldown.
True. That would really be balanced. Imagine a 0-second cooldown poison touch with a hex. Thank God that doesn't happen. Thank goodness. Oh.
There you go. Dire Jungle is occupied right now. Lilgun, they're going to move in with the Curse Crown out onto CML on the life break just from a mile away. The Shallow Grave's going to save for now. Sam H, he jumped in with the snowball, trying to go onto the Omni Knight. They want to burst him down first, but they've lost Sam H and they've lost Shanks. Onto Tino they go. In fact, never mind Tino, they want Matt. And that'll be your Dazzle gone. CML, he just can't. He can't live through it.
Unless the omniscience knows.
They tried to get Marvel in the backlines to at least get rid of some of the sustain on this Husker and get rid of the Heavenly Grace, but even Marvel proving to be a little bit too tanky on that Omni Knight. Now they'll go for the final lane of Barracks, and with no buyback on your Dazzle, how do you defend this? Toss back into the IO. Tino gonna get life broken immediately by X123, and that's it, they call it GG. Lilgun, they make the cheese work. And O'Mega, they're going to have to try and make Game 3 work. They really didn't seem to stand a chance in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, there was some good back and forth there. At the end, we saw the permanent Shallow Grave coming through from Mac, but the moment you jump that Dazzle, you just take that out of the window. And O'Mega Esports, they try to experiment. Mac Dazzle doesn't quite pay off in the way they'd want to. Sam H really had a slow game. I think that's one thing the panel was looking for. An Ags rush on Tusk would have been great, but never happened for Sam H, so they're going to have to find a way to redistribute that form across all their cores next time around.
With that, we are going to head off back to the panel, and hopefully we'll be back very soon for game number 3.
Some well-rounded farm may have helped out O'Mega, but I'm just shocked that, by golly, we may have found the answer to Core IO, and it's with a hero that's even better right now. With Core Huskar, it's been first banned pretty regularly. It's terrorizing pubs all across the world.
Yeah.
Is this the answer? Is this the how you beat maybe anything?
I mean, it has really good timings, right? Like usually, heroes like IO, they really excel like the mid-late game, and Huskar's timings are just like way faster than IO's. He was like at the high ground when he just finishes Aghanim's BKB, which is not really when you are your strongest, right? You still want to have your heart, but even once you have your heart, you still have that 50% heal reduction that he got from the second Roche with the shard. So overall, it's a pretty good hero against IO, but just as you said, in the meta, Huskar is a boss right now.
I don't consider this to be like a cheese pick anymore. Like
Yeah.
Huskar just seems like a viable hero. I think a lot of the teams will need to consider this, especially since like these early Roche taking heroes like TA, Ursa, Huskar, like possibly Beastmaster, you need to be careful. You know, you take the first Roche, you take the second Roche. So from the second Roche, like this is the timing to pretty much end the game. Before it was always like that. You know, you get the first Roche, you build up the advantage, try to choke them out in the map and get the second Roche. Now it's even better. Like you get the shard, you get cheese, Aegis, and the shard from the second Roche. So like this is the timing that teams need to be looking for.
They did need to dedicate a lot of bans to protect the Huskar, though. So
What were the 3 bans? AA?
Necro,
AA,
Viper.
Necro, Viper, and they first phase banned Razor.
I'm surprised we didn't see a Bloodseeker. I always felt Bloodseeker
yeah.
is really good against Huskar, because obviously you're always on like 10% health. And it's really easy to cut onto the backline. That shard is pretty good against Huskar as well. One of the better answers I saw. But maybe they're just not comfortable with it.
Doesn't seem like they were too comfortable with Tusk either, Lacoste. What was the deal with Sam H this game?
Oh, he had a rough one, man. Like, he was sitting at the bottom of the net worth. Like, that Prophet was pretty much the only hero who was less farmed than him. Like, I saw his item build, you know, phase boots into Falcon Blade. He wanted to go for it, didn't end up going for it. Then wanted to get, like, Orb of Corrosion. Like, these are all small items. You know, they make it tanky, but in the end decided to go for a Blink Dagger, which I personally think it's a mistake. Should have gone for that Aghanim Scepter before the Blink Dagger. This is that type of a game where, like, you need to get it, because they don't have enough stuns. The only stun they have is pretty much Tiny and the Dark Willow. So you can afford, like, once you get that Aghanim Scepter, they would be much less vulnerable to the push, and they could split push more with the Dead Prophet and Io. Like, you just have Dazzle sitting behind you. I like the Dazzle items in this game. So you can, like, snowball, kick him out. You don't have to be afraid, because there's going to be a Grave, there's going to be a Force Staff coming out from Dazzle, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, but it made a lot of sense. Like he
Like, he
jumps
goes-
in with
yeah.
Guardian Angel,
Just-
kick him out, Guardian
Exactly.
Angel's over, and suddenly you don't feel that strong anymore. Would have definitely liked to see it. Didn't end up happening, unfortunately.
No, and I guess part of it is because of our MVP. 1, 2, 3 on the Huskar. It's difficult to deny anyone else, because I was skeptical if this hero was just like, you know, a pub stomper, or if he was like competitively viable. But especially with an Omni Knight behind him, it's really hard to deal with this hero.
You need to have something. Like, I don't think you can just straight up pick Huskar. You need to have a hero that covers him. Like, you,
Or
Omni,
Oracle or
Oracle comes to
Omni,
my
yeah.
mind. Yeah, something that has any kind of heal, anything that you can protect him with. So
Maybe like a Winter Wyvern even, possibly.
possibly, yeah.
Yeah, but definitely, like, you know, we spoke about them being scary with those heroes. Game 1 it was banned out in the second phase. Game 2 they were like, all right, we know you're going to ban it out, we're just going to pick it straight away. And they had no answer to it at all. So maybe we see a first phase Huskar ban this time, I don't know.
I mean, last time you said they can't ban out all the cheese.
Yeah, they
last
can't.
time,
But maybe Brood, you know, like, take your chances, because
Sure.
now you know Huskar, he kind of just stomped you. So can you really deal with it in just one game's break?
One thing you can do is possibly like open up with Ancient Apparition, just to be sure, you know, and then you're kind of set.
I mean, AA is a good hero regardless.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
yeah.
So even if they don't go for a Husk, you still have AA, which is fine.
Sure.
It's not like you're picking
I
a
could get
hero
behind
that is, you know, some Garbo tier.
well, Beastmaster was the hero of game number 1. Looks like Huskar's the hero of game number 2. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll find out who will be the hero of game number 3.
Change of range.
what you saw right there may have been some pro-level support from Secret Labs. And hopefully in game number 3 we can get some pro-level support from Sam H, because I think that Tusk was a real shortcoming from Ωmega. Less than expectations.
You just want us to bash on Sam H?
No, that was the only way I could transition into pro-level support. Because the other supports did fine, right? Dark Willow was a good pick. It came out of left field for me, but it definitely checked a lot of the boxes for Lilgun. And then...
They did some adjustment, this time around there was no tiny position 4, which I just don't think there is enough space for you to get the items, the floppy hat. You actually do nothing. Yeah, I think it's either mid tiny or it's a carry tiny. Other than that, you should not try to experiment too much. People have been trying, and if you read the patch notes, the hero got buffed in terms of scaling. So, as a support, you don't do that.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really check to see if he leveled stats, though, because I was curious.
He didn't.
He didn't?
I mean, especially as a mid-tiny, you
you want to have a
damage.
combo.
Oh, yeah, that's true. He was rotating quite a bit. And then
maybe
he
if
didn't
you're
end up,
carry tiny.
he didn't end up getting the shard because Huskar's shard was higher priority rather than unlimited tree charges.
I mean, he just went Axe, Echo Saber, and Crystallis. So he just went for the tree volley kind of build. Not really the right click kind of build, but the long-range barrage artillery kind of style. Still very strong. It did so much damage. He actually killed the Skywrath and the Dazzle pretty much by himself.
Oh yeah, so then what do you think about the Skywrath? You think that's because 2 games in a row now that we've seen it. Is it really that high priority?
It's a good. You have something smart to say. Go.
No, I was just gonna say that I like it with an offlane that actually enables you, which is not Tusk. Centaur is good. Just a good setup. What does a Tusk really do for you? It's don't like it.
Sure. I was thinking about more when you have core Dazzle on a mid, he doesn't really scale with this type of items, even though I like the item build, don't get me wrong, but then you need to have something from the offlane that's going to scale, something from position 4 possibly that can scale, instead of Skywrath Mage and the Tusk. Now that I'm looking for, it's easy to be smart after the game, but you see something, you learn from it, and I hope they're going to learn from it.
How'd you feel about Dazzle's shard?
It's good. It's really good. It counters
What was the cooldown with Octarine and 18? Did you catch a glimpse of that? 8 seconds or something?
On what?
On Poison Touch.
On Poison Touch.
Poison Touch. I think it was lower actually.
Lower
I think it
than
was
5, 6 seconds.
That's a hex every 1.25.
Yeah.
Every about 4 seconds.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous.
And it counter Dazzle Shard counters the illusion heroes.
Every illusion hero.
I think Phantom Lancer. Whenever there's going to be a Phantom Lancer, you need
Pick
to ban
Dazzle.
out Dazzle.
I
Even
feel
coming
like
from
Naga
position
might
5.
even be worse off than because the illusion's cooldown is so long. I've seen it in one pop. I just know he said, I'm never going to pick Naga again. Okay.
Yeah, Naga even in the previous patch felt to me weak. Yeah. She does she farms, she wins the battle against the creeps in the jungle, but she does not kind of win the game. She's never fight ready.
She stalls the game for a very, very long time. And I've tried I thought Mage Slayer might be a good way for her to actually fight. It's just you always feel like you're an item behind everybody.
Yeah, it's a hero that only wins when your team is already winning, and you lose when your team is losing.
Yeah.
It's what's the point of having her?
Yeah, so then I guess the only illusion hero that we saw has been Phantom Lancer. I haven't seen any TB, and we saw a lot of TB towards, I guess, the middle of the major, whenever the Chinese teams are playing a lot of TB. Phantom Lancer was also kind of popular. Naga, infrequently at best, and CK we'd only see from the offlane.
Yeah.
So illusion heroes may be more dead than ever now.
It's definitely not the greatest time to be an illusion hero. Yeah, TB also got nerfed quite a bit.
Yeah.
So we're probably not going to see too much of him. PL also got nerfed. So, yeah.
Shard got buffed, right?
Shard got buffed, yeah. But, I mean, just the charge got nerfed a little bit. But the Shard was really good. We've seen it yesterday in the EU region. That was insane.
And then what do we got from the mid laner? What happened to Invoker? He got, what, the meteors? The shard is useless.
Yeah, but the stats gain on
right,
the
stats on orbs
is really good, especially Quas. You get the extra strength. You get very tanky. You sit at 1,000 health at level 5 or 6 already.
But you have way less regen in lane.
Way less regen, yeah. Which was ridiculous before, so I'm a big fan of that change, even though I'm an Invoker spammer.
So then you think
You're
Lex
not.
Exort
You're not a real spammer.
I mean, not
Trust
anymore,
Me.
not
If, No, no,
anymore.
no. If
Yeah.
you know, if you have a certain hero and he gets a nerf, like you have to be vocal about it. Like this is inappropriate. This should not happen.
Well, where's your Pudge vocalization then? Are you happy with the state of
Oh
Pudge?
hell yeah! Dude,
Oh,
that-
okay.
He's a legit hero now.
I mean,
Like,
are you
trust
considered
me.
a spammer if you have 600 games or no?
Yeah, yeah. Everything over like 500.
Okay,
is
I have
just
600
spam.
Invoker games, so I'm a spammer.
You're a spammer, trust me.
Good,
So
good,
yeah,
good.
to go back to the Pudge talk, he got 1 extra armor, got a bit of attack
I
range.
see him every game, pretty much.
Because he's strong.
His scepter's amazing. It's like a 400 range, whatever, banish.
Well, I'm
that you
going to
can-
tell you one secret, guys, one secret. On Radiant, there's this one spot, there's this Pudge spammer, he's level 28. If you hook him in there, you can't move out of it.
Yeah.
Like, that spot actually killed like my mid laner 3 times. And he was just complaining, and then he abandoned the game.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
No, the Pudge, like you can feel the lower cooldown hook. You can use it to
5
2
seconds,
times.
right?
Yeah, you couldn't use it before, like when you're chasing people down in the earlier levels. And his shard is just completely broken. Dude.
I mean,
Like,
it's
you
a
can-
400 cast range now, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah. You
super-
can
Oh,
just,
right, yeah, the shard,
You
yeah.
can save people with it. And
More than
Oh,
double.
yeah, the scepter got buffed to its rot, does like a ton of damage now.
a ton of damage,
Plus
and bigger
100.
AoE. Yeah.
And a big AoE, yeah.
And it reduces healing also.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the shard is wild. It's like,
You know, it's hard to farm Magnet Scepter on Pudge, but the shard, you can get that. It's a viable save. It also, like, dispels things.
Yeah.
Like, there's some, like, weird... it's a strong dispel, like, on allies as well. Like, you dispel
You mean when you
things.
eat them?
Yeah,
When
when
you
you
eat
eat them. Like, there was some weird interaction with the troll ulting, and then I ate him, and he pops out, and, like, his ulti's gone.
oh. So even it dispels positive buffs?
Yeah, you dispel
Oh,
like,
jeez.
battle trends.
Okay.
Nice grief.
Yeah. And I mean, for a hero that builds Aether Lens very commonly, now that you have
No,
like a
no, you don't. You
don't build it
do
on
not.
anymore?
You do not. You never did.
What?
But-
Yes, you did. I saw plenty of Pudges build
No,
it.
well, in a Pepega bracket, you know, but yeah, you don't buy that item. It's not a good item on Pudge. It's too much investment. Doesn't get you
Situationally, it can be
anything
good.
here. No, it's not good.
Not even if you're sieging high ground?
No, never. I never.
Because
buy
I got
that
hooked from the tier 4 tower. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need like if you're
Sorry.
skilled enough, you don't need that extra range. Blink dagger,
I see
you
how
need a
this-
blink,
I see
like
how
because
this-
it also allows you, to save people with the shard.
I mean, I would never buy it anyway because I play mid Pudge.
Like the
Yeah.
only situation that I see Aetherlands being viable is when you're playing like against Pangolier. You don't have any BKB piercing ability, so you can
Oh,
actually
for
eat him while
dismember.
he's rolling. Yeah, other than that, it's just a no-go.
But then you pull him in and you get stunned anyway.
You know who is good against Pango is Puck, as Smart O'Mega will have that as their first pick.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the draft, but they're not picking the heroes. Already like 1 minute.
We'll talk about the bans. They ban out Huskar, they ban out Broodmother. What's the other cheese left for Lilgun?
I
That's,
mean, we
that's
already
what they're
expected
thinking
those
over.
bans, though. But there's no way you're taking 90 seconds to pick your first hero.
They're debating if they should cheese in the first phase.
Now they're discussing about Pudge, whether they want to go like right now or they're
Tiny,
saving it for
okay.
the second pick. Also, what do you think about, having second pick, so you pick 2 heroes in a row? That kind of feels much stronger to me because you can counter it like one of their heroes that they already picked and potentially cause like an upset if like one of their heroes that they first picked doesn't counter, so you have to like counter 2 heroes with 1 pick or just consider like banning certain heroes.
I mean, it's much better because there's so many good combos in Dota now.
Yeah.
And like the only upside you have now is that you get the last pick in the first phase, which oftentimes these combos are strong because they don't care about a counter. I mean, I wouldn't say Tiny Lion is like a great combo. or anything. Oh, Grimstroke, here we go. Let's go.
2 leash mechanics, so I don't think they can pick like any of the spirits. I like Lion. As a response to Puck, you need that disable, but
What do you think about Puck now? Like the new phase shift? Is it a big nerf or
how much was it? Like is it
7.5 seconds now instead of 6? And then it scales down to 6 again. So like mid game is still the same.
yeah.
It's just
Wait, scales 7.57, 6.56?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
His level 10 talent is also super strong. Yeah, like you get 0.75 extra silence, so that's
it's good. Instead of
it's
the cast
good.
range.
Yeah, instead of a cast range, I think like this talent is a bit too strong for level 10. To be
How
honest.
many seconds is that? Like 4.25, I think. in
I
total?
think it gets to 4.25 or 4.5.
I think it maxes at 3.5, so 4.25 sounds
Okay,
right.
yeah.
It's crazy good.
It's AoE silence.
Yeah.
And the AoE increases later on as well.
Yeah. And although we never saw the shard, I thought the shard was good to like break coil, but these days people just like
No, you
pair
rely
puck
on
with-
getting a tier 3 neutral item, you know, get
Yeah,
that psychic
psychic
headband.
headband.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
need
true.
to invest gold.
Psycho blast them.
Yeah, and then Grimstroke finally makes an appearance. Is shard core? Do you have to build the shard?
Oh, for sure.
Okay,
Like,
especially against this team, especially
like,
against a Lion.
It's a monstrous upgrade.
It's a strong dispel.
Yeah.
Like any hero just jumps the lion. He's like, oh, I gotta hex him. Okay, he's out of hex instantly. And then you pop your BKB and lion is just, he feels sad. I mean, Tiny also.
No, it applies strong dispel
Strong
at the
dispel.
end of it.
At the end.
At the end of it,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
How long's the duration? 3 point something?
Yeah.
I think it's
3-7 or whatever.
I thought it
3.5,
was-
375.
Yeah, something like that. And it heals you throughout, right? Like every time it deals damage, you heal? Or
Yeah,
only
you
at the
heal
end?
instantly. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like spell lifesteal pretty
Yeah.
much.
It does so much for 1400 gold, it's actually insane. Like
So-
we had like a kind of like a little discussion that cost to me. It's like some shards, you know?
Some
They just-
shards are
They
like-
feel like an Aghalim's upgrade, actually.
Even better, like
Yeah.
it's
For
com-
1400.
Yeah.
A third of the price, but you get a much better deal. Underlord again. It's very good against Puck. I mean, this Puck should not have a good game. Tiny is quite decent. Lion is very good. Underlord is very good.
They could potentially shift Puck to a different role.
Yeah, like a 4 or whatever.
So does Grimstroke need one of those?
Grimstroke could potentially be mid, sorry. Yeah, this hero has so much potential. Like even before, like Thompson was playing it, I've seen some like 9 playing mid Grimstroke. I think this hero has potential, especially right now. You know, like E-Blade also got a bit of a buff in the previous patch, not this one. You know, the cost of the Eagle Song, and yeah, it just feels really good. Like once you get that level 3 Phantom, like it's insanely good. So yeah, they definitely need to swap this Puck to something else. Like it's not a
What,
mid
you
Puck.
dare first pick Puck? Count that with 4 heroes.
That's
I
a
think
lot of hate.
what you can do right now is play Puck 5, play Offlane Grimstroke, and Third Spirit as a position 4.
How about like a good old Viper here for Ωmega?
Sure, I'm down.
I
I'm
like
down for some
Viper against this matchup. And then you can just rearrange the other heroes
And then
however
she
you
buys a
want.
bottle and refills at minute 2, minute 3, minute 4.
Yeah. And TA, I mean, you
jungle.
can buy a bottle, but you don't really want to. It's like a big investment for a hero like TA.
He bought a bottle in the first game, I believe.
He did. And I mean, I also bought a bottle online. It just feels like you have to, but it's just so bad. Like, it just doesn't feel like it does much for you. Like, bottle builders are definitely the way to go. Well, I mean, even a Leshra could be really good here with that strong dispel. I would love to see that. It's pretty decent against TA.
Yeah, I guess the mid lane matchup is Smart Omega's biggest issue now.
Yeah. You definitely don't want to have the Puck there.
No, Puck is out of the option. I'm just.
Well, what about an Earth Spirit?
mid?
Yeah. Can you do decently? Like,
Sure.
Once you're level 6, you can actually kill him.
Yeah.
You can kick her under the tower, like just one rotation. It's kind of a guaranteed kill.
Dragon Knight. Okay. He's one of the better heroes against TA. Like, you can't really lose lane ever. The new Fireball.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you can use it in melee form, and it's
Finally.
great at burning
Finally.
refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was dumb that you had to activate Dragon form for it.
Dragonite late game, like mid-late game, is super strong. Like
Dude, he's
his
25.
talents,
The AoE Dragon Tail is actually ridiculous.
Yeah.
400 AoE. Boom. And everyone is stunned for 4 seconds.
it's super strong.
Yeah, what level is his stun talent?
The duration talent?
Yeah, the duration
15.
talent. Oh, okay.
So
Wow.
that's the 4-second stun then.
Jeez.
And level 20, you get 150 bonus attack range also. It's so good.
Wow.
Breathe Fire also got buff. Instead of 25, I think it's 30% now, damage
Yep.
reduction.
You can actually siege towers outside of tower range now. It's just all around the hero seems
It's
very
not like
good.
you cared before, you know.
I'm sure you didn't care, but now you're
As
actually,
Davion.
safe.
Yeah, Davion. We should call him Davion.
That's true.
That's
Knight
his real
Davion.
name.
That's for season 2.
What's his last name? Does anyone know?
That's a good question. Do any heroes in Dota have last names? I feel like they only have like.
I mean,
First
Warlock's name is Demnog Lanik.
Really?
Why do you know that?
Because Dota won.
Oh.
I've played for way too long, yeah. Demnog Lanik in the house, man.
I'm trying to think, and none of these heroes have 2 names. It's like Kowlin for Earth Spirit. Grimstroke's just called Grimstroke. Puck's just called Puck.
What about Bloodstick?
TA's Lanaya, Strigger Wigger. I don't know, like STRYGYR.
Strigler? Yeah.
Strigler.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that.
What was Necroforce? Rotunjer?
Rotundere, yeah.
There's a last name right there.
No, but it's like an apostrophe. It's like rotund
matter.
apostrophe Jer.
Oh man.
Fuzzy Wuzzy, Ursa.
Ursa.
Ursa, that's right.
Or Razor Gillette.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he
those
was
were the
Gillette.
secret names in Dota 1. Zeus was Merlini, wasn't it?
He was. but
Yeah.
he got
Antimate was
taken away.
burning.
Yeah.
Spectre was QWER, I think. QWERTY.
Corty, yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of old names. Jackie Chan.
Who was that?
Chen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now I kind of feel bad.
Jackie Chan, who was that? Monkey King.
Viper gets banned out. Actually, Smart O'Mega banned it out themselves. A little bit surprising. And they banned out Lycan. I thought Lycan's a dead hero. As he's still getting bans. Batrider banned out by Lilgun. And now looking for their last ban.
Like Batrider actually got hit by some strong nerfs. Everyone's like not necessarily by anything significant, but like this cast points, turn rates, and everything. Like so, he's just bad.
However, at least your shot Flame Break now applies one napalm, which could be pretty fun. I haven't actually seen any Bad Rider ever in any game, so don't know if he's good or not. But SEA loves that hero. So.
Dota's so fun right now. Like when he start after the patch that is like 7 days old. Like there's so
It's the
many
honeymoon
things. Like
period.
it's almost impossible to like guess what they're gonna pick.
Alchemist. Okay, I could see that. Lane's a bit rough against Underlord, but you just go to the jungle. It's good against TA.
What about TA? What if they put Alchemist mid against TA? Like,
It can work decently. And then offlane or carry DK, offlane puck.
yeah, you have like
Could
Dragon. Like even if it's like safe lane Alchemist, I would still love if he gets 1 point and stun. Possibly. Yeah, I know it's mana consuming, but with the Grimstroke,
Oh, they go for the Lash.
they go Lash. Okay.
So that's safe lane Lash? It's a support tiny again. Support tiny.
Yeah, did not do well in game 1.
Not a fan.
They didn't really have a choice, though. Well, I guess, so why are they picking the Leshrac last? What's their idea? Something to deal damage to DK?
I mean, the thing is they had some really big damage issues, and Leshrac is like a pure damage dealer, right? So in that sense, it makes, like, it's good, but it's just a support tiny. Like, how do you pressure this Alchemist now? Underlord tiny, how?
Maybe it's like gonna be Templar. If it's safe lane Lash, it should be safe lane Lash.
It is safe
yeah,
lane
yeah.
Lash.
Like
Yeah.
you can't play Templar Assassin on the
Against
safe
Dragon
lane.
Knight, pretty good. But yeah, I like the draft, I just don't like the tiny. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with Ωmega again.
I'm just thinking about how they can invade the jungle possibly for the Alchemist, where he's gonna farm. They have good ways of protecting it with the Earth Spirit. Like
They do.
Puck is a good hero to just rotate.
I mean, even Dragon Knight is pretty good there too.
Sure, he needs to be level 6.
Yeah, Grimstroke also one of the best fighters there.
I'll go with O'Mega as well. I think
I feel like
it's a good
Black twisted
Alchemist
your
game.
arm into this one. you going O'Mega?
I was like,
Yeah,
"Woogaloo."
You're like,
I
this
was
thing's happening, this
No,
thing's
I
happening.
was thinking, this position for Tiny, I just don't feel this is the role for the hero.
I'm down for O'Mega because I like the Alchemist. I think that it's going to be a little bit too difficult for Lilgun to deal with, but they proved me wrong in game number 2, beating that core Isle. Let's see what happens in game number 3 with our casters MLP and John X Fire.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially here for the deciding game between the side of Lilgun and
Prepare
O'Mega
for battle.
Esports. Of course, game number 3. Someone does pull this one off, and an immediate smoke up here from Lilgun, which is very nice to see. Of course, I'm here once again with John X Fire. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We've got a pretty great time here. Game 3 coming out. Lilgun managing to force that second game. A really different set of drafts coming through here. The puck sliding through for Smart O'Mega, going for the last pick Alk as well. Lilgun going back to the support combo of Tiny, Lion, and as you heard from the panel, Tiny on the support. Probably not the best spot for it right now. I think the bigger issue is when you have a Lion 5, you've got 2 supports fighting for blink timings, right? Like the Lion needs a blink and maybe an Aether Lens just to have that max potential out,
30
and
seconds
you don't
to
get enough
battle.
space on a 5 Lion when you've got a 4 Tiny. So we're gonna have to see what Lilgun does to relieve that pressure, and if they can start hunting down this Alk. Like Tino Alk is also one of his comfort heroes. Way back when, BTS Pro Series 4-5, Tino would love the Alk and the Io, so it's another comfort pick for him if he manages to get that farm up. And the hero could still bounce back and still have a lot of farm to play with.
As you know very well, John, this could be a very depressing game for me, as we do see the Earth Spirit in this game. And, you know, I don't know what Earth Spirit did to deserve nerfs, but he got a lot of nerfs, John. Made me very, very sad. You keep telling me we can play core Earth Spirit now with the damage bonus at level 10, but I continue to tell you it's garbage. And I'm yet to see it.
Hey, Yopaj plays at mid, okay? So
Yeah, I mean, but that's Yopaj. That's our idol, John. Of course he plays at mid.
that's fair. Still, we'll see how much Shanks can get out here. Already kind of sneaking around the jungle, hooking back. Bot, you do see our mid matchup just for a bit. You've got Mac on that puck up against Sanctity on the TA. Should be fairly even. You can kind of try to zone out the puck, but the puck has the orb to toss out, has good mobility to secure those initial runes as well if they want to really scuffle over it. And as mentioned, Sanctity, I mean, you do want bottles on mid every single time, but it will stall out the timing for your initial itemization into the Desolator, so, and even the Wraith Band, so you're going to have to watch yourself there. If you do commit, you have to get the max value on that TA.
Well, he's taking a fair bit of damage right now, Sanctity. Mac trying to be extremely aggressive. In fact, it might be a first blood, Sanctity.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Not a great start for the TA. Already going down to Mac at level 1. And now you're going to have an XP advantage on Mac, which is going to feel pretty bad for Sanctity.
Yeah, that's not good signs. I mean, the puck is a hard year to lane against, but not something you'd expect to immediately take over on level 1, so Sanctity's going to have to watch that spacing and try not to bleed out anymore. Like, if Mac is just allowed to overtake this lane with that EXP advantage, it's going to be hard to recover against the puck.
And it is. So we should have a look at the other lanes as well. Bot lane, as you see, a bit of an initiation there onto the Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, top lane, Marvel, is also getting extremely low, and well, there are going to be kills happening across the map. The Marvel does die. Of course, bot lane, nothing really panned out there. It was just a bit of harassment out onto Shanks. Speaking of Shanks, he's trying to go into Ace 12 now, but with a DK off lane, you don't have really that much synergy, I feel like, until you have a few levels up on the DK. Sure, you can set up the rolling boulder with the Dragon Tail, but it looks like for now they are just going to sit back and relax.
It's a difficult lane for Smart O'Mega to be aggressive in. Like, it's 2 melee heroes up against 2 ranged. Your setup for the Earth Spirit's pretty much a melee stun as well. So it's not like you can gap close onto 1, 2, 3 and just force him out of a bad spot. And that should mean our Leshrac rides smoothly here. You're already seeing 1, 2, 3 on top of the last hits. You can hit him with the fire, the breed fire here, but the damage reduction doesn't do anything against Lesh. Like, you just play with Split Earth, Edict, and you still have a great time finding creeps.
Another Earth Spike out, and they have caught Shanks. He's going to try and kick away 1, 2, 3, and he will be fine as Sam H now. He's going to go right back onto Ace 12, but the Breathe Fire is not going to prove to be enough damage. We'll be able to salve up back in onto Shanks, but they missed the Earth Spike. Should be just fine to get himself out, and of course now we can look at the top lane, which is the one lane we haven't really talked about. We've got Tino and CML there up against Marvel. Of course, Marvel will have his position for Tiny, being played by Hishi. Just going for a large camp pull, but Marvel playing with fire here onto CML. There's going to be a follow-up stun to the Inkswell. He shouldn't really, or maybe he will. Stroke of Fate doesn't connect, which allows Marvel to get himself out. This looks to be another pretty difficult lane, at least for Lilgun at this top side, where Tino can get a bit aggressive with CML, and with the Inkswell and follow-up stun from Tino, it can be a substantial amount of damage.
They're not really doing enough to stop Tino from finding farm as well. Like, without the threat of kills, Tino just goes in, drops his acid spray, clears out camp, clears out the wave. You are durable here as the Underlord, but the minus armor from acid spray just makes it very unfavorable to trade. And if Hishki, as a melee support, stays in that acid spray as well, and he has no armor, so you're just not trading favorably at all.
No, certainly not. Spot lane, Earth Spike, not quite out in time onto Shanks. It's going to be just fine. Still, X123 having a pretty decent time with the Leshrac so far, farming up nicely, and well, we've seen this pretty much every game throughout this series, that both position ones just more than happy to farm as CML. She, nice toss away. Tino now is going to be kind of just forced to stun himself. Luckily for him, he's an alchemist and he can still farm with acid spray while he's stunned up, so no problems there for Tino.
Yeah, and Tino's just having such a great time. 32-6, really efficient for the jungle camps and the pulls as well. They do have good damage
Avalanche
here.
toss. CML should drop. Salve up is going to be enough to survive, and now the turnaround with the Inkswell and the Unstable Concoction. They'll be the ones to kill off Hishji. Unfortunately for the Tiny, he gets nothing as they roll in for more now. Marvel is in a spot of danger, but they don't seem to have the damage output. Without those stuns,
Dire's structures are
Marvel will be safe, be able to stick in the lane and just survive.
Yeah, but it's still tough, right? Like, you're not dying, but
Yeah, they roll in again. Marvel still gonna be just fine. They don't really have the damage output. That's what I mean, John. The Earth Spirit just not that strong. Didn't really need a nerf as bot lane. Onto the DK they go. Sam H. Diabolic Deed gonna be there, but it is not gonna be enough. Sam H gonna be okay to back himself out. Looks like he is left to solo this offlane though, so does have to be very careful on that DK.
yeah, he's at level 5 now, though, and 123 did go for Edict build, so the damage he does is kind of reduced, although.
Marvel, top lane again. They're gonna try this time around, and well, this time he should be dead. And they do get him. However, down at the bot lane, Ace 12 actually also drops. Looks like Matt made a nice little rotation there on the puck and does at least get himself a support pickup.
They're just finding everything right now in Omega's end.
Uh-oh.
5-0 and
They hadn't used Coil. They found the Leshrac. X123, he's going to go down. There's one thing we always say about Leshracs, John, but they can't really afford to die too many times. Otherwise, they just kind of turn into a creep.
yeah, it's still a really good start for the Lush, but their aggression in that lane just doesn't pan out. You don't want to jump to Dragon Knight with this kind of build. Like, Edict is still great, but level 3 Dragon Blood just mitigates a lot of that damage output because it's physical. So Sam H just gets to live through a ton of that, and now he's got Falcon Blade up in this lane. He's going to be able to pressure that tier 1 bot as well, and there's not much you can do now for Lilgun. Like, they're walking back into lane. You saw some space down mid for Sanctity to shove into tier 1, but even that damage wasn't significant, and Tino just comes in. He can start going to the jungle now. They've got some room here for the Grimstroke to soak some EXP and some farm up. And there's no punishment yet coming out from Lilgun for this kind of early play from Ωmega.
No, there is not. They're going to try now onto Tino. Avalanche toss is there. It's not really going to do much though. He's just fine to continue farming that jungle. They will at least take the stacks away from him, which is going to help, of course, just amplifying the TA's farm a little bit. But overall, Tino, of course, going to hold on to that net worth lead. As bot lane, they are going to try and go onto Sam H. They get the follow-up stone with the Split Earth, and now the Pulse Nova and Diabolic Edict is all going onto Sam H. He is a tanky DK, but perhaps not tanky enough, as he should eventually die and does finally go down. But now the turnaround, Tino is there with the Unstable Concoction and the Inkswell. It will all land on Ace 12. One X123 kind of saves the day there with the Split Earth, and they will be able to escape just fine.
Still timely movement out from Tino. He can start farming down the bot lane. They can look to shove that to the bot tier 1. It's fairly low now. That does give some space out on Marvel up top to just sort of free farm on the Underlord. But it's definitely not too bad here for the side of Ωmega. Like, Tino, he can just go back into the triangle instead, where they are protected with a nice Obs ward. There's no deep wards here from Lilgun yet, so the Alchemist can just go back to this farming game and build up into that Battle Fury.
Mid lane, Hishji. Kind of having a gander here at Shanks, looking for a toss back, but the kick away is there. Still, he got the Avalanche into the toss now, into X123. He's just going to melt. So will that tier 1 mid tower. No problems here for Lilgun. With that mid tier 1 opened up, that's one of the better ways to just counter out the Alchemist, is start overtaking the jungle that he wants to farm in. Tino, he's going to have to farm a bit faster if Lilgun do start to invade.
It's shrinking a bit, that map. There's more options here for Lilgun to be aggressive. They do have the supports to back up that aggression. There is a smoke out here from Smart O'Mega, though. They've got Dream Coil ready to go on Mac. They're going to try to look for a pick-off to compensate for losing.
They are down towards the bot side, where they have started Sam Edge did already throw out the Dragon Tail and now might just go for the dive on the tier 1 tower. He's kind of forcing History to come back in, and that's not going to work out for the Tinies. He has been caught out by the Dream Coil and kicked away right back into Mac.
To hibernate.
Nice little pickup. And of course, while that was happening, the top tier 1 was being focused down by Lilgun. It will be a direct kind of trade between those tier 1 towers.
Yeah, you're still happy for Lilgun here. You're up 2 towers. You've got really good control in that jungle. Look at all the wards here from Lilgun, just keeping track of the top jungle, ensuring that Tino's stuck on just the triangle to farm up. And that can slow down the pace of the Elk. You're getting some good progress here on Sanctity as well. Blink Dagger almost up on TA. That will help speed up your farm in the jungle if you want to do that, and can really help you set up for some kills if you find a good Avalanche Toss target as well. So you are lining up here on Lilgun. You've got the finger ready to go on Ace. They'll probably look for a smoke play relatively soon to get that spell on cooldown.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Another bit of a lull period here, but it is a 2-7 for O'Mega. Still just a 1k net worth lead, so Tino definitely not getting out of control yet. He's slowly but surely getting that Battle Fury up now, the Elk. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, looks like they are going to get started onto Ace 12. They have got the line controlled up with Sam H, and they'll even roll in. CML will be the one to take the kill there on the Grimstroke. A nice little support pickup on that line, and it kind of goes back to what you said earlier, John. You were mentioning the fact that both the Tiny and the support line are both going to be trying to farm up that Blink ASAP. But just judging by the way that they've been dying, it's going to be a while until they have those blinks up. In fact, they're going to roll in again onto X123 now, and that's a much bigger target. With all the stuns out, they get the kill very easily. Back in onto the Tiny History. He really has no way out. He's trying to wait out the duration, and they'll go back in onto Shanks, but he will die onto the TA. Sanctity and Ace 12 with the finger will at least kill off Shanks on the Earth Spirit, but the Magnetize is still going into the Breathe Fire. Sam H, he'll get the kill. Back in onto the Lion, they'll find another. They just keep going. Marvel, he's trying to fight back on the Underlord, but it's just no good. He just can't do anything for his team. X123, he might just find CML here, but he might also be surrounded again. CML's going to run his way out. X123, he does at least get the kill, but it's not worth his life. It's just nowhere near worth it, and naturally Sam H gives him the tip, says thank you very much for that free kill.
It's just way too much to deal with. They might catch out Shanks.
I mean, they may. He's going to try and roll. He did not go for the kick forward. Marvel will get kicked away now, and Sanctity, he doesn't have the damage. You got to Blink Dagger first on this TA, and it doesn't really amp your damage at all.
It really doesn't, and for Lilgun right now, at least under Chorus, especially on Sanctity, he just has to sit back, farm up. They've given a lot of space out here for Smart O'Mega. Look at Tino, 8.9k, 9k gold, now 4k above the TA. All this time they've been forcing fights, Tino's just free farming. And this is the one target you do not want to allow free farm. Even if they lost their top and mid-tier ones, Lilgun has not been able to use that to bully out the Alk, and that's just bad news. You're just letting this guy free farm, he's got the Battle Fury up, and it just gets worse from there.
X123 getting kicked right out of there, and Mac will take another kill. Ishji is trying to hide in the tree line, misses the avalanche, but will at least get Shanks. But he's not quite out of the fire yet, as Ishji turned right back around for a second, but Mac is a committed man and does ensure he gets the kill on towards the left side. They'll try onto Sam H, but he's just so tanky. This DK is not going to die anytime soon. Ace, he's sticking around. I'm not sure about that. He'll cop the Dragon Tail stun, and Mac will come in to clean up. They'll roll in, and they'll get another kill. Sam H will take it as Shanks. He's going to die to the tier 2 tower. But you've got to be happy if you're O'Mega.
Oh, you're really pleased. Like, you're getting so much farm, you're winning out these trades for Protect 1 in your playstyle as well. And Tino, he's already got the Sanch up, going straight to BKB. He's going to be joining these fights relatively soon. Sanctity, with the Blink, he just can't burst anyone down. He's still saving up for the Desolator. He's still looking for the first Mythful Hammer. And it's just way too much time to wait for. Look at the positioning of Smart O'Mega. They're just in that bot jungle, constantly forcing fights. They're looking for more.
Mac Trying to go in on there onto Hishi. They do spot him out eventually with the stroke of fate, and well, for the Tiny, there's nowhere to really go. We're trying to pretend he's a tree, but it doesn't really pan out in his favor. Onto the bot lane now, O'Mega, looking very confident.
Top tower is under attack.
In fact, Sanctity is going to find Shanks on the ES. They get the constant stuns out, and they will kill off the Earth Spirit. It's like O'Mega, they've TP'd up top to try and make sure this tier 2 top tower remains alive. There's Lilgun, they're going to just try and wrap around and look for some kind of target. They might just run into Mac, but Mac has spotted them out, and now Sam H goes right in onto the Underlord. Mac is still trying to chase down the Lion. And CML, he's just standing there taking all the damage from this TA. He will die, but they do jump in. They might just get the TA in time, no. The Dark Rift was there. And everyone does get out freely on Lilgun. So all things being said and done, not too bad. But it was a lot of time committed to just kill off CML. And that tier 2 top tower does still stand.
I mean, they expend the finger as well. At this point, you'll take what you can get in terms of kills, but it's still not the ideal situation. Smart O'Mega might have found a kill if Mac's initial Dream Coil landed. He did miss that 1-on-1-2 tree, so they miss out on an opportunity on the Lush. But right now, you're still very happy. 1-2-3's farm has just been on the backseat. It's all flowing out towards Sanctity. He's got some good stacks to clear out. The Desolator just one Mythril Hammer away, about 1,000 gold. So not too much time left to wait. And you do have at least a couple of the Blinks lining up here. I believe our Tiny Blink is flying in, and that's a sign for them to smoke up. Lion Blink just about 700 to 800 gold off, so you are starting to hit some spikes here for Lilgun.
And that they are. And off they go, Lilgun. Where are they heading to? They're going to try for the Roshan, perhaps. I think it's a little bit early for that, but I guess you could try and sneak it. They're going to go into the jungle instead now. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sam H. Thought about jumping in onto Marvel, but doesn't quite find the initiation. And they'll smoke up themselves now. O'Mega. Where are we headed? Are they going to try for the Roshan? No. Right into the Dire jungle they go.
Dire structures are fortified.
That tier 2 tower again, which is being forced in, but they do get the glyph off. They want to target first. They want to go straight onto the TA, but they found an X123 instead. But that's still a great target on the Leshrac into the double. Silence of Shanks. Is it going to be enough? Mac is dropping low. It will be a 1-for-1. They lost both mid laners, but now Tino, he can get to work right onto Marvel. And Marvel, he's really not that tanky right now, as Shanks will even find another on the tail end. They found the Tiny, and that'll be History gone. A 3-for-1 trade. They do at least kill off Mac on the puck, but it's just not going to feel worthwhile.
No,
And they're looking for more. Sam H, he's not done. On to Ace 12, the Lion. Ace. He's going to get spotted. Sam H gets the stun off in time, and of course Shanks can just kind of perma-stun him now. And that'll be enough, Sam H. He'll pick up another.
Yeah, it's a really great start. You're starting to see some really good itemization here from Smart O'Mega as well. The Halberd being queued up by Sam H and also being finished up by Tino. That means your TA, the investment you have on that hero, with these two Halberds up, it's not going to do much anymore in the middle of these fights if you're not careful.
We just saw History trying to go for an avalanche toss onto Tino, and I think Tino may have thought he was on a trampoline there for a second. It just did nothing. He's having a great old time, Tino. I mean, Lilgun, with this draft, we know how strong it can be, but it doesn't look great right now. And when you're 11k net worth behind, it is very hard to make this kind of draft work. Now O'Mega, I mean, they're moving into the mid lane. They want more pickoffs. They want that mid tier 2 tower, but Lilgun, nobody's showing quite yet.
I mean, they've got complete control here on the side of Smart O'Mega. 8-21, a 10k lead. Even with an Alk, you see the farm distribution. It's not like they've shafted Mac and Sam H. Both of them are still keeping the farm quite well. Sanctity is the one that's really hurt here. There's just not enough map room to really get up. Like, he needs that BKB in order to really stand in front.
Coils out. They found the big one, Sanctity. He was just showing for a second. They are going to punish him immediately. Great patience there from O'Mega. Of course, the tips out from Sam H, letting Mac know he's done a great job.
is under attack.
And he is, John. A lot of impact here from this mid puck. And it looks like they're ready for that Roshan pit.
Yeah, and they can melt it really fast. They've got the damage for it. The options for team fighting for Lilgun in there are not amazing. They can maybe try to go for an avalanche cosplay with a pit. Looks like they are starting to clump up for that. They know the Roches get there faster.
I mean, a lot faster. They're going to try and wrap around the long way, but it's hard to know how you initiate without your TA being up. They're going to try Marble. He's going to walk his way in, but this could be a really bad idea because he's going to run right into the arms of Tino, and Tino will just get right to work because they even found the Tiny. Ishji, see you later, sir. Back into the Roshan pit they go. For O'Mega, it was just a bit of a distraction.
Yeah, and that's just really good spacing out from Shanks to break the smoke. It leads into a massive kill, and they could get chasing Sanctity.
Well, they found another Sanctity. He doesn't want to die immediately, but he has no choice. It's a tough game for Lilgun. They're trying to find any space they can to keep up, but the map's just being controlled. I don't even know what they can do at this point to try and come back in this game.
They need to wait for BKB on the TA, maybe wait out the blink on your Lion. Ace is relatively close. He's been trying to inch his way towards that blink, and you really need that in that support line just to be able to get control on the heroes you want. So a little bit more patience from Lilgun. There's not much room to farm. They could maybe try to play around with a Leshrac instead. Like 1-2-3 is fairly strong. We'll need a BKB of his own to truly just stand in front and deal the damage out, but right now the way they're coming in for Lilgun, it's just kind of way too scattered. Like you walk in with Marvel, it's not ideal. You really just need those two supports to work in conjunction, rip off the backline, or maybe take control of Mac on the puck before he can control you up with his Dream Coil and all his spells and silences.
We do see a smoke up here. X123, he has his smoke broken, he sees Tino and he runs the other way. That is definitely not the target you want to go on right now. Not while he has his team around him, and there's going to be a counter smoke immediately now by O'Mega. Oh, and I'm afraid Sanctity might kind of go into an awkward position if he's not too careful, but no, he looks like he's fine. He does avoid O'Mega. O'Mega instead are going to go right for that mid-tier 2 tower instead. Which is also a pretty good option, considering they are going to get it for free.
Yeah, it's a relatively quick take. Lilgun just kind of playing in that top jungle, finding what farm they can get. They're not really in a good position to defend that. They're probably just going to have to give out some outer towers when the challenge comes out and just keep farming. BKB, Sanctity still 2 parts away. Ace is only about 50 gold away from his blink, so maybe you get more opportunities with a line blink up. Until then, you're just kind of stuck playing this farm game. AC now up on Tino. He's gotten control of that triangle with the rest of his team, and he's just really hard to deal with. Now, the one bright side here for Lilgun is there's no Abyssal Blink. So even if you go for that build here on the Alp, he's not going to jump you straight away, but just even having the Blink Dagger is usually more than enough.
Oh, bot lane, not like this. X123. He's doing the hard job of pushing out the side lane, but it's going to cost him his own life. Still mid lane, they might try to initiate now, even though X123 is gone. The only problem is they are still there, O'Mega. As a team, they're going to try and focus down CML. He is still alive, still running away. They just can't kill him. He'll turn around now with the ink swap, but the tree toss will be enough, but at what cost? Tishji still being chased down on the Tiny. Dark Rift is there. Can he get him out? He can. So they do at least get CML. That's going to be it, though. They got the support Grimstroke, but that's really all they can afford to get.
It's just counting your blessings at this point, Lilgun. They're just forced into really awkward situations. They are smoked up. They do want to find an angle, and maybe they'll find it. They still have Finger up at the very least, but it's level 1.
Look on to Shanks. It's a much easier target. Just aim down the Earth Spirit, and that's exactly what they do. It does feel like it's one of those games right now for Lilgun where they just kind of have to accept any kill they can get, and well, they find another, and it's going to make him feel a little bit safer across the map. They're just going to use this free time now to just keep farming up and just try and catch up. as CML is gonna run in with the Inkswell and die again.
You do not even grasp.
All right now, Ωmega, no need to give freebies away to Lilgun. I know they're ahead, but they're not necessarily that far ahead.
Well, yeah, 20k up, I think you're still fairly happy for Ωmega. Your supports are the ones dying, and Lilgun isn't in a position to follow up from killing supports. Like, they've got some good vision here on the dark jungle. They could maybe look to be aggressive, but they're not really in position to follow up. So I'm just going to be sitting back and kind of just farming up in that downtime. O'Mega is going to enjoy that greatly. The Swift Blink is being saved up here by Tino. He's just about 600 gold off, and that item is still fairly balanced. They only removed one aspect of it with the move speed, but beyond that, it's still ridiculous. So hey, Tino is going to be perfectly balanced once he has that up, if he isn't already.
I do like myself some perfect balance, John.
Dire are
Tino
scanning.
needs to be a little bit cautious here up at this top lane. He's thinking about going to farm that wave, but he knows they're waiting. Now the roll in, Shanks. Blanche going to cancel that off, and well, Marvel will get the Uber started. Get him right out of there. O'Mega won't be able to capitalize off that positioning from Lilgun. I suppose Lilgun, they're just kind of trying to drag out the time and just buy a bit more time. For Sanctity on that TA, and of course X123. Is it going to pay off, is what I wonder.
The BKBs are lining up. Sanctity almost has his, so does 123. So you're going to have spell immunity, but the Ags for Mac isn't too far off. It's just about, I don't know, 1.8k gold here, 1.6k gold until his Ags is up. So even with those BKBs, you're going to have the Dream Coil piercing through. Never pleasant for any hero that just insta-buys the BKB, and the timing's just not perfect. And that's something O'Mega can abuse. But still, if the puck's not in the picture and you have the BKBs, there are opportunities for Sanctity and 123 to kind of try and burst down the Alp. Like, it's really hard with the AC up on Tino. It just has so much armor that even the Desolator TA might not feel like it does much. But this is probably your best opportunity while the Ags isn't done on Mac. And there's only a very small window until that item's up and running on the puck.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
O'Mega
Radiant's top tower is under
start
attack.
moving into the top tier 2 tower there. Tino will get started. No contest either. Lilgun just going to let it go down, but I think O'Mega might just keep going. Feels like there's nothing to really be afraid about here for them as Sam H jumps right in onto Marvel. Now the roll connecting as well from Shanks with the Inkswell. They just lock him down forever. He is trying to get himself out, but he just can't. Onto X123 with the BKB. He is also trying to fight back, but Tino, he is just such a monster. He runs right into them, and that's Ace 12 gone.
Radiant's top
He'll
tower
buy it
is
back
under attack.
on the Lion,
Radiant structures are fortified.
but now the BKBs have worn off. How do you deal with this Alchemist? Well, it looks like Tino's going to have his Chemical Rage wearing off anyway, so he's going to back off for a bit. The BKBs don't really feel like they made much of a difference that team fight for Lilgun.
Yeah, not quite the impact you're looking for. You're still holding on to Sanctity's BKB. Hasn't used that first charge just yet, so still has the full 9-second duration now. But it's still dicey, right? Like, the Ags here for Mac is pretty much done. Just 200 gold away. Once he clears out this creep plus, just this creep wave, he's already got the Ags ready to go if he wants to buy it out, and he will. So you've got that BKB piercing stun now. BKB piercing control, and if the BKBs felt useless last time, they're really not going to feel that great now. It's just too much from the side of O'Mega, and just back into the high ground.
Off we go. Tino will get started. Inkswell there immediately onto Tino in case he wants to initiate, but won't. Instead, the backlines, they will go straight in onto the Tiny, who is trying to get something done, but it's not really going to work out. He'll buy it back onto X123 and Sanctity, and they are just melting right now. They'll try to BKB and run away. In fact, they'll turn around now and maybe go for a fight, but the Uber out. They have left the building. Sam H, he's very low in terms of HP, but they need someone to hit him.
Oh, it's not enough.
It is not enough. They went out a bit too early with the Dark Rift. And now Tino, well, he's run out of Chemical Rage, so maybe he dies, and he does. So it eventually does work out for them. CML on the run. tries for the TP play and is not going to make it. Sanctity able to get the kill. And I thought that Dark Rift may have been slightly earlier there from Marvel, but in the end it works out. They will hold high ground and they can continue playing this game without any super creeps.
They did have to buy back, and that buyback in Sanctity is pretty big. If they lose the next fight, they're not going to have very good options for the defense. They are setting up for Roche. That could be big. There's no Alk for 40 seconds. So second Roche of the game, you've got the Ag Shard inside there, and Aegis and Cheese, of course. It gives more options for Lilgun to try to find opportunities here, but they are scanned out. It still drops too quick.
That it does. It's easy Roshan there for Lilgun. Back to in the triangle now. It's like inside Lilgun just gonna hang out, just get more farm up.
You do have the shard given here to 123, so the Split Earth can kind of combo a lot nicer with Pit of Malice. You can basically just chain stun on the side of Lilgun as long as O'Mega doesn't pop BKBs, and well, they only really have the BKB running on Tino right now. No BKB on Sam H, no BKB on Mac, so there's a lot of potential to get some good chain control here and rip off the squishier targets of O'Mega before focusing down Tino. Could be the way to play it, as they are smoked up here.
They're gonna try. Chemical Rage is up, Tino. How fast can you react with that blink? Ace gonna see himself. No, he blinks the wrong way. He blinks right into them. The finger's out. Maybe they can get it done in time. Tino, he could not heal fast enough. And now Shanks, he's gonna be the one in danger. He will just roll away, but that attack is following him down, and it's not gonna be enough. Now a four-man coil to lock them in. Maybe they can get something done with this, but no, it does wear off. Back in onto Sam H. He's a tanky DK. He's gonna try and fight back. Back onto the Tiny. Mac, he's gonna be able to escape. I can't say the same for his Shi, or maybe I can. He is backing off. Sam H, meanwhile, dying to the Pulse Nova, trying to survive. They keep going in onto the DK. They will finally take him down. Now it's on the CML, who tries to TP up. They had the vision with the TA trap, and they will get another. My goodness, the turnaround here from Lilgun. And you know what, John? They're not really looking too bad. O'Mega, maybe just getting a little bit overly confident in this game number 3, is starting to make a few positioning mistakes, and it is costing them.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's just being too far forward here with Tino. It's always a bit of a risk. They've got to respect the control and damage coming through from Lilgun. It still is great. Tino, you know, if he doesn't get the BKB off in time, he's just stuck. So they have to be ready to back him up. They don't have the best saving supports here. The Dispel on the Grimstroke is delayed, of course, until the Inkswell pops, so it's not quick enough to bail out your Alk, and that does mean Tino's going to have to watch his positioning a bit better. Lilgun, they need to do that maybe one more time. I mean, a 19k, 18k gap sounds big, but you've kind of closed the gap with a puck, and that's really the one here that's kind of overtaking. If you can just ensure all your other cores are farmed more than puck and just behind the Alk, then the farm advantage of the Alchemist starts to feel less and less as the game goes on, because you know you have this massive lead now, but that's only equal to what, 1 or 2 items at that point, and that's not impossible for Lilgun to play against. You've got a lot of room to grow here on Sanctity. He is saving up for his MKB. Should be done in just about 600 gold. Once you have that, well, you're going to be able to rip through the Alk a lot easier, rip through the DK a lot easier as well, and even 123 opting for the Octarine. It's going to be so hard to kill off this Leshrac as long as he gets his spells off with a BKB. The heal he's going to get from his damage is just a lot, especially if O'Mega keeps plumping up his 5, which they tend to really do, and it just gives so many opportunities for Lilgun to play without AoE control, to play with the Earth Split spam that the shards on 123 does give them on Leshrac as well.
Top lane. Oh, X123 has been called up. He'll pop the BKB, but that is an Aghanim Scepter Dream Coil, so he stuns himself up through it. They are trying to Dark Rift him, but it's too late. In fact, they are still going to commit for this. Sanctity, he's here with his Underlord. I'm not sure about this one. Marvel, he's taking a lot of damage, and the buyback was there by X123, so they're going to try and fight this one out. They will at least get Shanks, but Ace is down the line, and now you can just get to work if you're Tino. He finds 2 immediately. X123 with this buyback, he can't help out. The BKB TP away from Sanctity is going to be enough to at least get him out after the Aegis life.
Is victory.
That Dark Rift, you know, it was just a little bit off, and you're going to see it right here. The Aghanim Scepter Dream Coil break, obviously stunning him through the BKB, and I thought they may just cancel the Rift off, but they decided to keep going.
And they force the issue and they get punished for it hard. Lilgun overstepping their bounds. They don't have Aegis anymore. It was going to expire in about 20 seconds anyway, so not the biggest loss. But they're going to have to hold high ground up like this with lower BKBs. Valve's got to be careful now, as the racks are open on top lane at the very least.
O'Mega not going to have the dragon form right now as they just used it.
Are under attack.
Sam H still more than happy to just frontline for the team. Slowly but surely, they'll get through that melee barracks.
Radiant's top barracks.
There it goes. Now Dreamcore to the right side. They've killed off Ace.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Lion just gone immediately, thanks to Mac on the puck. Meanwhile, Sam H is still just hitting towers, but a nice toss back. Might be able to set up, but it'll BKB immediately. Just run right out as Tino's going to jump right back in with the Inkswell onto the Leshrac. He's going to be all right for now. X123 is going to try and fight this one out. The Dark Rift, it was cancelled off, but it was too late anyway. They could not save the Tiny. Now Sam H, he's right back in onto the Leshrac. X123, he's in trouble. But Sam H, he's the one to go down first. The Yule saving the life of the Leshrac in onto the Underlord. Marvel has no choice but to dive. 4 heroes down without buyback.
Is under attack.
And I suppose now they can just go high ground again.
Yep, they can just rip through the next set of racks. There's no other heroes for at least 20 seconds, and even then your other cores are like 60 seconds, 80 seconds away, so a minute off. That's enough time to just melt these objectives. It's going to be a hard one to hold up against. Maybe once you have your Tiny Lion, Sanctity can look for the angles. Like with the MKB, he does hit hard. Just doesn't feel like it's hard enough.
Shanks may have rolled into his death, or maybe not. They get the Dragon Tail stun off in time, and now Sanctity in big danger. They'll try to help him, but there's no helping the TA. No buyback on Sanctity either, as he did have to buy back earlier on. And I believe that'll be GG here for O'Mega, unless History can make a miracle happen on this Tiny, but
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
doesn't look like that's going to happen. He's going to try and wrap around, but the Ancient is halfway gone. They'll now buy back Sanctity. He has it available again. They'll burst down CML, but Sanctity, he's been jumped again with the Dream Call and the Dragon Tail. Tino just hitting the Ancient. He does not care about heroes anymore. He will just finish off the game, and that'll be O'Mega Esports taking this series 2-1. And with that, John, we are going to be able to head straight back to the panel to see what they thought about this game number 3.
O'Mega Esports end up taking game number 3, and thus the series, proving which of these lower division promotions were the superior one. But it was still a 3-game series, respect to both teams, but O'Mega, I think, overall were a little bit more mechanically skilled in all 3 games. I think their draft was a bit of a shortcoming in game number 2 because they just didn't have an answer for the Huskar, but here they had the final pick Alchemist, and I guess that was all they really needed, Black.
Yeah, making it look easy. I mean, they had a couple of hiccups like 10 minutes ago. They lost the Alchemist twice for no reason, which is like an experience thing, right? Like they're very inexperienced still. They don't really know how to close out games really well yet, but I'm sure it will come throughout the league when they play the better teams. But yeah, good draft, good execution, well played. Puck also played out of his mind, crushed the TA in lane.
Yeah, this should not happen. Like TA got solo killed by Puck level 2. You kind of picked the hero to counter the Puck. Puck had an extremely good game. Like Alchemist, you can feel that the hero got nerfed. Like in terms of like Battle Fury, you have less mana regen, you have less cleave, so your farming potential is not there. Also, to get to the Battle Fury, you need to pick up bounty runes. Bounty runes, you get less gold from them, and they spawn not so often because they spawn every 3 minutes, and you get like 1 of those most of the time. Before it's spawned every 5 minutes, and you could potentially get 2+. So for Alchemist, it's kind of a big deal. Dragonite. I think Dragonite was also the big issue early in the mid game because they had like no real answer for him. He was going in, hood on pretty hard to take down. And I'm just a big fan of Grimstroke plus Earth Spirit combination. You use the Ink Swell on him, he rolls in, pre-BKB, any core is really vulnerable to that.
Yeah, and for Lilgun, yet again, the support Tiny just doesn't seem to do a whole heck of a lot.
Oh yeah, you know.
But they already knew that from game 1.
Did they though?
Yeah, I mean, game 1 they did it. It didn't work out at all. Game 2 they picked Tiny again as a core. He crushed the game.
Yep.
Game 3, okay, let's go back to the support. Why? No reason to.
Yeah, you kind of tested it in game number 1, but this just shows, you know, a bit of inexperience in the team, like the way they're drafting and everything. You can see the way they're trying to close out the game. They feed a couple of kills. Suddenly you think like they might be able to throw this game. In the end, it didn't happen, but you need to like give your best. Like you can't afford to fool around because like this format does not allow you to make any mistakes.
Yeah, but I'd say for both of these teams, they're just looking to get as much competitive experience as possible. I don't think anyone's expecting these underdogs to make it to the major. That would be quite unexpected, but pretty impressive.
Well, for season 1, you know, I don't think anyone kind of expected Neon to like be first in the group, go to the major, but they've done it. So you said they need more competitive experience. They're like, yeah, you know, we won game number 1, we're gonna lose game 2, and then so we can play
Full
another
3-game
game.
series.
More games, yeah. Scrimmages, hard to come by nowadays with this league system.
True.
Everyone's preparing. You
Yeah.
know. So yeah, getting a good 3 games in.
And a good MVP as well. We can give it to Mac for this game number 3. On the puck, he was definitely playing out of his mind.
Yeah, won a lane he shouldn't have won. They picked like 3 or 4 counters to him, and he still had an impeccable amount of impact.
I got it.
Yeah. And yeah, just overall good performance once again. He was one of the first guys that had 11k MMR at the time, so
Yeah, that's
I mean,
right.
He can, like you can see, like his mechanical prowess is still there.
For sure, like you can feel that he's a bit more skilled than others, I would say. Same goes like when we're watching, I'm gonna compare Neon again, where like Yopaj seems just a bit on a different level than the others.
Yeah.
Well, same thing with CML as well of Ωmega. We'll have an opportunity to speak to him on the interview. CML, let me know if you can hear me, my friend.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Hello.
What's up? Congratulations on winning your first series in the upper division. This is your first time playing in the upper division. Congratulations. And
Thank you.
how do you feel about, I guess, the patch in general as a support player? Anything that you like, anything that you don't like?
So far, I like the patch because it's more on team fights. Like unlike before, there are more objectives, especially the bounding. Like it's every 3 minutes, so there's more objective to take for every team. So there's more team fights, especially in the early game. I mean, the first minute, like wherein most heroes are on mid gathering for bounties. So it's fun. It's more fun.
Yeah, what are your expectations coming into this Division 1? Like, did you set up the goal for yourself?
Yeah, it's part of our plan, like to end up first in this upper division. But I want more. I want my team to be like not to be pressured by it. So we're just like having fun. We're doing our best in every game that we have, and we are doing also our best in preparing for every game or for every match that are coming towards us.
Yep. Speaking of fun, I need a little bit of advice here. I've been losing to Huskar a lot, and I've seen that you did as well. Like, how do you deal with this hero right now? I just can't beat it.
I think I have the same problem with you.
Same problem.
Based on the game too, yeah. We did not have any answer for the Huskar.
Okay, yeah, I'll go back to my magic box and try to think of something. I'll message you if I find something.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that the core IO was answered by the Huskar, or was there other issues in your draft that you felt made that core IO not really look as good as it could have?
I think the IO can still fight Huskar, but it's just the draft. Our draft, like we didn't expect the Huskar pick. So like our 2 picks was countered by the Huskar. So it was hard for us to adjust our heroes because of the 2 picks that we had. So that's why it was hard for us to counter the Huskar in the overall game.
And then for your game 3, one thing I was curious, you first picked the puck, and then Lilgun like counterpicked the puck like 4 different ways. Were you originally planning on making it like a mid lane puck and you didn't really care what they picked, or were you considering flexing it?
We didn't consider flexing it. Like, the puck is just a good hero, so we had in our practice we tried to do it as well, so we know the counters and what the other teams can do against puck in the first pick.
Well, give our well wishes to Mac because he played a hell of a game, and you guys played a hell of a series. Congratulations on
Congrats,
your
well
victory
done.
here.
Thank you.
And looking forward to seeing more of what you can do here in this upper division.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye bye.
CML of O'Mega. It was impressive showing. I think that them
Humble God.
shooting for top of the
Yeah,
division.
no pressure.
No
You know, we just want to
pressure.
get first.
Yeah. If we don't get first, don't worry about it. But if we,
I mean, I'm sure these teams look at Neon and they were like, "Oh, Neon's a hell of a Cinderella story. They could do that well at the major. We could do that well at the major. We beat Neon in scrims all the time, or something."
Well, you never know, like what's happening in the scrims, but I like the confidence. The answer I was looking for would kind of be, you know, we want to stay in upper division,
Yeah.
but I like.
but he handled it. He
Yeah.
was like, yeah, we're gonna be top 1, no pressure. Honestly, it could happen because, like, in your own region, you know, it's always like a coin flip where they win or lose. Like, if you play international competitions, sure, like it's a little bit different. But in your region, anyone can take a game of anyone.
Yeah, I've definitely, at least in SEA and China, I see that happening
China definitely
all the time.
Like, yeah, the region where it is most true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a very competitive region, but so is SEA.
That's why I'm highly encouraged by this lower division and highly encouraged by our next series as well, as it will be the first true test of the upper division. It will be TNC versus Execration, but we're going to jump to a quick break. When we return, we'll come back with that series.
change of range.
And with those heavily sounds, we are back to more Southeast Asia DPC Upper Division Season 2. And this time, we're finally getting exposure to some teams that were already here in Season 1. TNC Predator versus Execration. Both were middle-of-the-pack results. Them and Boom were the three that were kind of cruising around in the middle towards the end of it all. But we've got a new authority to help me break some of this down. Lizard, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to this
Glad to
one.
have you here, my friend.
No, you are not.
I
like you
am.
just told me you were sad.
No,
for
I
seeing
heard
me.
it.
I had to say that because Lacoste bribed me. So.
I see.
But
So
now-
it's
now that
actually
he's gone-
so Lacoste is the mastermind behind the evil mind.
He's always been.
But I broke free from the shackles,
Yeah,
which
you-
is why he's not here anymore. I removed him.
We have removed the aura. This.
And now you guys can just share fitness tips all day. We don't even need to talk Dota.
Look, Tsunami, you don't know what you're getting into
I
here.
need
so,
some tips.
Look, you probably don't want us to start on that because
we'll never stop.
we did go a little bit off track a couple of times before. So
Fine, fair enough. Then tell me about the TNC. Why did they not make it to the major? Why is this team with so many superstars cruising around in the middle of the group?
Yeah. Okay. Let me actually tell you about the story of TNC
Please.
and Execration, not only TNC.
Okay.
Because one of the main reasons why TNC didn't make it to the major is actually Execration.
True.
Because they lost to them in one of those early bird series in the first week or two. And Armel, I think, well, yeah.
Nope.
Nope.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Some of these players are not with them any longer, but some are, and Armel, I believe, will have something to say to Execration in the upcoming series because
What do you think he will be saying?
he'll be saying
Slapped. Slapped.
Okay.
there will be some slaps going
He'll
on.
let his actions speak for him.
Exactly. Let the
Okay.
gameplay do the talking.
Yeah, like don't smack talk, don't tip, just solo kill him 5 times.
Because Execration, they won 2-0 versus TNC in that series. They played their famous Medusa twice in a row.
Medusa bad right now.
Medusa, Cowboy Ken, who's also not in the Execration any longer, but yeah, they had some stellar performance versus TNC, which wasn't repeated again, but it pretty much made TNC not go to the major.
But it looked good for that series at least.
Yep.
And Execration, it's a new patch. It's a new day. It's a new season. There's new potential to be had, right,
But
Black?
TNC did just come off a win of a tournament though. I don't quite remember the name.
Oh, yeah, the
Neon,
Apex
yeah.
Predator
The Apex,
one.
yeah. They did end up winning that with the new lineup they have.
Okay.
So they should be quite comfortable with each other already. Now they have 5 Pinoys, which means communication should be much more fluent than before as well.
It's much easier to dive.
Yeah.
The Rombulan, it's easier.
Rumbalan.
Rumbalan, yeah.
It's easier to execute. Yeah, some players, however, Fabi, how do you feel about that? Is it?
I mean, all I know is that he has been streaming for like almost a month straight,
True.
like with Sabaton or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So
He's been doing some sleeping.
I'm
on
sure
stream.
he has been.
Wait, is he actually doing that? I didn't. Yeah. Okay, I
So
see.
that was ever since he left the team. So yeah.
I got to make that money.
He's
man.
still
What-
been grinding.
Yeah.
Always been grinding. Execration, what are the bright spots for Execration for you then? What are some things that you're thinking we've resolved from Season 1?
I don't know if we have. Like I haven't seen them much at all, and as we said, like they started off with a win against TNC, so all of us thought, wow, this team is
They
Good
definitely
surprise for us. Yeah.
they definitely surprised us.
And then they surprised us, but not anymore after that. I mean, in a negative way, I guess.
Yeah. they're literally the team that made us predict so many series wrong.
Yeah.
Because if Execration won versus TNC, that means TNC isn't that strong. That means Execration is pretty strong. So all of these, later on, you see Execration with a very good draft, and then they still lose. And you're like, what's happening here? It's SCA.
Given the roster, though, I don't have as high expectations for them. Really, RR is the one that I've known for having an extended history and competitive, but it's still a 5 Pinoy squad, so I have promise for them that these types of league setups give them the kind of confidence that they need to, form those bonds as a team, as a 5-man squad.
Yeah, but it's going to be really hard regardless. You still have the upper dogs, Neon,
Fnatic, I
TNC,
guess.
Fnatic, yeah. I mean, even Boom now with 23 Savage. No, sorry, he's in T1.
He's in
T1 with
T1,
23 Savage.
yeah.
Boom back with Dreamocell, I believe.
Yep.
Like all these teams look to be very scary, and Execration, it's going to be rough for them to take one of those 3 top spots.
Yeah. Probably fighting for the middle of the pack, maybe battling it out with Ωmega and Lilgun.
At least their hero pool seems pretty good. Medusa seems like an immensely strong hero right now. You think it's first ban worthy? Or you're still sticking to the Beastmasters and Huskars and Necros that we're seeing in every other game?
TNC, they already got burned by Medusa twice. So maybe...
Imagine if XctN beats them 2-0 again.
with Medusa.
Both Medusa. First pick.
They don't have Cowboy Ken this time around. They don't have the Bat Rider on the
fine.
mid lane. Yeah, that's a shame for them, but is truly... They got some different players. Palos is here now too. He jumped ship. I believe he was on Vice. Vice got relegated into Division 2.
Yeah, so he was like, I want to stay here.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys want.
Exactly.
He did not go down with that ship.
See ya, guys.
Just abandoned.
And like, if they get relegated again, he's like, okay, I'm...
Just keep cycling. Who else
just find
wants,
a new
man?
team, exactly. It's not my fault, guys.
Yeah. Never is.
How'd you feel about the previous series in general? Any heroes that pop out that you're like, oh wow, I need to be paying attention to this, or heroes that you're like, this is still bad, like the support Tiny that we saw a bunch of?
I mean, you guys talked about it. I was watching the series, and it was just a brawl. It's one of those series in which you're seeing some matchups that shouldn't be winning win. Like TA losing to a puck, dying to a puck, and then being dominated in CS as well. It tells a story more about the teams and their skill than about the heroes. So I'm waiting for perhaps TNC and T1 and Fnatic to actually evaluate what heroes are valid and what heroes are actually broken. However, Beastmaster, Bounty Hunter, like those heroes need to be picked. Like
he keeps talking about Bounty.
He keeps talking about Bounty. I only saw it in Europe.
In Europe, yeah, in Europe it's
But
picked.
here it's China and Southeast Asia. It seems to be under the radar.
How many times did we see in Europe? Once, right?
Once.
DNC.
How many games
DNC.
did we see in Europe
Did
as well?
he win?
Yeah.
He did win.
Yeah,
Oh, damn.
they won.
Did he own?
He actually owned.
He owned.
Okay, damn.
He
I
sniped
saw,
out,
I saw the Korea snipe.
he sniped out the
But
bottle.
I mean, Oracle bought him a bottle.
Yep.
He went to lane with 0 items.
Yep.
Is that a thing?
Nice try though. Nice try to dismantle my bounty hunter.
I-
And
We'll
yes,
see.
Look, the hero still is different, and it's not your standard, let's say, position 4 or offlane, as he doesn't give you disable stuns. He gives you actually 2 stuns later on, but they're mini stuns. They're great and they're annoying, but they're not Earth Spirit, they're not Tusk or whatnot. So it's.
Not Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, not Fiend's Grip.
It's not Fiend's Grip, which Bane. I'm advocating for Bane a lot. We're not seeing any of him.
Yep.
I'm curious to see what will be the most popular heroes in
Grimstroke,
Grimstroke.
probably.
Yeah. Grimstroke as well got nerfed a little bit, but also buffed with different shards.
What do we
And
call that?
Balanced.
Nerf buff.
Nerf buffed.
Burf.
The buffed.
Nerf.
Burf.
Burfed?
Nuff.
Nuffed.
Nuffed.
He got nuffed.
He got nuffed.
Okay.
How could
Sure.
you nuff,
I
man?
hope that doesn't have some different meaning.
It
you
doesn't.
know?
Although snuff has a different meaning, but nuff.
Yeah, it's close.
Enough.
It's close. It's enough.
Enough with this. We have Alchemist banned out and we have Dead Prophet banned out
Alchemist
by.
first
Death?
ban. Okay.
Yeah. What? This is this 7.28? Is this the Singapore major meta? What's going on here?
DP, in all honesty, she get nerfed a little bit, but she's still very, very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and IO as well.
IO's fine.
This is literally
This is
major
literally.
meta.
I know.
Yeah.
Give me the puck ban now.
I mean, one of those games that I watched in the last series, it was IO and Dead Prophet as well, right?
It's true.
So
Yeah.
the
Still strong.
Teams are still sticking to
They got
the old
handled
school.
by a Huskar, though.
a new hero, a hero that's actually been buffed, and I mean, I don't
I
feel
mean, he
that.
looks really buff too.
Yeah, exactly. Like same like Beastmaster. Did you see?
Oh, it is a puck ban.
There you go.
It's literally Singapore.
Literally
Void Spirit
Singapore
first
major.
pick. Oh, okay, fine.
Look at this guy.
7.29.
So they do bans for the major, but then they're like, oh, got this new patch. Let's pick Beast.
I'm pretty sure Beast not only got buffed with the Aghanim Scepter, he looks more buff. Like he's been hitting the gym a little bit.
I see. I mean, you got to throw those axes, you know, every single time.
That's so much back work.
You need that core strength.
I mean, he has always been letting his summons do the work. Now it's actually
now he actually needs to throw those axes. He grew. The movement speed even increases, you know, with the roar and whatnot, with the talent.
He's been
so
doing
he's
cardio.
been doing cardio.
Yeah.
And he's angrier than ever also. He's doing
Yeah, wait, so is this a
angry.
rowing machine? What motion would help you with the axes?
I don't know.
Or get
but
like the tension thing that you guys were talking about also?
You can do some maybe flies, you know,
okay.
and hit the lower back and
he
upper
also got
back
the
too.
sounds going for it. You go every time.
And of course, wahoo!
Wow. That's for the shower. Wow.
That's actually from some show.
That's I know. Yeah, it was a reference.
The Beastmaster show.
Yeah, I had no
From
idea.
some show, like which what if only I could remember the
From
name
the
of
Razor
the
show, of course.
Yeah, we have the Razor into the troll.
Pack it up, boys.
Yeah, you can't really get away with first phasing troll without banning Razor. Why would they even first phase troll?
mean,
Why didn't they wait for second phase?
This is where the power of the first pick comes into play, where you see those two heroes and you get to counter it. And
but then why didn't they
troll
just
is very
pick
risky.
troll and Razor then?
We
Troll
have
is
seen
risky.
some teams like Neon, Jean-Well played Troll 5.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
if it gets countered Omega hard, maybe you can switch it up.
The only other problem is that Abaddon is also hard countered by Razor, so you can't even put him as a carry either.
One of them has to be a 4.
Five Razor offlane Abaddon, you know, like you can mix things up. Abaddon was picked because of the Beastmaster as well. You can get rid of the roar. Photic Shield works overall well versus Beast.
You can purge the stack charges too, right?
I'm thinking about that.
Basic dispels purge
Right?
stack
Yeah.
charges. You don't even need the
So
strong
it's good
dispel.
in that regard, but he's still just going to be chucking those axes at you.
Yep.
And he's gonna hit multiple targets, not only one.
Yeah,
so
and it's not like you can permanently shield everybody.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the first phase definitely going into TNC's favor by a lot.
And now they're
A small margin. Yeah,
Small margin. Everything is counted.
Just count.
I mean, they get the best hero in the game and they hard counter the enemy carry. It's a small margin that we're talking about.
Maybe Offlane Troll with Irate Dagon.
Sure. Weren't you just complaining about how many mana issues he's having now in the new patch?
Sure,
Though?
but that's not my problem.
Banning out a bunch of offlaners next. Centaur and Timbersaw being targeted by TNC. Execration.
Morphling and Bristleback.
Yeah, some carry bans.
Yeah, carry and overall, not really sure why they're banning what they're banning on the side of Execration. They're just aiming at the player.
Yeah.
Bristle, how do you guys feel about him? Like I've seen a couple of pickups in pubs. Haven't really.
I mean, it's pretty much the same hero still. Like what they changed, like the damage.
Oh, the Warpath stacks.
You get less or more damage now.
You said it was like rescaled, so like.
No, that was for Quill Spray.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
never mind. Then I think that's what
So
I'm thinking
they
of.
added like 5 damage initially, but then -2 stack damage.
Right. Yeah.
Which is pretty. Like, okay, you lose 1 damage after the 3rd stack and then 3 damage on the 4th, but like most heroes die when they have 6 stacks.
Yeah, you're already running for your life. Like
Yeah,
you're
like-
trying to get away.
The new Aghanims looks very fun though. You don't have to stop to.
Cast the goo.
The
Go
new
on
Lion
anymore?
Shard as well looks pretty solid.
Yeah.
We talked about this hero before when he got buffed, guys, and pretty much everyone here is surprised that he got those buffs. He was picked.
He was already good.
He was already good. He was
Kaka
picked.
single-handedly won the major on that hero.
The hero won the major. Let's buff him up. Not good enough.
Yeah.
Tusk, however, also won a lot in the group stage, but he got some minor nerfs. But Lacoste said it wasn't really that big of a deal. Tag team got some nerfs, but
And he also said nobody buys Aetherlands on patch.
yeah. Oh yeah, what's your opinion on that? Oh, you look shocked.
But-
you look shocked, Lizard.
I literally played 4 games of Pudge in the last week. Every game I bought Aetherlands.
Okay, we need to get you and Lacoste on the panel and really argue
okay,
about this.
so,
we're looking.
So the problem with his statement is Aetherlands, maybe before you didn't have to buy it. You could go Soul Ring Blink or something similar. Right now, you need the Aetherlands because of the shard. The shard data
That's what
lens
I
is
said.
actually broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, 625.
Exactly.
cast range.
Y-
You just
they-
eat
they-
them by
It's a
half
better
range.
aphotic shield.
It's not even. It's like you save pretty much from anything. You can save a hero from a black hole. You just step up and eat him and run away.
Yeah, or you eat your Enigma by accident in the black hole.
There are some crazy interactions with
Channels.
with channels with black hole in which you can displace the Enigma
Yeah.
while he's
Relocate keeps it going,
Yeah.
and I think Chen recall and Coddle recall keep them going as well. But I'm pretty sure Pudge would break it.
And Glimpse keeps it going.
Pudge
too.
would probably break it.
Yeah. Wait, Glimpse. The Glimpse is on the enemy.
No, we're good. Don't worry about it.
Void Spirit being
testing
picked up. Void Spirit, one of the first Spirit heroes we've seen throughout this series and yesterday's China games.
Oh, you got nerfed a little bit. Now we don't pick this broken.
What were the
heroes.
nerfs? Less range on Aether Remnant
Yeah.
by like 100.
More damage on the shards as a buff.
Yeah.
I think the step, something happened with the step. I think the range was
Range was nerfed.
buffed at level 1, or they kept the same at level 1 and then nerfed for level 2 and 3, yes. But overall, like, the changes aren't like super massive.
No.
Like they're,
Especially, yeah, I think he was either the most picked. He was like top 3 most picked in band at the major.
yeah, I mean, he was crazy good.
How do you guys feel about the Bloodseeker? Like,
Not sure why they picked it. I mean,
no, it's
it
the same.
sustains itself very well against Troll Abaddon, so that's good. Like, you don't really have to care too much. I
mean,
think it makes a lot of sense.
Really?
Against, like, just the lane.
Yeah.
In the mid game, we have to see what it does.
Wouldn't you rather have like I'm considering this Bloodseeker is a position 1. Maybe.
Yeah, could
No,
be.
yeah.
Right?
Offlane Razor.
Could be
yeah.
offlane as well. But
I mean, wherever this Bloodseeker goes, he's going to have a free lane.
yeah.
So,
My worries aren't about the lane, but later on what you accomplish.
I mean,
with it.
Troll is pretty hard counter. He's going to get ruptured and linked.
Yeah,
What do you do?
that's true.
You actually can't play Dota. And you get axes thrown at you while you stand there, too.
I just put him on. You can't even. You might put. I don't see what you do with this troll.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why you first pick a Troll. It's like,
He was strong in the major. He definitely was.
it's still
As
a
long
strong
as Razor
hero.
was banned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But still, in the major, every single time Razor was banned.
Yeah.
Every single game, if you look,
I mean,
if
not
Troll
every
is picked,
single game. The ones that he lost heavily,
was
enemy
against the
picked
Razor.
Razor. Yeah.
There you go.
So it always has been a hard counter for like 5 years already. You know, some things in history just don't change.
I guess the Bloodseeker's just comfort then, because yeah, I'm with you. There doesn't really seem to be any specific reason, because yeah, sure, Troll gets to low HP, but he's already hard countered, so who cares about the thirst stacks?
Yeah.
Rupture's not that big of a deal for a Void Spirit. There are mids that have struggled with it more.
The silence is nice. If you're offlane and you go for Atos versus Void Spirit, I guess it can work, right? Like
Yeah.
you Atos him, then you silence him.
Atos got a projectile speed increase.
There you go. There are some benefits, but yeah. Still, TNC, they're drafting their own style, a little bit different, and this should be a position 5 last pick for them, right? You have a 4 Tusk, you have Razor, let's say safe lane or offlane
It could
Bloodseeker as
potentially
well.
be a 5 task. I've seen it
Okay,
a couple
could
of
be a
times.
4, could be a 4 pickup. So
Yeah.
5 or 4, yeah, sure.
Or maybe we see something completely out of the box, like a 4 Razor or something.
I hope not.
I hope not,
Yeah,
but-
that's
We have seen crazier things.
I mean, literally, his only job is just to put a leash on Troll Warlord.
Yeah,
and
but
he's
you
doing
need
his job.
but you
But-
still need to be fat enough to do that.
Yeah, and not die.
Properly. Like if this Razor goes for Mjolnir, you can die to that, right?
Yeah.
You don't care. You don't have damage. You're still proccing the Mjolnir stacks.
Yeah. So, what force would be good? They
No
like,
Earth Spirit, no Snapfire.
maybe some more like stuns could be nice, like a Dark Willow or something,
Just avenge.
or Venge. Or it's a 5 Venge.
Okay, you have a Rupture into
I mean,
swap.
alright. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not like super impressed with the last 2 picks. Like they're good. Like they have some synergy between them, but
Nothing amazing.
Nothing
Yeah.
crazy.
Like you had even Grimstroke in the game, and you have Beastmaster.
It's true.
You could have picked Grimstroke, Beastmaster. There's so much synergy with the Bloodseeker, with the Tusk. With the Tusk especially. Like Grimstroke Tusk is an amazing combination of heroes. You could have picked something different, but yep.
So Offlane, they have a lot of problems here they need to solve. How are they gonna do that?
Enigma. No, I'm kidding.
They're like 5 offlane bans also that TNC did, so they have
Yeah.
very, very slim we saw a lot of Underlord, but
Look, they picked Troll and got countered by the Razor, right?
Most Offlaners also get countered by the Razor.
Exactly, and you picked so many heroes that got countered. Just continue with it. Pick Enigma, get countered by Venge. Play the ultimate countered.
how about Wind Ranger?
Yeah, but it's the only thing I see, but it's so bad.
I need
Versus
another right clicker.
Bloodseeker.
Like against
Oh, yeah,
Bloodseeker.
that's true.
Bloodseeker, it's terrible.
Against Beastmaster, like the hero is good for the lane, sure, but then what? Yeah, I don't really see anything. Like LC, no.
All these
no.
melee offlaners struggle versus maybe Prophet, something like that.
Prophet.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, Brewmaster.
What are these lanes?
The lane is going to be terrible, but
It's a mid beast.
Yeah.
That should be your.
it's a +4 Avenge actually. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Can scale quite well.
You think they won't still put Tims on 5 with Avenge? They'll play it as 4.
Wait, is Tim's the 5 player now?
No,
This
I'm
slot
just asking
Oh, no.
because I'd rather have a task.
I mean, I would
that's
also
all.
rather have the task force.
Right.
But that's also because I'm not a big Venge fan in general, though.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I still think, though, this troll, no chance it can make anything happen. This Brewmaster was kind of a mini solution, I guess, for the Razor. You can just spin him up.
Yep.
But his laning phase is going to be atrocious. Troll is not going to be happy in this game at all. Beastmaster is Beastmaster. He has a free lane against Void.
Bartender,
TNC.
could I get 3 TNCs, please?
Yep.
Because this is, I really don't know why their first 2 combo was Troll Abaddon. And what's the point of the Brewmaster? Cyclone the Razor?
I mean, it's like the only offlaner that suffers heavily, but then with level 6 he can actually make plays happen. Like Underlord needs farm, LC needs farm, you know. So it makes
Yeah.
sense in that regard. It's just they're so outpicked.
It looks like a solid brew game, but then again, you're playing into multiple silences as well and a lot of control.
Beastmaster with those X's is going to kill all the things.
Seems like things are feeling pretty predetermined, but maybe Execration will be able to change our tune a little bit as we go into game number 1 of TNC versus Execration with the MLP and John X Fire.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back right into a pause. Of course, this is the first game between Execration and TNC Predator. And John, if I'm not incorrect in saying so, I believe it's our first Rumbulan of the season.
Oh, yes. That it is, our first Rambulan between these 2 Filipino teams. You can see some all chat here as well. Looks like Armel is jealous of how ready Execration is. If you looked at their profile pics, they're all set to the Execration logo. So they've synchronized.
Wow.
They've synchronized.
Wow,
They're getting
wow, wow.
that team spirit up. And it's not quite as synchronized here for TNC. Of course, TNC, as mentioned, they've had a bit of a roster shakeup. They've got Bok and Boomy, in my opinion, the best parts of a droid. Right? So they managed to steal out the best parts of the droid, which turned into Smart O'Mega for a while. And, well, it's a full Filipino stack again. They went through the APAC Predator League Asian finals, and they won that one out. So they're looking good with this new lineup. Of course, Execration, they did have an early upset last time. We'll see if they can pull that off again, but both sides are in high spirits. I saw some lobby chat coming through. Tim's was saying that they look up to Nico, Kuya Nico for some reason. There you go. And Tim's asked me to help him with English for whatever reason. So
Wow.
there it is. I don't know why. I believe the guy does speak well enough English. I've watched a couple of their behind-the-scenes streams, of course, so. Oh, Boomy. Okay, so right now, Nico just said Boomy banned out all of Nico's heroes, and Boomy's like, yeah, you're feeling it. Yeah, it's like, we didn't actually ban your heroes. Don't get full of yourself there.
Everyone very, very happy. Of course, the tips are starting to fly out. Always fun when you're casting a Rambulan, of course. It's always a... Go on, John. What is it? What are they saying now?
Gabby's threatening now. Gabby's telling them, if you guys win, Boomy has a video to show.
Uh-oh.
He's got some dirt. So there's some threats here.
Oh, Boomy being a little bit sneaky there. Can't just take your phone out and start recording around the boys, John. That's a no-no. But Boomy doesn't respect the street code. Has some kind of recording here. And obviously TNC now have a massive advantage, depending on what the video is. Hopefully we never have to find out.
Yeah, definitely. But should be a fun one. You know, it's right around evening, so it should be around dinner time. I'm not sure if the players have had it. It's a bit early. At the same time, you've got a best of 3 lined up. You might not have the most time in between games, and we're still having some ping issues here, unfortunately.
This is
So we'll
classic.
still keep waiting at it.
This is classic Rumbulan, John. You know, you gotta have a pause. You gotta talk about both teams. You gotta let the trash talk out first. Maybe a bit of Merienda as well. Merienda always very important before you get into your Rumbulan, and not to be mistaken, of course, by Rambutan, John, which apparently is a delicious fruit. The chat keeps reminding us every single time we use the word Rambulan for some reason. But
Yeah, I know why.
I've never had
It's a great
I've never
fruit.
had a Rambutan, John. Never
Well,
had one.
if you drop down here to Davao, you're gonna have a lot. It's really good. It's a nice sweet fruit. I don't know. I describe it like lychee. If you've had lychee, it's somewhat like that.
I have had lychee,
but
John. I'm not that uncultured.
it's kind of
Thank you
like
very
that.
much.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's a really nice, delicious fruit. It's kind of weird as well because it's a fuzzy fruit. You know, it's one of
Right.
those kind of fuzzy looking fruits. It's a bit weird, but it tastes really good. So
Is it
yeah,
is it
just
similar
make
to
sure
like
you
a
don't eat
dragon
the seed.
fruit?
No,
No.
not
Okay.
that kind. It's like it really looks like it has hairs. It's just hairy, not quite fine hairs, but it's strands coming out. It's a weird one.
Nothing wrong with being hairy, John. Thank you very much. Don't you?
I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't know it got
No
to
need
you.
to personally attack me. Thank you. So we are still waiting a little bit longer as the ping issue is probably still there. Pretty funny, actually. I mean, I'm from Australia, and I'm getting stable ping to SCA. It may be 100 ping, but it is very stable at 100. So, you know, Australian internet, just a casual flex there, John. Just wanted to remind you that we actually have good internet now. Somewhat. Not the best, but it's okay.
You know how it is with Philippine lines. Sometimes they get congested. Sometimes the routing's a bit awkward. Yeah, we experience that in our Discord, right? Sometimes the Hong Kong line just doesn't do so well, and you can see Boomy being very generous here, offering their own pause time if it runs over. So, Nico, you know, you can use our pause, Big Brother
Wow.
Nico. It's
Wow,
fine.
Boomy. The maybe Agent Boomy will be the name we use after this game, depending on what happens. And Nico, there you go. There's a bit of love out from Nico. Always very good to see. What is
Yeah,
it?
both
What's
teams seem
Poe?
pretty
John?
high.
Thank you, Poe.
Well,
What is Poe?
It's like it's one of those things that doesn't translate in Filipino. So we have like ways of being respectful to each other. Like kuya is like a polite way of talking to someone who's older or slightly older than you.
Right.
It's like an ate is the female form of that. Po is usually when you're talking to someone older, you put po at the end to tie up the politeness. So it's just one
Very
of those
nice.
things that hangs over there. Yeah.
Wow. Giving
Just a
pause
fun
time
fact.
and well-mannered. Amazing. Sounds like a real keeper here for Boomy.
Yeah, you know, Boomy is a fantastic player, of course. We've seen Boomy and Bach. This is the dynamic duo out of Adroit, right? Like the Cebuana boys, as they were. All based off Cebu before the Adroit stack. And having them on TNC is actually pretty big. Like, Boomy and Bach are some of the best players in the country, I'd argue. And they've never had their own time in the international spotlight, at least not as much. TNC's probably their best shot at it. In as much as I would have loved Adroit as a whole to go on, this is probably, you know, on paper stronger. So it is what it is. You move on, you get stronger teams. We'll just have to see if they can carry that performance from the Predator League. Again, TNC Predator, APAC Predator League, they won it out,
Makes sense.
making their sponsors proud. Yeah, perfect sense, perfect balance.
Absolutely. Just like this new patch, which is definitely perfectly balanced, as we've seen. I'm sure we will see again as this Beastmaster has been picked up again. For Armel this time, but I can almost guarantee what build he's going to be going for after he picks up that Bottle Soul Ring. Have a funny feeling we might see the Aghanim Scepter come back out for the Beastmaster. Not 100% sure yet. We'll
The
see.
battle begins.
Yeah, it should line up nicely. No scuffle over these bounty runes though, so both sides not opting to try and flex their level 1. I'm just going to go for an even trade. Do see the lanes break out. Of course, Yoa is already sort of blocking out his mid. It's going to be the Void Spirit up against the Beastmaster of Armel. An interesting one, and not something you've seen before this patch. Obviously, I mean, Void Spirit still hold the stat lane really nicely, but you can kind of just play around with Axis. Like, that's the thing with Beastmaster. You can just sit back, toss Wild Axis from a million miles away, and you still find farms. So we'll have to see what Yoa can do to even out the lane, but Armel, this shouldn't be too far out of his element here.
No, it definitely shouldn't be. And I mean, you see those axes, they're just so effective at being able to secure CS, even at level 1. Especially that range creep, right? Just being able to throw those axes from a mile away, ensuring you do connect on the range creep and just make sure you secure a very important bit of XP and gold. So Yoa's still not going to have too tough of a time as well. And, well, BDZ, he might have a little bit of a tough time as he's being chased down by a creep wave right now. But he is, of course, going for the pull away, and looks like Boomy was unable to just follow him down. So he won't get punished too hard, and BDZ, he'll take this wave himself. So just trying to hit that level 2 mark. That should help him be a little bit more impactful in this offlane.
Yeah, once you've got maybe the man drain up, you can sort of start to punish the melee support of Boomy. Like, he's not going to be able to really gap close and apply as much harassment. Of course, you are getting some space here for Gabby still. He's just behind the tier 1, getting his own farm up. So you're not slowing down the Razor, but at the least you're getting that EXP gain, which is really important for this dual lane. Still gives us a chance to look at that bot lane, the last lane that we haven't really taken a peek at. You've got Tim's there on the pause for Bench, laning up with Bach on the Bloodseeker. There's some potency here once you get some levels up. Stun into Blood, right? Obvious one. But even just the minus armor coming through with the Blightstone on Tim's can make it really hard for the side of Execration to jump up. I mean, Palos right now is still finding some steady form. RR is there to protect him, but you don't really want to force the issue too much against that much minus armor in Tim's.
Well, certainly not. Palos, so far having a decent enough time. Tim's going to try and get in for a bit of harassment, but of course Palos is going to be just fine, at least for now. So all across the map, pretty quiet thus far. No first bloods occurring quite yet. We'll see again Boomy trying to chase down BDC, and have I cursed them? I think I may have. As BDC, he's going to try and run, but the first blood does come out. Gabby does manage to pick it up on the core Razor. It's going to be a great start for TNC.
Yeah, it's the aggression you can get from Razor on any lane. You have a nice support partner here in the Tusk, you get the tag team off, you trap them with shards, you get a couple of seconds off of the static link, and you pretty much have yourself a kill. So you have to watch that spacing for Execration. It takes a while for your Brewmaster to really apply that own pressure on that lane. Even Lion, you do have Hex up, but without something like, say, Mana Drain, you're always going to have that spam ability for Boomy to just keep going in and keep forcing an issue up against Execration.
Some casual farming again. Bok and Tim's going to spot out the Abaddon there for a second, and Bloodride actually ends up connecting just on the edge, so RR not going to be too happy about that, but will turn himself back into the lane as they are going to start slowly trying to pressure Palos, but Palos, he'll turn right back around onto Tim's. Bloodride is there, but Tim's is in massive danger. It looks like he might just go down to the curse and the slow from RR. He does die. Bok will remain just fine on the Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, top lane, however, they are going on to Nico now. In fact, never mind Nico, they'll go after BDZ. Both heroes quite low for the offlane of Execration, but both will survive, and it's like BDZ will be nice enough to give the salve away to Nico.
After just keeping themselves up, overall with these side lanes going the way they are, I think you're pretty happy for Execration. Palos is, you know, it's still a pretty tough lane against Bloodseeker Revenge. There's a lot you can do there, but for the most part, you're still finding farm, and Razor with farm is not as scary.
Snowball going to follow him down. Gabby has the plasma field, and that'll be another kill onto the line. In fact, a static link immediately out onto Nico to make sure he cannot capitalize on the low HP pool of Boomy. There's a very clean kind of execution there from TNC.
They're just getting punishment out. The moment you overstep, you've got so much damage to play with in that lane. Even Bot, they're still keeping that pressure in RR. Yeah, Bok is not farming, but he's trying to zone out the support, trying to make it uncomfy for Palos, finding some openings to maybe apply pressure on control. Doesn't lead to much as the first set of bounty runes are about to set to spawn in a minute, and Tim's is just trying to be efficient on the map, getting some stacks. A good block out from RR means that you're not getting as much, but still could be punished.
Could be. RR, he's trapped in by the shards of Boomy, and now they just run in with the tag team. Nice easy kill there for Boomy and Tim's. It's one of the things about the Tusk. Even after the nerfs, still a very strong kind of roaming POS 4. Well, he is a POS 5 in this game, but it won't really matter as they go in for the mid lane now. They're all being committed. And again, another very clean rotation and execution by TNC. You find the mid lane of Yoe. It's not going to feel very good at all for the Void Spirit.
It's not shaping up well for Execration. 1-4, 1k lead for TNC isn't massive, but the momentum's there. Your timings in the Void Spirit, you're about to hit 6, which is great, but Armel's just about to hit level 7 now, saving up for the Ags. No pressure mid. That's one thing with the support you have, like Abaddon, Lion can rotate, but it just doesn't feel like you're getting enough here on BDZ to make those rotations effective. Still stuck at level 3. Even Boomy's at level 4 now, just being a bit greedier on that Tusk, so you don't have as much presence forward for Execration with these supports kind of behind like this.
Certainly. 1K net worth lead here for TNC as the game does continue. Of course, your Troll is still having a really nice time. Palos 36 and 15 in terms of CS. You did mention this earlier, but Bok not really emphasizing trying to slow down Palos too much because there's not much you can do up against the Troll.
Radiant are scanning.
And now we'll just kind of trade farm with him. Zarmel is going to have RR running into him on the Abaddon. You've got BDZ there as well, and they do get in range for the Hex into the Earth Spike, but where's your damage output? Are they really going to be able to get it done? The Astral Spirit doesn't really land, and Armel is going to be okay, or maybe not. Yoet doesn't get that Astral Step magic damage on top of the Beastmaster, so he will be able to escape. Meanwhile, top lane, Nico, be chased down here by Gabby. Will just be forced to TP right out of there. Which is fine.
Radiant's middle tower.
Still, that is going to allow Gabby to just continue free farming himself on this Razor. All in all, though, still a very close game between these two.
Not too far apart. I think the one thing that they're getting done here on TNC is because they have a Razor, they probably don't care too much about Palos' farm. Like, yeah, he still has a steady ride towards Battle Fury, but as long in this early timing, Gabby's just going to be able to take complete control. So as long as Gabby's also farming well, you don't really mind a free farm control like this.
Gonna try and go in onto Bok. Nice Hex sent up there from BDZ. Bok gets the Blood right off in time, but he should just be dead unless Armel gets in for the Roar, but they have lost Bok. Can they find a really nice trade onto the Troll? Palos, he's gonna pop the Battle Trance and just try and fight back onto Boomy, but there's your Snowball out, and Palos really should have no way out unless the Astral Spirit does land, and does, and Armel, he still manages to get the kill onto Palos, but now Armel's the one that's quite low and might just drop on the Beastmaster. He's bottling up in the tree line with the Wild Axes to be thrown out. They'll kill off RR. Yoet, he can't land the Astral Step. He will miss, and Yoet, he's going to tie to Boomy. Oh, and Armel. They just can't kill him. He just runs right out of there. Still top of the net worth board on this Beastmaster. And that has got to hurt Execration.
They toss so many bodies forward to try and find that counter kill, but Armel just gets the punishment off. They trade a couple of heroes. It's still not bad. They are going to try to make a move on to Gabby now, at the very least.
They'll give it a crack with the Primal Split. Perhaps they can get it done. Palos is there to help out, but there's your static link now from Gabby. They can continue the chase though with Nico, and Gabby has no help coming in. So Execration, realizing they can make that top rotation, do make it work, and that was a very valuable pick-off to get.
Yeah, it's a good kill. They've left Gabby alone to free farm too much. Gives them some room here to get a push onto that top tier one as well. And TNC is not quite in a position to counter push on the bot lane. So looks like it's going to be free objective here for Execration up top. Helps open up the map a bit more, helps them stall out for Palos' Battle Fury timing, and just helps them apply some pressure. TNC, they're still rotating here as top though. Gabby actually does show up for defense here.
He does. He's going to try with the static link out on Palos.
Radiant's middle tower.
Palos's going to be okay for now. Boomy find a way to start another team fight. Does get a great chance out onto Nico with the Blood Right and the Rup Shot. Nico is forced to die, and they'll go for even more now. Just diving in further, seeing who they can find, but it looks like TNC won't get anyone else. Really nice shots there from Boomy, however. Just locking down that Brewmaster.
Yeah, and that's the one thing with Boomy. He loves these heroes that change the layout of the map. Like the Shaker, the Clockwork are among his best heroes. The Tusk as well gets that job done very nicely, and Boomy's been so active on the map. He just leaves top. Gabby holds that lane fine. He's been so active, and you might punish him, but...
Oh, he snowballs right out. Very nice play there from Boomy. Just right to the creep wave, and Execration, they aren't really able to find much so far, as we are going to have another disconnection here, as they are still experiencing some ping issues. But TNC, I mean, they're 4K ahead at 10.5 minutes in, and with this draft, they're eventually going to be able to take off with this Beastmaster Ags, which, by the way, is about 2.5K gold off. In fact, never mind, it's 1.5K gold off for Armel. And then we have axes flying around constantly.
Yeah, it's just a lot to deal with. Like we've seen that spike for Beastmaster just be ridiculous across the first series. Now we see it again. And Armel, I mean, he's been contested a couple of times. He hasn't died. Right? We've seen the committal from Execration to try and dive Armel, but TNC is also on top. They want to protect the Beastmaster. They want to hit that Ipen spike, and they have done a fairly good job in keeping him safe. The side of Execration, they're really just banking on a couple of things. They want Yoe to be up and running soon, and they want their troll to be able to free farm into the battle period. It's still online at a good pace. Smoke out here from Execration as well. Yoe's got level 8, so there's much more damage on hand for the Void Spirit. He could look to burst Gabby once more, but he's out.
And Gabby, nice TB. He's gonna just make it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Let's know about it as well, and Yoe just a split second off from that Astral Spirit connecting.
Dire's
To the bot lane, Palos going to be targeted. The static link out from Gabby. Now the Roar being thrown out. Armel just locking him down. Palos was not able to get the battle trance. And look at the shards block there from Boomy. Just blocking the pathing with the Rupture out now. Onto Yoe. They are still chasing down Gabby on the Razor, but they might fall in the process as Boomy. He does finally die, but now they'll turn right back around. Yoe is the one to go down the Void Spirit. Back in onto the Brewmaster. They'll kill off Nico. And well, there's one more left. They'll chase down Ara. Poor old Ara. Should still be safe, I think. Unless they're just going to dive T2 towers, and yeah, apparently they are. Bok, he's been left alone to do this by himself. Looks like he's going to be able to just let Ara survive a little bit longer. But TNC, they got so much out of that bot lane, and they're even going to get the tier 1 tower now.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Just the same story. Every single time TNC commits, they've got the numbers, they've got the control, they've got the damage. Really good spacing out from Boomy, cutting off that path in the tree line, making it hard for them to follow up. Like,
I mean, it was just a perfect chance.
Yeah,
just you see it on the replay now. Look at that shards block with the primal split. He had to walk a long way around, and it's just buying time, right? Buying time to reposition. And as I say that, there is a kill on the map right now as Yoe does kill off Bok. It really was a great team fight for TNC.
Yeah, they're just finding everything. Armel, Ags flying out now. Boots of Travel next with a blink. They've been playing really well with the Primal Roar, and the fact that Primal Roar is like a 90-second cooldown as well. Right? It's so low, it's so easy to commit it. You can just constantly look for fights every minute and a half. It scales down in cooldown as well, so the Beastmaster just gives you so much. And I think this is definitely going to be something eyed for maybe a bit of a shadow nerf down the line, or one of those mini patch nerfs. It's just so strong. Like, right now, Execration for their part, think about their team fight timing. Finger is on 160-second cooldown. Split is on a 140-second cooldown. Your fastest spell on cooldown is probably the Step on your Void Spirit, and you need more follow-up on top of that. So it just doesn't line up. TNC just can keep running you down, and they don't really need to wait for much.
So you're telling me Finger cooldown 160, Astral Step a bit longer as well, but how much is the Wild Axe's cooldown, John?
0.
Balanced. Really?
Beautiful. Oh, and you have the Fairy Trinket as well, Mike. Look at that.
Oh,
5% mana cost off.
Oh, good. I'd make the Spell Prism joke, but he has no cooldown, so there's nothing to reduce.
Roar could use a reduction, I guess.
Oh, I guess so, yeah. Why not make that 0-second cooldown as well? Just screw it. Just make that the shards. Who cares? Why? Who needs a Necro?
Don't give a frog an idea. Don't give him any ideas, Mike.
Imagine a lower sometimes I wonder.
Lower cooldown Roar, Jesus.
He's just like, yeah, we're going to remove Necrobook. It's too strong with the Beastmaster. But you know what? There's this other idea I have. This Hackenham Scepter, but it's not going to be good anyway. It's just a 0-second cooldown axes. Turns out it's pretty darn good. It's a bit too good in my opinion, but we'll see. I mean, the game still has a long time to go. We are 5-13. 5k net worth lead for TNC Predator. You know what I am really intrigued by, John? The one thing I always get excited about with TNC is how are they going to show us how broken Morphling is next, right? We've seen the Morph Spirit Breaker, we've seen the Morph ES, we've seen the Morph
Beastmaster.
Both ES, by the way, the Morph Beastmaster. What's broken now? What are TNC? They're probably in the lab right now trying to figure it out. Trying to figure out what else they could break with Morphling.
I'm telling you, Morph Beastmaster. I think D2 Bowie tweeted it out. Like he showed a video, just all the axes stacking up. There it is. That's what we need to see from TNC.
If TNC is
Beastmaster
listening,
Morphling.
if you're listening right now, we'd love to see that for Game 2, by the way, TNC. I personally haven't seen the Morph Beastmaster yet, so I'd love to see it. I mean, why not? It sounds pretty strong, I'd say. Just, you know, 4 axes flying constantly. Sounds good.
Good God. That damage output's just ridiculous if you get Morph. Let's see if TNC picks it up. They've been a bit gun-shy on Morphling if I was looking for past games as well. So they've kind of dipped away from that, but you never know. Still in the belt there. And always an option is TNC. They love those combinations, of course. They're the teams that really showed up with Morphling Earthshaker in the major before lockdown. So, you know, if there's one team that will pull it out, it's definitely TNC.
Yeah, absolutely. See how much longer this little pause goes on, as it looks like BDZ is the one with the issues now. Where did you say that Execration was from, John? In terms of region in the country?
It's a bit more mixed, I think. I think Yoe might be Bisaya. I'm not 100% sure, but overall probably scattered. Maybe roughly around the same Manila area, I'm assuming. The only real geographically specific one was Adroit. Like, they were definitely just locked into Cebu, right? Like, those were the Cebuana boys. Their headquarters were in Cebu. I think the last time, what was it, BTS Pro Series 3 or 2, they were kind of locked out of Cebu because of the lockdowns, so they were stuck in Manila. And I believe they left Bok behind. Like, they all traveled back, and Bok was the one stuck in Manila, if I recall that right. That's why they had some stand-ins, because he had some issues traveling. But yeah, so for the most part, I think mainly Luzon area. Not 100% sure, but I will assume. Like, let's see, Skem, like in terms of the Filipino players, Skem is from Mindanao. He's from my island. He's from Zamboanga. That's it. Like, everyone else is from Cebu and like Manila-ish. So yeah, it's kind of concentrated up there, but it is the most populated region as well. So kind of to be expected.
Thank you for that geography lesson, John. Get back into the game now.
Oh,
yes.
Bit of a tidbit as well before we move on. Like, I believe, was it another player on Neon is from Davao as well. I think it's Play Hard. So there it is. He's from my city, but he's not in the city, of course, because they play in Manila.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you for that, Jonathan. But there might be perhaps a smoke up in the mid lane as they are grouping up. And yeah, there you go. They are going to pop a smoke. TNC, obviously feeling very strong right now. You've got the Ags up on Armel. He wants to get to use straight away as they start moving into that Radiant Triangle. They're going to run right into Palos, but Palos, he will back off at the right time. And instead, it might be Yoe who cops all the harassment out as they just blow him up. Just dies mid-air. And you know what they could do now, John, if they wanted to, is they could go into the road. Oh, an Arcane rune. Armor, you don't need the Arcane. It's already a 0-second cooldown.
But the mana reduction. How much does it cost now? 42 mana. The answer to life itself. 42. And look at this Roche. It's not going to be up for too long, Mike. So take a look now. Even the mid tower is going to be gone. And Execration, they just have no angles to contest any of this.
Oh, boy. I mean, this is just the peak of balance, right? There you go. There's your Aegis. Armel, he doesn't even want it. He doesn't even want it. Give it over to Gabby. Gabby, he'll come into the last second and take it off his hands. And now if you're Execration, you've got to start asking yourself, how do you pull yourself back into this game? So it does feel like with their drafts, everything was already answered by TNC, and for Execration, you're kind of just lacking any form of an answer right now. As you look back at Palos, in fact, never mind him for a second, because RR's in danger now. For a time, going to save for a bit. They'll run of Atos and swap him back. He's going to try for the TP play, but the snowball is going to be there from Boomy.
Bottom tower is under attack.
But again, we look back at Palos, John. He's still trying to farm the Battle Fury and literally just bought it.
It's not the fastest, considering his lane was fairly okay as well. It's not the ideal situation. He's been forced into a couple of fights that he doesn't really want to join. And even with this investment in the troll, like, you're still hard countered by Razor. So even if we get the itemization up on Palos, it feels like you're building up on something that's already countered.
Well, naked Battle Fury basically with the phase boots there. He needs to be very careful. He's got no kind of defense apart from the Battle Trance, and
Dire's top tower is under
looks like
attack.
TNC, they're not going to find the opening. They do back out. It's not like you have anything to initiate with like the Blink Dagger yet on Armel. He's still going to be farming that up. But they still control the whole map apart from that Radiant Triangle. So as far as TNC goes, they could just keep farming the map. It's not really anything else they need to do here.
Oh, and they still hold on to the Aegis here on Gabby. Fresh one, still has a lot of time left. They're looking to shove in the bot tier 2. And Execration, and they can try to invade this top jungle, and they could look to maybe shove out that top tier 2 as well. It's not amazing fast push unless Paula shows up, so you're still trading pretty unfavorably. You can see TNC, they're smoked up. They know where to explore, they know the movements up top, they can try to punish that push.
So now, Gabby's going to hang around down the bot side, but TNC are running through the mid-river now.
Oh, nice scan.
Definitely a really nice scan there from Execration to spawn out the smoke, but Nico may not be lucky anyways. He gets roared up and he was underneath the Hawk. My god, the damage output as the pause does come out, Nico. Not a pub game, sir. Very cheeky. No, they will pause again. Looks like Yoe is having some lag issues and Panels does disconnect. And, yeah, bit unfortunate there for Execration. I think Nico was dead no matter what. Anyway, because he was underneath Hawk Vision and they were in range to get the roar out. But definitely unfortunate timing here to lag for Execration.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Connections not holding up well. It's been fairly rainy, at least in my part of the country as well. I'm not sure if it's rainy up north as well. That could be a factor. You know, every single time it rains, you got to ask yourself, oh, is my internet going to hold up? It's one of those things for the Philippine internet. Still, they are rotating onto Gabby in the meantime, right? So they're actually grouped up bot, and Gabby is alone, but he has Aegis. So we'll see if they have enough in the tank to kill him twice over as well.
A bit more patience as we do have 4 people disconnected. Very upsetting stuff indeed. They are going to reconnect soon enough, it seems. Hopefully the weather isn't really the cause, but well, then again, if the weather's not the cause of this, I can only imagine who is. Won't talk about that company for a second though, John. We'll leave their name out of this. So it looks like Yoe is the only one left to reconnect before we can get started again. And this team fight obviously looks very bad for Execration, as you can almost guarantee that this Abaddon is going to die. Apart from that, nobody else is really around from Execration. They've all really backed off. But as you can see, they are chasing down Gabby down at the bot side. And it looks like we have used up all their pause time for Execration. I don't know if TNC was joking, but I believe they can use TNC's pause time if TNC allows it.
Yeah, I think perhaps Boomy just needs to speak up again. The reconnects are coming in though, so looks like they're just going to wait a little bit more. Bit of a gentlemanship here, just patience coming out.
Fair enough.
Hopefully that fixes the issues. You know, it's never nice playing with lag, and they do unpause in the end.
Armel says, no.
Oh.
No, we'll pause. Thank you very much. Gentleman Armel.
BDZ asking for that pause time, and Boomy gives the go-ahead. And
Excellent.
Boomy's like, yeah, just use it up. And Gabby's thinking, Gabby's like,
Gabby's always the cheeky one. He's always got something to say. Doesn't say yes, doesn't say no, just kind of gives you a little bit. Just lets you decide what he wants.
Yeah, Nico is saying Boomy is very friendly. Kuya Boomy is very nice. And what was that? I believe Gabby's asking for 1K per minute of pause as payment.
Yeah, I mean...
He's asking for some
Well,
compensation.
Boomy can afford that. Clearly, the pause is happening because Boomy's got a phone call he has to take right now. And I mean, we'll figure out what it was later as RR going to be chased down by Armel. They did take down Gabby on the bot side as well, but he had an Aegis up. They are going to pop the Battle Trance though immediately, and they do get Gabby. So all things being said and done, not too bad for Execration.
Yeah, I'd say that's a positive for them coming in. They get the big kill. They sacrifice their offlane, sure. They've sacrificed their Abaddon. Not too bad of a loss. They managed to get the farm up on BDZ where he has his Blink now. So you've got line with Blink. You've got a lot to play with. He can follow up for Yoe or set up for Yoe. and they can look to play aggressive. They don't have to worry about Aegis anymore. And the side of TNC maybe have to reconsider just how far apart they get there. Gabby didn't even manage to clean up that bot tier 2. It's at 106 HP, so it should take a little bit of a prod to fall, but that objective still stands for Execration, which means they get to hold onto that bot jungle.
Oh, Yoe. He's going to juke out the snowball from Boomy. Right back to farming for him. Armel found himself a very nice invis rune to bottle up, so might see some initiations from him later on. How do you find the standing right now of Execration? Like, they are 6k behind, but I suppose maybe you can rely on your troll later on to kind of take over the game. Naturally, Palos is still not at the top of the net worth board, but he's hanging around there. He's top 3 right now. Do you have confidence that he's going to be able to pull out the late game troll?
It's just so hard against a Razor. You're going to need a Lotus Orb at the least to counteract the effect of Static Link. And that's going to have to come out from somewhere. Maybe the build-up is there for Nico, but Nico's rushing the Ags right now. Once you have the Ags on the Brewmaster, the split is going to be really potent. And just having that on fairly low uptime is going to be really nice to play with. TNC's going to have to watch that as it gives Execration more opportunities to fight. So it's less on Palos, more on everyone else. And you just need this Ags up on Nico to buy that space out. And you need Yoa to finish up his own Ags with a silence as well to really get control here.
Oh, I think bot lane, Nico could be in danger. He's going to go for the primal split out and lag again. Nico, he's complaining about it. He's going to disconnect immediately. I believe it's up to TNC to pause the game, unless they could just, you know, say we're cool with it. Execration, though, definitely suffering here with their internet connection, and that's definitely very unfortunate to see. Nico, even with this primal split, it looks like he is probably going to die.
Yeah, they're not that tanky. Like, they've got enough damage to rip through. They already ripped through one Bruling. Next one's already at 145 HP. The last one's only it's at full HP, but it wouldn't take too long. You really want to hit your talent spikes to live through with your Brulings. Like, you need to hit level 20 there, and that's a long way off for Nico. So, despite dodging out that initial control, we'll see if he does manage to run away here, but it doesn't look very hopeful.
We do have the go-ahead. Nico, he'll give it a crack. Just run, sir. Just run. Man, there's no chance in hell. Bye. He even gives the bye. Oh, poor Nico. At least he has a sense of humor in these difficult times for Execration. The tier 3 tower now is going to be taken down by TNC. Slowly but surely. It'll be enough. Back off for a bit and wait for another opportunity to get their way back in.
And they pop the Invis here on Armel. He's got the Roar ready to go. There are some good wards in the triangle, so it's not going to be the safest rotation spot, but they could just try to hunt down Palas if they're worried about the space the Troll has. Yasha's up now, so he's got some more stats, some nice move speed, buffing up his right-click damage as well, and getting armor is good. You still need a way to break off, or at least help stop the Static Link, and the Force Staff here on RR could help a little.
Mid lane, they're going to try and go in onto Boomy. Turn around for a Walrus Punch. Can he survive? Not quite. He's going to die, but TNC, they might keep trying to fight this one out as Bok. He ran right in. Now the Plasma Field is out from Gabby. He's looking for a Static Link target. There's your Roar out onto Nico. The Brewmaster in big trouble, but a great Earth Spike to turn back around, but Nico is still going to die. Gabby does manage to pick up the kill, and well, they aren't going to quite move into that tier 2 mid tower yet. Instead, they might just try to find another hero pick-off, but looks like they aren't going to find one. Back to farming for TNC.
Just build up that lead, 6k up. You are still itemizing fairly fast here on Palos. SNY now up, so some status resist on hand to mitigate some of that control, and some added durability for a Troll to stand in front. Still need something else. Like they need to save this Force Staff on RR for the Troll, or for the Razor. Just ensure that you can Force Staff him away, break the link. That could be one way to get that done. Maybe you can spam Force Staffs here as well. Perhaps BDZ, he's queuing one up. So that looks like that's the game plan for Execration to ensure their Troll will have some impact. Just multiple Force Staffs and break the Static Link.
Could be a big smoke up here from Execration. They do commit it. Where are we headed, though? I mean, it's very hard to invade the Dire Triangle like this. Boomings is in a great position to break the smoke, but they know he's there. He's under vision. They'll get him locked down with the Astral Spirit. But is it going to be enough? No, the swap is there in time to save the day. So Boomy, he'll save for another day. Well, he's probably going to tie to Nico, but he'll get the snowball off, and now they can really start the team fight. Roar is there, odds of Palos. They got the static link damage already, so he's not hitting that hard right now on the troll, but he's going to be forced to battle Trance up and try to fight this one out as he does go onto Bok and gets the Bloodseeker onto another now, and they found Gabby as well. A great team fight so far for Execration, but here comes Armel with a double kill with the axes to fly out. Nico, he'll throw him in the air, he'll just try to ignore the Beastmaster, but Boomy's on top, along with Tims. Nico, he's going to try and man-fight Tims.
Oh, Armel is chasing Yoe.
Top tower is under attack.
And Armel
Oh my
gets
God.
Yoe in the mid lane. Gabby keeps the tip over.
Oh, goodness. Full
These
team
axes
wipe.
are so stupid. These
Damn.
wild, they're so stupid.
Oh, like cast range of 1,500, stack damage per. Not only are you amp your damage up as well, it's so dumb.
Bring
it's so
the
hard to play
Necro Creeps
against.
back, please. Bring the Necro book back.
No, Mike. This is the future now. This is the future, old man. And Execration are facing up against that future. 8k behind. The investment here on Palos. You can see he does some damage, but never feels enough. Although they catch out Boomy.
That's a nice pick off there onto Boomy. If they can get it, Snowball is out. Finger, not going to be thrown yet, but there it is. Eat easy, playing no games, does secure the kill. That is a pos 5 task after all, so not too difficult, but it was actually about 100 gold away from his Blink Dagger on that task, so had he had that up, he may have been able to find his way out of that, but Execration, not to be dissuaded, they smoke up again. Into the mid lane they go. Armel, he's jumped in, but he's been baited. He's been baited by Yoe, but a great swap out. Is it going to be enough though? They just perma-stun him up. This Beastmaster dropping low, but here comes Gabby to help out. They can't kill him. Armel's going to be just fine. He'll get the axes out right onto Nico with a Rupture, forcing the Primal Split, and they will lose BDC first. They try to go back in onto Tims. Tims is dropping low, but so is Yoe. He's dropping very low, in fact, but he does have an Astral Step charge. He should be just fine to get away. Nico, he's going to be all right.
Oh, is he?
Or is he? That's a lot of TPs, Nico. He gets the tip. Boomy. Played with this man for long enough to know exactly what he's doing. Does tip him immediately, even before he's dead.
Yeah, it's just way too much movement coming out from TNC. Really good swaps coming out from Tims. They don't find big kills this time. They only find Nico, which, you know, it's nice. It's an offlane Brewmaster. It doesn't feel like he's worth too much anymore. Like, he's so far behind as a core. I mean, even Tims is just nipping at his heels here in terms of net worth. So you're not getting as much there, but you're still slowing down the momentum of Execration. You're not able to find your big cores as well. And it allows them to maybe take more control over Roche. It's 20 seconds away. TNC will definitely be eyeing that one, and so will Execration. You don't want to give away a free Ag Shard if you can help it. They are just keeping position and trying to keep control in the triangle, but Boomy's already planting some really nice forward wards here.
Oh, Yoe is going to run right into Bok, gets the Dissimulate. And Resonant Pulse, but Boomy, he's in with the Walrus Punch. It does land, and they lock him down long enough. They've got the Rupture out. He will step away from it, but he's going to be very careful about the amount of damage he does take from the Rupture. In goes Armel to lock him down and secure the kill. As they go in for more now. RR going to be in danger. On the Abaddon. 4 staff away, but it's not looking great for him. Tries to field to follow up. They've even caught out Palos. But the buyback from Yoe is going to force back TNC now. As the side of Execration go right back in onto Tims and Boomy. Getting both so far. And they even found Armel on the Beastmaster. And they'll get another. Great buyback from Yoe, and TNC unwilling to fight with that buyback committed. Fortunately for TNC, they do get punished heavily.
Yeah, it's a really great fight for Execration, turning it around. There's not much sustain here from TNC. So as these fights drag on, they don't really have heals to play with. Once Armel drops low, he is low. We've got to watch that. They have no real way of saving him beyond Snowball. And really mistimed it for TNC. Roche is up, and Palos just starts digging in. That's going to be 3 key items going their way if TNC can't fight.
That it will be. There is a bit of a wraparound. Gabby's running in. Roshan is pretty low. Gabby, he pops his BKB out, but it is a little bit too early as Yoa is going to jump right back in. Nico, he's there as well. BDZ with the Earth Spike, but here comes Boomy to blow up BDZ, but Palos, he's back into the Roshan pit. It's very low, but the swap out Tims. He may have saved the day, Tims. Can he pick up the Aegis? Not quite Palos. He does manage to pick it up. And now they can definitely fight here, Execration. They go back onto the Vengeful Spirit. Has to fill it out. Tim's still somehow alive, but will eventually die in another pause. But an immediate unpause. As RR resumes, pauses again. Another disconnection now from Palos. BDZ's lost the plot. I'm not sure if you can translate that, John. It's a complete mess right now in this game.
Oh, yeah.
But I love it, John. It's a classic Rambula. That's what we want to see.
It is. Sobra just means it's too much. It's too much flag right now. And I don't know if you spotted it. The cheese and the shard were grabbed by TNC. So Tim's lived for a little bit longer. He ate the cheese immediately. You've got the shard sitting right now on Bach, so they can hand it off if they want to. They do have the Aegis on Execration, and sure. But they've lost a lot of value in that Roshan. Like, that shard is such a big bump up. The cheese as well would have been really nice to have in a secondary core. Palos is dropping low. He does have the battle trance ready to go, but he's static linked up. There are no force staffs available right now, so if he's not careful, he's just going to be stuck there with no damage.
Absolutely. So Execration are going to try their best to reconnect in the allocated pause time of TNC. Of course, good to see TNC having no internet connection issues. Very, very nice indeed. Can't say the same for Execration. See if they can reconnect and get back into this game, because they are slowly making a bit of a comeback, right? Like, it's not guaranteed, but Palos is top of the net worth board, and these last few team fights have sort of been leaning the waves of Execration.
Yeah, they've been very disciplined with their spacing out. They've been really disciplined with force staff use as well. They just want to drag Palos away from Gabby. And for the most part, in a couple of these fights, Gabby only saps away, what, 30 damage? Not much. There's a pretty long cooldown here as well in the static link, so it's not like you want to just have a little damage. You really need to maximize every single use of that spell. And it can get a bit tricky down the line. So you do have to watch that. Respect the fact that Execration have ways of approaching this game. And you have to respect that even Yoa, like, if he jumps in, catches Armel out, if you take out that Beastmaster early on, he doesn't get to do damage. Like, he needs to be alive very long in these fights to stack up the wild access damage. And in a couple of these fights where Execration wins, they usually start that by taking out Armel first. And again, they've got the mobility on hand. Yoa can jump the back line. They've got the blink in the line. They can easily just isolate the Beastmaster from behind. And even with the BKB here for Armel, like, if he's surrounded by 4 or 5 heroes, he's still pretty much dead.
Well, Palos is asking about the pause time that is left. I don't know how much pause time TNC want to give over, but it sounded like they were happy to give all of it. Guess we'll find out very, very soon. They're just constantly reconnecting, but I guess they just can't find a stable kind of... I don't really know how to word it, but I guess it's just not very stable when they connect.
Yeah, maybe looking for a stable line to the server. It's just constant, though. Like, there's something up. Maybe time to kill off the team router, you know? Get hard reset, turn it back on. Check for spiders, as you would know, Mike.
Yeah,
How are spiders doing, Mike?
Spiders are very warm right now, John. We're hitting winter. They've got themselves, you know, they've set up their home on my modem. But it is a very effective kind of network, John. It's working very nicely for me. No disconnections so far.
Yeah.
My wife has been complaining non-stop about it, I must admit. But
hey,
I told her
it's the web.
It's
the web.
it's
the
their
spiders.
home now, John. I can't. I'm not going to interfere with the spiders in their house. They can have it. Just have to maybe burn it after we're done with it. So we do have to go ahead.
Right.
See what happens in this team fight. I mean, it is a 2-0 so far. Armel's going to respawn, but they've caught Gabby in the Razor. Snowball is out. A great snowball save from Boomy. Right to the high ground. And I'll tell you what, if there's one person that's really stuck out today, it is Boomy. been playing a really nice Tusk.
Yeah, he's just been on point, saving his team, setting up, and just every single time cutting off the right parts of the map at the right time. And this is something the panel talked about at some point. Like everything feels a little bit more narrow. So here's like Tusk, here's like Shaker, even Clockwork, all can block off really nicely. And these are all Boomy heroes. So in a way, these map changes are Boomy buffs almost, as he loves just blocking ways, blocking paths, and he's had a fantastic time so far. Execration, and they still hold on to the Aegis. They didn't lose too much there. They did drop the Cheese and the Shard, but not the biggest loss in the world. Wondering who they passed that on to, because I don't really see it consumed by anyone just yet.
We'll see.
Oh, it's on Armel. So he gets the free Wild Hawk dives. He doesn't have to spend a 1-4 gold.
Oh,
more
good.
utility coming out for the Beast.
They're going to jump in onto the Abaddon now. RR. Going to be forced off the way, it looked like. Through the borrowed time, he's going to be just fine. Mel, he's still trying to chase him down. Raw is going to connect, and they will secure the Abaddon kill. With that, they're looking toward that tier 2 mid tower again, as Gabby will get started. It shouldn't be too difficult of a task either. So Gabby's just going to be perfectly fine to try and finish this off, but Palos will start moving in slowly. Yoe is in. Astral Spirit does connect. Now the Battle Trance being popped, and another pause. I mean, the swap's nice. Boomy, he's a bit frustrated, it looks like. I'm sure everyone is. And we should be good to go again. And we will. They know where Gabby is. He's done that for a little bit longer, but it looks like he's going to go back into the team fight now with the static link back onto Palos. And they'll get the Aegis. Primal split was there from Nico. Tornado going to be committed onto Boomy. And he blinks right out of there. Boomy, he's fine. Nice shards block to boot, and he's just right. They can't capitalize on anything here, Execration.
Yeah, it's a really big win for TNC, taking out the Aegis. You don't have that failsafe anymore for Palos. They forced out the use of Primal Split, but there's an Ags on Nico. So cooldown's not too bad. He can start to save up for charges at the least as well. So there's still some uptime here for Execration to play with. TNC though, knowing that all these big spells are off, they do smoke up.
Seeing what happens. Is their cooldown just so low, they can just keep going back in, and Yoe, he's going to break the smoke, but it might be too late. He's trying to initiate, he can simulate back out, but now the swap is there, onto BDZ. They want the Lion first, get rid of all those disables. It's just trying to run, BDZ still safe, but now the shards block. Boomy once again, making it very hard to escape, as they will throw everything onto BDZ, but he's still not dead. He'll survive for a little bit longer. Eventually though, Armel does get the kill. Boomy does go down, but does fight back. Gabby's still killing off Yoe. Onto Palos. Execration, they have 2 heroes down with that buyback. This might be about that time to try and go high ground. They even have a siege trip there, TNC.
They have so many tools on hand left. Palos has to be so cautious. There's only 1 4 staff up because they've only got 1 support up. It's all an RR to ensure that Gabby doesn't gap close. But even then, standing so far back, you need to focus on objectives.
Oh, great swap in onto Palos, and that's your troll gone. He can buy it back, but I don't really know what he can do with it, as now even Nico's been caught out again by a great chance block there from Boomy. He might be able to run himself out anyway, but they'll lose RR instead. And that'll be your mid-racks gone. Armel continues to try and snipe away with these axes into the tier 3 bot tower.
There's just nothing to be done here. Execration, respawns are coming up for Yoe as well, so maybe as a group of 3 they can go in. They've got the split, but they're going to be bleeding out these 2 sets of racks. The top lane still protected, tier 1 still stands, so it's not mega creeps. Things are looking bleak here for the Radiant side as TNC just keep that aggression going.
And they're out of there now, TNC, just cleaning up the mid-racks before they do leave. Oh, never mind, they've smoked up, it's a fake. They're just faking their way out as they swap in Nico, and Nico was just not safe. Easy debate there from TNC. Now again, they can't really capitalize on anything because there is still that tier 1 and tier 2 tower at the top lane. But I guess an extra kill never hurts.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's a freebie. You'll take it. Roche is still about 3 minutes away until we find out when the respawn is, so they can't transition into that directly, but they can start setting up on these outer towers. Tier 1 top, not going to hold for long. Tier 2 top, also not going to hold too long here. And TNC just widening gap. 17 to 34, 16k up at 32 minutes in. Execration, things are looking dicey. Palos is trying to save up for a Satanic now. He's got the Basher on for control. They've got 2 Force Staffs, 1 each on each support. So there are some angles they can approach here, but they're going to have to give these outer objectives. There's no fight there.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Onto the tier 3 top tower they go. Gabby still has that DD rune that he needs to activate, and now does. Just going to make things that much easier here for TNC. They are going to jump in. Yoe will try to start onto Gabby, but there was a roar out immediately onto Palos. It's just so hard to fight into this, as now Yoe's been caught out. He will Astral Step and just TP away, but no, he will knock it out. Armel will secure the kill, and now they just dive. BDZ trying to run. He's going to be just fine. They try to go in again here. Palos trying to fight Armel. Armel will just continue to throw axes at them. Now they'll turn right back around with the static link in. Earthspike is there with the battle trance. Well, now there's the battle trance out onto Gabby, but they roar him up with the snowball initiation as well. And Palos, he can't really do anything. He will just die, and they will just continue swapping more and more heroes in. That'll be a very easy Game 1 victory here for TNC Predator.
Yeah, there was some fight coming out from Execration. You know, for a while there, as long as they isolated Armel, felt like they could clean up the rest of the heroes, and they were building the right way into supports. 4 staffs on hand to try to break the static link. Just didn't pan out, and a couple of those fights just fell apart for Execration's end.
Well, let's head back to our very handsome panel and see what they had to think about this Game 1.
Took a while to get here. There was some technical issues, but we're here now. And TNC, as we predicted given the draft, is a tough game for that Troll Warlord.
But just barely. Like,
just barely.
They had a couple of pretty big mistakes that they can't allow themselves to make against like the other top teams here. So.
A little unfortunate that disconnects plagued the game, and we didn't really see clean Dota coming from either one of these two teams. And like Black said, TNC, they were. It wasn't always quite sure that they're taking
I
this
expected
game.
a little more.
Yeah, I expected cleaner execution from them versus Execration. After all, Execration was almost eliminated, almost relegated in the first season.
They just beat Neon in the grand final.
Yep.
And now they're struggling against Execration.
And it was a grand final that's pretty important for SCA. It's one of the biggest tournaments down there. So biggest, I believe, even yearly tournament on LAN. So interesting that they struggled so much versus Execration that was also plagued by disconnects. Obviously, the game always felt in their control, but you're playing versus this Troll versus Void Spirit, and your cores don't necessarily scale as well, right? Like you have Beastmaster, you have Razor. If Troll gets big enough, you should be able to take it, but...
If anything, like if Troll kills the Razor there at the Roche Pit, like he doesn't get saved by the Tusk, I think the game is gonna go in a completely different direction. Yeah, Boomy there probably saved the game for TNC. Yeah. And if that didn't happen, you know, maybe Troll gets one more item, like a Daedalus, suddenly too much damage coming out from him, even through the drain, and then suddenly you're in a bad spot on TNC. Like you can't allow yourself to make these mistakes.
Yep. Their draft might have been a little bit too cute for their own good. It obviously did work out in this game, but...
Yeah, did you end up finding why they picked the Bloodseeker? Why Bloodseeker as opposed to the vast other majority of carries that are more popular?
We have seen Bloodseeker on the offlane work against Spirits. We have seen this in the Singapore Major. We've seen the offlane Bloodseeker with the Atos and a little bit more control, and you control any sort of a Storm, Ember, Void Spirit. They all struggle versus this, but there are probably better options. You're also playing into the Panda and into the Trolls, so it does have some power in a matchup such as this one. Is it the best offlaner? In my opinion, right now, definitely not.
Yeah, and with this new Beastmaster Aghanim Scepter, I feel like a lot of teams, he's not as good of a pusher as he used to be because he doesn't have Necrobook, but Inner Beast is still amazing at taking objectives. But TNC were so kill hungry, I felt, that they were just looking for fights as opposed to systematically grouping up and being like, okay, we have an advantage, we have a net worth advantage, we have Brewmaster split is down, now's a good time to take towers, but they just felt kind of disconnected.
Yeah, maybe it's also a little bit of a problem on the itemization on the Razor. I would have loved to see an Aghanim Scepter just to be able to push the towers much, much faster. He chose to not go for that, which I think in a lineup like this, where you're on somewhat of a timer, you know, like this item timing can really just break the game for you. Which, yeah, they didn't go for it. Still ended up winning, so works out. But if, as I said, if they play against like a top tier 1 team in SEA, they're going to be struggling if they perform like this.
And it wasn't even so much the cores that were keeping them in the game. It was Boomy on his Tusk, who I think deserves the MVP.
Yep, well played. As I said, that game-winning snowball at the Roche.
The snowball and the shards to block off the stairs.
Yeah.
Tims as well had a couple of pretty good swaps throughout the game, saving his cores. Also almost snatching that Aegis. He swaps the troll, gets into the pit, instantly gets bashed twice by Roshan. It's like the worst scenario possible when you're trying to make that play. But
he did get the cheese and the shard at least.
He got the shard for sure. Did he get the cheese?
He
Yeah,
ate
right
the
away.
cheese and then he put the shard in his inventory.
Okay, so it's 2 out of 3. It's perfect.
Yeah,
Almost.
but not a 3 out of 3.
No, not 3 out of 3.
Yes.
You have to step it up, Tims. Like those bars ain't gonna fill themselves, you know, the player evaluation.
Also, the
ones.
Boomy bar, did you see the damage it was there?
Yeah. Like,
Tiny speck.
It's not his job. His job is to prevent the enemy damage.
We're here to down talk.
Right. There's always room for improvement, which is why I want to see what these teams are capable of. In game number 2, we're going to jump to a quick break, but when we return, more TNC versus Execration.
change of range.
Welcome back to the premium Dota 2 experience brought to you by PGL and also the premium comfort of Secret Labs. Game number 1 of Execration versus TNC. That was spotty, but apparently Execration are looking into fixing their internet, so hopefully that will be fixed for game number 2. As for the draft for game number 2, maybe fix that first phase troll. Don't really know if that's the way to go if you don't ban out the Razor.
Yeah, don't want to leave yourself open, such an opening.
Yeah.
Opening.
Open opening. That was instantly shut down and closed by the Razor.
It's like a samurai battle, you know? Like one guy is like, the other guy
Yeah,
is
he's
like,
already raising the sword, and the other guy's already stabbed him in the chest.
Exactly. It's like that. I feel you can't even open up like that, right? If you have to have the last pick of the first stage.
if you have first pick, you can do it.
Yeah.
If you have second pick, you can't do it.
You can't because you're going to lose that battle. Razor will be picked up, and if you ban it, then they can pick it as well, right? So you're in a pretty weak spot.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the justification because it was Troll, good carry, and then Abaddon, kind of a counter to Beastmaster, but is new Beastmaster not so much because it's not about the roar. It's about the axes.
He was even roaring the Abaddon.
Yeah.
It was like he was mocking him for fun. Yeah, he roars him. He roars him, Abaddon pops his ulti, and then he just continues smashing those axes. Beastmaster is the new... well, you know how they make those memes about bristleback and how players are literally just
mashing
two buttons.
But at least you have to mash two.
Two buttons.
Yeah.
Beastmaster is easier. You just mash one button and that's it.
And not as fast either.
Yeah, you get some time. You toop. That's
so you're telling me you have to use quick cast for Beastmaster? Pressing mouse one this takes too much time.
Okay, mouse and
are you not a quick cast player?
I'm not a quick cast player.
Ooh, as a Meepo player, you're not a quick cast player.
Yeah, never.
Really?
My Meepo skills are without quick cast.
How about you? Are you quick cast?
Of course.
You had to be like converted though, because War 3 never had that.
I was converted. Yeah, actually, I didn't use quick cast until last year.
Really?
Yeah.
What convinced you? You're playing some pot or something?
No, my teammate was like, I tested out. You're going to be much faster. I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. And I was so much faster.
Of course.
Yeah, it's like you literally just save and click every time. Like, I probably lived a billion times because they just instantly blink out rather than having to click again.
I don't know, but I play like a lot of Clockwork, and I would feel very, very unpleasant having quick cast hook shot.
Or you get used to it because, like, you can still cancel it, right? Like you can just do.
Yeah, but I like seeing the range indicator.
All right.
I like seeing whenever that green line for a hook shot. I'm like, okay, this is how far I can
so
go.
he's one of those guys that can't play Void with quick cast. He's like, how big is my chrono? Oh, sorry.
He got buffed.
I've introduced many previous panelists to the horrors of my settings. Let me introduce you as well. Not only am I not playing with quick cast, because I liked playing micro-intensive heroes, and in Warcraft 3, Control 1 was always like the first control group on the 1, right?
Yes, of course.
For some reason, my items are Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 3.
What is the some reason?
I just wanted to have the items on 1, 2, 3, but I also had control groups there. So I justified Alt 1 for the first item, Alt 2 for the second. So if I want to use an item, I need to press Shift Alt 1. To, let's say, the old...
Were you a Han player?
No, Warcraft.
I think a couple of pro players have that too. Like
there's a couple.
Alt Q, Alt W.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
There's a couple, but none of them are fast. Like you can't be.
Because in Han, I know a lot of people's item hotkeys were on Alt, and so they would do like Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 3, or whatever, Alt W, Alt Q, and then coming into Dota, like especially with legacy keys. There's so many legacy. Are you legacy,
No.
Black?
No.
QWR.
Dude, you totally converted. That's incredible for a veteran player. That
It's just like it's so much faster.
Agreed.
Everything just is so much faster. Like that's all you have to say about it. Faster.
What about smart auto attack? Smart auto attack is like it'll wherever you put like your left A click, it'll find whatever's in the closest area next to it. Whereas normal
Oh,
attack
so you mean
move,
like if you just A move somewhere, it just attacks the closest target? You mean?
so if you normal A move, it attacks whatever's closest to your hero. Smart attack move attacks whatever's closest to the cursor.
Yeah, no, I don't have that.
Yeah.
I don't use that. That's a bit too advanced for me. I'm a boomer.
Yeah, I didn't even know that option existed.
Yeah, I'm a boomer. I really am. And the worst thing is, I recognized that like my settings and not using AutoCast was pretty bad for me, right? It's like it's putting you on a disadvantage.
Yeah, change it.
I tried changing it, and then I was like, no.
It's going to take you 2 or 3
I
weeks.
like my MMR way too much.
It's gonna
You have
take
to
2 or
lose
3
a little
weeks.
to earn a little.
Yeah.
I probably dropped about 1,000 before I got used to it.
Wow.
Like I blinked in with Axe. I wanted to blink in with Axe, but I couldn't because I had one more button to press, and suddenly I just called the air before I blinked in. I was like, okay, it's gonna take some getting used to. And my teammates are like, what are you doing, man?
Learning.
Sorry, bro. I just switched
the
my
worst thing
settings.
for me is, Tsunami, let me test this. Do you know what hotkey is? You're American, you only use English.
What, you use some Dvorak
No,
keyboard or something?
I'm just asking, do
The
you know what
Y&Z?
hotkey is
AZERTY?
to switch the language on the keyboard? Do you know the hotkey?
Is it Control-Alt?
Nah, but you're close.
It doesn't use the Windows hotkey?
Shift-Alt?
It's Shift-Alt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And Shift-Alt obviously for me is to precast something, right? To Shift-Q a movement.
Okay, yeah.
Shift-Alt-1.
Yeah.
So every time I would Shift-Q a barrow strike, I would also change my keyboard to Russian. Or something, and then my hotkeys would be even more messed up because the letters are all switched up.
That's true.
It's it's not the greatest.
Yeah, that's why I gotta go to Zoomers, man. Gotta switch.
For anyone concerned right now, currently Execration's sorting out their internet, so to preserve the integrity, we're giving them some time to figure it out, so we're not just wasting your time talking about hotkeys, although you should review your hotkeys. You should review your settings. A lot of great options, like you use auto right-click. Whenever I started having to fight over bounty runes, I use
the auto right-clicker?
repeat right-click or
But
whatever.
that is still slower than manual clicking, though.
They nerfed it, but it's still like.
Wait, what is that? How do you do
No,
that?
like you just keep your
You
right
just
click
keep
pressed, it goes
and it
press,
keeps right-clicking it for
but
you.
But
Oh, I
it's
see.
a lot slower, like half
Yeah.
the speed. Like I go like, when I really want to have a battle, like I take one, like I take the mouse in my left hand, I go like,
Dude, that's the Mario Party strat.
I never lose. Except against Ice as Ice because we kind of developed a strategy together. Oh, no. So we both just stand.
I used to be a bass player, so my 2 fingers are really fast already. Played metal and whatnot. It's like some 200, 300 BPM
Dude, we should
or
have a
whatnot.
button mashing contest.
We should, yeah.
So this was, yeah, I don't lose Bounty Room, but
like tug of war. Like the
I'm
faster you click it.
curious. Okay. What about directional move? If you use like
Only on
for
certain heroes.
Shadow Fiend,
Like
I use it.
SF, yeah,
because
exactly.
you gotta land those raises.
Wind Ranger 2, so you can stop attacking blade mail targets.
You can. They changed that though. If you hit the stop key now, she'll stop.
Oh, really?
Yeah, on focus fire.
See?
yeah, it's a nice quality of change for her. Even though I didn't play a lot of Wind Ranger, I loved buying Blade Mail versus them. Like when
Same.
they changed,
Or just picking Centaur.
Yeah, or
Blade
center.
Mail.
Yeah.
it felt good. It felt good seeing Wind Ranger unable to do anything about that. You know, like
just
you're a clockwork. You get her, you Blade Mail, you cog in, and
No,
just watch her
usually she
die.
runs after you, but then you run after her,
Yeah,
and she's the one
exactly.
running away.
But she can't. She's still looking at you. Apparently, if you hit the patrol hotkey, she would stop. And so you could move by patrolling, and she wouldn't attack.
Yeah, there is like so many
Really?
weird
That's-
interactions.
yeah,
with Dota.
it
It's
was
so
really
interesting
weird.
because patrol in Warcraft, what it would do is it
just
would
attack
patrol, but the
anything.
moment there's a target, it would attack it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
kind of like an A move, except you
Yeah.
don't walk back.
Wait, but I thought patrol is just movement.
No,
I thought
patrol
hold-
is
Patrol
is
means something comes in your attack range, you attack.
you attack
Oh.
it, but you'll
Yeah.
continue moving after it's dead. I believe.
Oh, okay. No, and here in
Warcraft, at
Dota,
least.
yeah, patrol is just movement.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I use it for illusion heroes. Whenever
Do you
I
have
pick up-
do you have auto attack on?
No.
Well,
So
then
maybe that's the
why.
reason.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Because
But if you play a lot of Elo heroes like Naga and stuff, you need auto attack on.
yeah,
I just attack move all the time.
that's also doable.
Sure.
Yeah.
Auto attack is still.
But
a
that
little bit
takes like
better,
an
yeah.
extra click again.
I don't I don't claim to be
Just saying.
an authority on
You gotta
max MMR strategies.
you gotta be as efficient as possible with your clicks. You know,
It's
like
true.
just because I'm fast doesn't mean I can't be faster.
True.
Yeah. Like Arteezy is still using legacy keys. Maybe would have won that major if he didn't.
Him having to reach all the way to that keyboard for
Dude,
Razor.
it's not easy. It's actually,
What
like,
are Razor's legacy keys?
I don't even know.
Oh, so
Yeah,
Jesus.
maybe if he switched, he wouldn't use that spell with the Razor. He wouldn't get Carapest.
Yeah.
You know?
He's like, oh guys, I just switched my hotkeys. Luckily, I didn't plasma field.
Exactly. I didn't plasma field. I didn't get Carapest.
Hey, like,
They literally lost the major in that situation.
I know, it was brutal.
Kaka is like, he's gonna plasma field. He's like, why didn't he plasma field? Oh, sorry.
Exactly. God, Arteezy next level play didn't plasma
Five-head,
field.
dude.
Yeah.
I was like, why did you plasma field there? Were you in Kaka's head? No, I just changed my hotkey.
Changed my hotkey.
And Kaka is like,
You gotta confuse the enemy, man. That's like
It's a mental game.
It's a mental
No
game.
Tail said it. Dota's a sick mental game.
exactly. Just play worse than you usually would. Confuse them
on purpose.
on purpose.
I do that every game.
It actually works like a surprising amount of times. Like you play really bad, suddenly the enemy's like, what is happening? They can't adjust to the situation, and suddenly they just don't know what to do.
I mean, that's definitely what happened in the finals, right? IG, they played pretty badly first two games. Suddenly, question mark changes it all.
They probably asked themselves the question mark, what
Yeah.
are we doing?
What are we doing? Why am I picking
Why are we in
Faceless
this
Void
existence?
in this game?
Why am I 0-8 with Void?
I think it was on the interview as well. What did they say? Something like, okay, so what changed in the second game? Oh, we watched EG and we realized we have to play like a team. Oh, really?
Took up into the grand finals to realize that.
we have to play as a team. Damn, that's some
But it was a very
top-tier
interesting
insight.
shift, right?
Yeah.
Like it was like EG here, IG here, but as the series progressed, it went like,
Yeah.
It did.
yeah. And then at the end, we've seen like supernova black holes and stuff. Like they will never forget that.
Poor Shrimp, bro.
Shrimp Bro is
The worst thing is, like, some of those black holes were so unfortunate because he was under vision. Like, he's running under...
they outplayed him so hard.
They outplayed him,
Yeah.
but vision is what made it
Yeah, of
really
course.
happen. Because you see that black hole coming. You see that Enigma just...
And yet here we are with Beastmaster not being nerfed. Although his shard, you can't micro the Hawk anymore. Although last game they got the shard on the... Did they get it last game, or was it in the first series? They got one of these series with every single game having Beastmaster had a shard, and it was
Used to
Suicide Hawks.
Yeah, stand and get another axe going, or two even, depending on how close you are to the target.
Yep.
It's a lot of damage. Like the shot is not bad at all. Like even though they took away the
Micro on the Hawk.
micro, I
Yeah,
think
but you
they
can't-
increased the duration by,
I,
one
you
second.
know, as a player that has the hotkeys as I do, I can't because I'm too busy casting the axes, you know. You
It's
can't.
true. My
It-
Q button's all taken up.
It's exactly...
Are you using legacy keys also?
No, I'm not. I'm just
So there's a
joking.
Q, left click.
Is there-
Q, left click?
Is there maybe a Q, like auto Q, like auto right clicker,
Oh,
auto
man.
Qer,
They-
so I can just auto
true.
access?
I think there's some. Oh, you mean that Q? I was like, I thought you meant Dota queuing.
No.
No.
It's keyboard queuing.
Because there's like a Dota app that's the Q
Yeah,
from
I've
the
seen it.
bathroom.
So
Or you can just put something
look,
on your enter key.
I'm streaming and like every time I go to a bathroom break or whatnot, I'm still queuing, and there's I get popped up like every time. The moment I leave, I get the accept.
Yeah,
And
you
the
need-
chat is always like, oh my god, accept.
Now you need to put the enter. You need to put your phone on the enter.
Yeah.
What I did is I lied to them that whenever someone writes accept in the chat, it accepts. And meanwhile, I'm just like off camera pressing it.
How's the mouse moving? You guys are controlling it.
No, just press enter, you know.
Oh, okay.
Where's the hand coming from? Is that you? No. Oh, where? What hand?
Where's the game coming from? I'm sure is where most people are asking. Don't worry, we have 10 players in the lobby.
Full lobby.
We
yeah?
are making progress, friends. You guys want a real game? I want a real game. I want to see what happens when a team fight happens and someone isn't mid walrus punch.
I mean, for these times here, we should have two computers set up here and just 1v1 each other.
Yeah, we could do that actually.
Yeah,
Sure.
They're literally just right in front of us. One PC there, one there, and we have one caster for
Is
the game.
1v1 even cool anymore in
Yeah,
the
it
mid
is.
lane?
But
Three
We can at least
bottle.
smash.
I mean,
the
When
bounty.
does a 1v1
no
even
bottles
end now?
allowed.
The
Oh, no
bounty,
bottles. Okay.
The bounty rune 1v1. Who's gonna get the bounty rune?
That's right.
faster?
That's what I'm saying. Let's have a mashing contest.
BO11.
Sure.
So just make sure you need endurance too. Like
You
just
do.
power alone doesn't help.
You know,
power,
you know all
sure.
about the difference between
you
sprints
need to
versus marathons.
I do, yeah. Gonna be able to click fast.
You need
and
a
long.
strategy too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm telling you.
I'm preparing
Like,
already.
there's no way you can outclick me if I do my thing. Unless you do the thing too.
Well, you don't even know what my strat is. So.
Oh, you literally said you're just clicking, but I'm clicking plus strat. Like I'm tilting the mouse 90 degrees, 45 degrees, sorry. I hold it, grab it.
Wait, you're actually holding the mouse in the air?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
On the table sometimes, depending on how I feel.
you're gonna miss the bounty rune.
No, why? Just hold it stable. Like you just.
Yeah, the mouse has nothing to move off of, so your
Okay.
cursor's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
All right, sure.
I think Black's onto something. I mean, he developed it with Eyesight Slicer, crying out loud.
Dude, we never lost the bounty rule.
Was that before or after you practiced black holes?
I'm not gonna take any part in this. You wanna take over?
No, I'm just kidding.
I need more
Now it's
information on the
just kidding.
Chinese memes.
Like you could already see Ice's ghost face come up behind his head.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
He's like, what?
Young Daryl's coming for you.
Ooh, yikes.
Okay, we
Shouldn't have said that.
we attempted to get in the lobby.
It did work
It
for 1
worked
second.
briefly.
Then we got
I,
thrown back
I
out.
swear, you guys, I want this game just as badly as you do.
No, you don't. You like hearing stories from me?
Tell me a story, Black.
I don't know how much time we have is the problem.
We have all the time in the world, let me tell you.
Okay. I'm gonna give you like a 2 minute story.
Sure.
So I was buying groceries, right, in Germany still.
Okay.
And my neighbor has one of these automatic garage gates, you know, like with the remote, you go like up and down. Yeah, so like he left the house, and I was just walking past, and I'm like, hi. But I was noticing that like he backed off his car out of the garage. He was about to leave, right?
Okay.
And then as the gate went down, I ran into the garage. I rolled in. And then he's like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
He opens the garage again. He runs after me. But I already walked out of the front.
He left it unlocked?
Out of the front door. No, I unlocked it because I was inside the house. Then I juked him.
What possessed you to do this, even?
Dude, I just had like this moment of revelation. I was like, that sounds pretty funny. Let's do it. And the guy was so mad, dude.
What did you do with the groceries? Did you combat roll while holding the bags?
No. I left the bags like on the floor there.
So you left the bags in front of the garage. You rolled into the garage and left on out the front door.
Yeah. Like
Wait, front door of the garage.
No, front door of the house.
So you
He
ran through his
the
house.
house,
So the door is here, right? The garage is here. I went
ran over, slapped the
Wait.
wife, kicked the dog, ran out the front door, and was like, all right, this has been a fun little experiment that I've run.
How well are you acquainted with this neighbor?
I'm not. Super
Never
well.
met him in his life.
I'm not super well. Like we exchanged some words.
Pleasantries, like good day.
Yeah, something like that.
Guten Tag.
He was so mad.
Never got a good day after that.
Dude, he was actually so mad. But
He definitely strikes me like a sort of a person that would do that, you know, like just for the hell
Just
of
for the
it.
memes.
dude,
For
it
the
was so.
memes.
He never expected that to happen, dude.
No one expects that to happen. Why would you ever expect a kid to roll through your garage?
How old were you?
Like 20.
Oh my god! The story gets worse and worse with each detail.
It was a good time for me.
Cool.
It was a great story. You know why it was a great story? Because we got a draft
Ooh,
out of
let's
it.
go.
Excellent work, Black.
Thank you. That's why
Just
I'm getting paid the most.
roll in through the draft.
So what bands? Beastmaster first band. Not surprised.
Not surprised.
Execration paying their analysts very well to recognize what the
Really
problem
had
was
to
in their
crunch the
draft.
numbers on that one.
I'm
Exactly.
surprised they even let it through after the first series. But maybe they didn't watch that.
Maybe I didn't watch.
You just prepare on your own. TNC as well. Let's see. Will they ban out the IO?
Yes.
That profit. Puck banned out. We are back to the major once again.
Beastmaster, though.
These teams, they need to let. But Beastmaster as well banned out. Also picked in the major a lot.
But in the first phase, no, right? Usually second phase.
It was banned out versus Ice Ice Ice. Like,
Oh, of
a
course.
lot.
Yeah.
And you may see Execration drafting a little bit faster than you'd think, as they did get a penalty for taking so long. So minus 110 seconds reserve time.
110.
And you have how many?
I think you only have
That's
2
it.
minutes to begin with.
Yeah,
2
that's it.
minutes?
Like,
2 minutes 10, right? I believe. Whatever.
Clock's
Well,
ticking regardless.
At least, you know, like, first game they
Uh-oh.
took 80 seconds to draft the first pick. Now they're gonna be. It's like, hurry up, guys.
TNC with the IO.
Kari Io.
Kari IO, exactly.
Yeah, Kari Io. Or maybe support.
Why not Kari?
Nope. Don't you dare.
We have seen
Don't
the
you
support
dare,
win at
Black.
the major. We have seen it.
Yeah, and it lost all but one game.
Oh, he wasn't part of the panel.
You weren't
He
part of the
doesn't-
panel, Black.
He doesn't know about your strife.
I had many a rant.
I mean,
I'll send you the VODs, Black.
I saw some things. I heard some things. I imagined some things.
I bet you did. That's what troubles me the most.
Quap and Io. This already puts most likely that Io as the core. I like to see Io more with that Prophet mid lane, something similar, something tanky.
Banned,
Maybe
unfortunately.
Slardar offlane. Exactly, they banned it themselves.
Yeah, and Quap just a response to Tusk. You're unkillable pretty much unless you use your blink like a dummy.
Level 1 got changed, not the most recent patch on Blink. Or the scaling got changed on
Scaling
Quap
and
Blink.
cooldown.
Yeah, and
like
the
lower
cooldown.
cooldown but lower range.
It doesn't
as well.
matter.
Oh, yeah,
He's
that's
not
right.
going to roll on you 24/7 in the mid lane. He's going to use
That's
those
what you
shards
think.
once, and then you
It's true.
blink
That's what
out.
you
We
think?
talked about these 4 positions. They don't know what to do. They're like, go mid? Why would I bother going mid when they're full HP, full mana constantly with the bottle spam?
It just makes your rotation so much worse as a position 4 when you're a Tusk and you're playing versus a Quap, Puck, any sort of a hero with mobility.
Yep.
Because you don't have that natural flow. I'm going to go mid, then come back.
I
secure
feel
the
like we might
rune.
see it at some point where like just both of the enemy supports will just secure both runes and they just really want to screw over the mid laner,
Yeah.
you know? And then they also try to contest the bounty rune. I think something that can definitely happen where the enemy mid laner just gets so screwed over by the supports that...
By the way, was the math done on bounty runes? Like, because
It's
not-
less.
it's less, right?
much less, much less. I mean, the bounty runes give less and they spawn less, right?
But they
They
spawn on
bumped up the
fir-
GPM, though.
They
They
spawn.
bumped up the GPM,
They
yeah.
spawn on the first 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
You get one on 3 minutes, then
Yeah.
you get
And
ano-
0 minute.
and of course on 0
The
minute you
is
get
still
2.
the 4, yeah.
Yeah.
On 0 minute you get 2.
Yeah.
Then on third minute you get 1. Then on
one.
the 6th minute you
Get
get
one.
1.
Yeah.
And also they don't disappear, right? Like you get
Also
2
true.
bounty runes.
I think they
etc.
only did that though because they know new patch, people don't know, they're not good with numbers. No Dota player is. They're definitely gonna forget to pick them up once or twice.
Also, we haven't really seen very much late game, but I think like, come like 60 minutes, there's like a team that's been on the enemy side of the map, and then there's probably like 5 bounty runes that have accumulated on their side because they just haven't gone back yet.
Yeah, we can maybe see a smoke out from the team losing, you know? Just
pick up
bounty.
all
Dude,
the
you
bounty
can,
skirmish.
I'm
Go on a
hyped to see a
bounty hunt.
buyback, a bounty hunt, exactly. Oh, Lizard, what a coincidence. A bounty hunt. What a great hero that would be, huh? Every single game.
Imagine if there was some hero that
Could
was
hunt bounties.
hunting bounties. Like some hero that I also consider is extremely broken and so far underpicked. But at the Division 1, in the Season 1, we've seen bounty hunters really backfire. It was horrible. Every time bounty was picked, he would just lose instantly. So there
They're
were some
scared.
problems, exactly. Still feel the hero is really strong.
TNC has memories of Season 1. They ban out the Medusa. They know what Execration did to them.
It was the Mars as well.
Really?
Yeah, they picked Medusa with the Mars, Phoenix, and Batrider on mid lane.
Medusa is also one of the better heroes against Quap in the mid lane. Or even safe lane if Quap wants to go off lane instead. I'm loving the new Medusa.
Yeah. Not the best versus Io overall. Your
Yeah.
tempo is a bit faster, but it's still solid.
I mean, Stonegaze is pretty good. Like,
you feel that Medusa is really strong right now, right?
yeah,
Same.
like this new Aghanim's build that people are doing is super good. And you get a shard, you just stone everybody, and you ult, you stone them, and you snake again, you stone them. You just stoned all the time.
People just like being stoned.
Yeah. What can you do when you're stoned?
What can you do? Just sit around.
Just sit
And
around,
wait.
Vibe.
stoned, vibe, exactly.
Mirana.
Enjoy the life.
Mirana, Io.
So
I heard stuns are good, but
I wonder if this is like a... Oh, wait, never mind. They banned out Phoenix.
yeah, Phoenix, exactly.
Yeah.
That was my first thought too, but they banned out the Phoenix. So, okay, what this Mirana does, it's another hero that Tusk can't do anything to. So you
True.
have Io with Tether, you have Mirana with Leap, you have Queen of Pain with Blink. Tusk feels pretty lackluster already.
where's the synergy though?
There is no.
Okay.
There is none, and absolutely no synergy between these three
That
heroes.
sounds good. Snapfire, okay, we have seen that quite a bit. Snapfire plus Mars Arena.
Old school combination.
Yeah.
Pretty much the moment they came out, they were paired together. Everyone recognized.
Yeah, and same with Mars Willow.
I've seen some snaps win versus Quap mid too, which is
I mean, Snapfire just has a really good stats gain.
Yeah.
Of course, the infinite bottle.
a lot of damage.
Like, I feel like Quap actually got nerfed this patch because she was always this Harris hero. Now Harrison doesn't matter. So,
Yeah, do you even take Dagger now in the mid lane matchup?
good question. Maybe just farm up with your own Scream.
Yeah.
Get like
Who
fast
was it?
six.
There was one player in the Singapore major that went Max Dagger versus DK or something like.
How did that go?
Not too well.
I'm not surprised. You also have 0 comeback mechanics.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. So right now, I guess you just go with the Scream, and that's it. You just farm up.
Yeah. Legion Commander.
Okay, well you got some setup now for Mirana Arrow, and
It's a old school combination if they decide to put IO on a support. Back in the day, IO plus Legion Commander on offlane were
Back in my days.
we're pretty
ye
legit.
old Dota.
Ye old Dota.
But in
days.
ye new Dota, press the attack, shard, magic immunity, walk through Mars Arena, easy peasy.
Sure.
Still absolutely no low committal stuns from TNC. They have the arrow and they have the duel, but
At least that's a combo.
Yeah, give me like an Ember Spirit for TNC. Oh, they already have Queen of Pain. Okay, who's a carry that has cheap committal?
Void.
Faceless?
it's so cheap.
Cheap
I mean,
little
time dilation.
bit. Hey, the new shard, you jump in and out. Have
And
you
you
seen
can
that?
and you can choose when.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, within 1.5 seconds. But
Okay,
it's
so
sort
actually TA banned out by Execration, so they're protecting the Invoker mid, and they're thinking that Queen of Pain is not mid.
well, it's because
Or
Invoker is a
might
hard
not
counter
be.
to Quap in the lane. It's very
Yeah.
hard to play. You just out-region him, you
You think
outlasted
it's
him.
Quas Wax and you just
Yeah.
region.
Although
forever.
with the new region, maybe not as bad, but
Yeah.
then you get the additional health, additional int.
They
Does
ban out.
Invoker get a bottle? Is he the only mid
No.
laner that would not get a bottle in this
I
situation?
mean, there's a couple.
There's
Don't take
Visage,
couple.
Invoker, Viper, all these.
You wouldn't get it on Visage?
No.
No, okay.
On
The-
Viper, though, sounds
Viper,
Viper's okay.
yeah. Viper is fine. Visage, definitely not.
probably not, yeah. Want to get the medallion.
Ban out the Jug. I wonder if Execration are thinking this might be a support IO.
Well, actually, I thought I would pick Ursa. So I picked Nature's Prophet into the LC. That's very brave.
And it's also Nature's Prophet carry,
Yeah.
right? It should be Prophet carry with. It's a very strong lane. Prophet carry plus Tusk.
And they go Luna.
I mean,
Shard got changed. Now it's
IO
auto
Luna
attacks.
as well. That's
So it's
an old school
it's a
classic.
support IO.
Yep.
I don't know about
Position
that.
4.
Chief. Luna as a
haven't seen Luna.
core. Someone was saying that the shard was good. Wasn't Lacoste saying that the shard was good
Like,
on
like
Luna?
now your beam doesn't stun longer, but every beam auto attacks enemies,
Hmm.
which sounds kind of funny. I've never seen it before. So
I mean, it's a good old school combo with the IO. You have a lot of stacking potential on the map
and a lot
right
of clearing
now.
potential. Too.
Yeah, so you can deal with the Prophet as well.
And you will have a very strong BKB timing against this Invoker Prophet.
I don't like their draft though. Like, I still feel they
don't
lost it
either.
hard. Yeah,
So are you predicting Execration?
I'm not predicting Execration
Yeah.
still. I'll still predict TNC, but I feel like they won the first draft. The second one they definitely didn't. I'm still predicting TNC though. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Same TNC, just because they're the better team on paper, and they just came off a win of Neon. But yeah, the draft is woo.
Yeah, I'm always hung up on these last picks. Like you said, the Prophet is brave. I think brave was just a very, very generous way of phrasing how you felt about a Prophet into Legion Commander. So I'm going to go TNC. Also, I don't really know also what the Snapfire's goal is here. There's team fight, I guess, arena and kisses.
Just arena 5 people, all that.
Sure, yeah. I'm optimistic, I guess, but Execration are going to need some incredible execution to pull it off as we go into game number 2 with MLP and John X Fire.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are into our second game between TNC and Execration. It is once again MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, we have an anime draft now from TNC. We've got the Mirana, they've got the Luna. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling great. You know, you've got 2 heroes here. Always nice to see. The anime kicking in. No Dragonite, no Davion on hand, so we'll forgive it. But you've got the Invoker on Execration as well, so there it is. Just lots of anime heroes. Now, it should be interesting to see what Execration does with that. Yeah.
If only they added Quap to the anime. It's the one here that was missing. I
Soon
think
enough,
God
Mike.
said it
Book
already at
two's coming.
the Singapore major, but couldn't agree with him more. Add Queen of Pain to the anime. Make me a very, very happy man.
I mean, maybe with book 2, we'll see. Yeah, you can see Execration kind of clumping up, and of course, hopefully the internet issues have been sorted now. I can provide some context for this, as I have read up a bit. So, Execration normally plays out of the studio called Lupon, Wombo X Combo, big casting studio in Philippines, cast in Filipino. They play in that area, and apparently there's some power issues right now. There are some pretty strong rains in Manila, apparently. So they've had to move out, and that might be the source of their issues, playing somewhere else. Hopefully it's been sorted. We have given a lot of leeway here. So creation holds up, but not a good sign when the pauses fly in again. But, you know, it's also Southeast Asia. It's also Filipino Rambulan, so it's kind of to be expected as well.
Now we do have a quick go-ahead as Yoe will give the boss. Very nice of him. We'll see what they can get done here. Execration. What is it, John?
Armel, it's like Armel called out to Yoa, and it's like boss. Then Yoa's like, then Armel's like, later. I know what they're planning. Maybe they're planning to play CS again, because every single time we hear TNC alt chat, it's always about CS, not about Dota. They alt chat about CS every single time.
Nothing wrong with that, John. Like Tim's being chased down by some treants here. Hi, Palos. It's going to be just fine. Now, still going to try and fight, as they do have some very strong early game here on Execration with the Tusk. It is going to be a pretty even trade, it looks like, as you do see Nico now fighting with Boomy for a bit. Boomy being able to back off there, back to his Luna. Everything going to be just fine, but well, I did say it was going to be an even bounty rune trade, but I believe it was actually a 3-to-1. Looks like they only managed to get 1 for TNC.
Yeah, it's a really good start there for Execration. Of course, we've got to point this out as well. And Tsunami didn't get triggered by this on hand because they had to switch over, but Boomy on the support IO. So it's the support IO here. I'm sure Tsunami must be having some emotions there in the green room. We'll see if it holds up. Gabby, of course, in that laying down bot up against BDC, and Nico on the Mars and on the Snapfire. A bit of a shame, as you know, Execration used to have a player called Rupido. He loved the Mars. You don't get to call it out, but I wanted to say it one last time. Still, Nico should hold this lane steady, but it's hard to harass out an IO +1. Gabby should still be able to get some decent enough farm, and it's really more on BDZ to try and cut off that IO and try to apply some harassment on the source of regen if they want to get some aggression here in this lane.
You say Tsunami's going to get upset about the support IO, John. He might be a little bit more upset at you mispronouncing his name again. We've gone over this before, sir. I've taught you the pronunciation of that word.
I don't English well, Mike.
No, you do, John. You're doing a great job, don't you worry. RR and Bok going to try and get onto the LC, or rather RR and Palos. And Bok pretty tanky on the Legion Commander, should be just fine. Tim's going to hang around on the Mirana, just being a little bit cheeky with the arrows, as bot lane is where the first blood does occur. And Nico able to pick up Boomy on the IO, and that's like you said, John, it's a support IO. It's almost to be expected at this point.
Just isolate him, burst him down. Gabby can't really do much to stop that movement. I mean, he's got the aura up, he's got the Lucent Beam. Doesn't do anything to stop a jump, so you've got to watch that aggression there. And
Bok top lane. Execration, already finding 2 kills across the map. RR just finding Bok out of position and does get the tag team on.
Yeah, and it really goes into how Execration's drafted. They've got lineup that can be really aggressive early on. They've got great damage on hand with these lanes. Like Palos with the Blightstone, of course, can just unleash a ton of damage onto Bok. And Bok, early levels for the LC, not necessarily the best. He doesn't have a point and press the attack to try and sustain. All he can really do is try to shove the wave out with the overwhelming odds, and Tims can just sit back and try to arrow. Now, it is paying off for the Mirana. You're getting some good EXP here for Timson. We know he loves to try and rush out his own levels more than anything else, but that is going to come at a slower start for Bok, so they're going to have to weigh the pros and cons of just prioritizing Braun in that lane.
I never asked you, John, but what was your opinion on these new water runes? You a big fan of these things? You think it kind of evens out the mid lane a bit more?
Yeah, it's like, meh. I mean, usually I'm on pause 5. Kind of make it a habit to rotate just so that my mid doesn't cry about RNG. Now I can relax a bit until the 6-minute mark. Sometimes they cry for me to fight, but for the most part, it's all right. I think mid laners enjoy it, or actually, I have no idea how they feel, because it kind of evens out, so you don't get a major spike. If you're losing, you're happy. If you were winning before with power rune trades, you're not. but I think it's just a bit of a boon for some heroes that love to spam the bottle. Like in this case, Armel has the bottle up. As an invoker, you don't want to pick it up. So Yo is always going to be lacking just a bit more of that regen, and Armel gets more presence early on because of how these water runes and boundary runes work.
Very, very true. Let's say the new Invoker shard feels kind of ridiculous for bot lane. BDZ going to be chased down, but they've also got Gabby there on the Luna. He's going to try and fight back now. Up against the Mars, but Nico going to prove to be a little bit too tanky for now. Gabby will just go back and salve himself up. They do at least keep BDZ quite low, as it's like Gabby cop a spear there for a second, but it's going to be just fine. And well, just all across the map, Palos dropping pretty low on the Nature's Prophet. Had to TV back to the fountain.
You're just seeing each lane just kind of poking and prodding. There's some opportunities for each side to kind of push out. I mean, even Bach, right? That's a Nature's Prophet up against a Legion Commander. Overwhelming odds gives you so much value once the treants are up. So you will have to watch that spacing. And for the most part, TNC haven't found an opening to get a clean kill. But I think their lanes are going out well. Bach's up ahead in terms of last hits. Armelis as well.
A lot of heals coming in just at that last second, barely keeping Gabby alive. And now BDZ's going to be chased down. Do they have enough? No, they don't. The stick charges will keep BDZ alive. And well, Gabby, he'll also be alive here, but looks like Boomy might have to really stick around his Luna and make sure that Gabby does remain healthy.
That's a lot of aggression coming through. Just at least getting the space out for the snap bar going home does open up more avenues for Gabby to farm up. Going for an interesting build as well, going for the Moonblades maxed out first rather than the Beam, so your Eclipse is probably not going to hit as hard. You're not getting too much from your Lunar Blessing here as well, but it will help Gabby clear out camps. That's something TNC is going to have to look into. Start stacking up for the Luna down the line to enable that flash farm for the hero.
Certainly so. Top lane, Palos, RR still having a pretty decent time, but it looks like Bach has found his own footing now on the LC. Sitting at 32-7. I know you were talking about this before we even got into the game, but the Legion Commander, a bit of a Bach special. When I say that, Bach, he's going to be in a spot of danger, but not too much. He's going to be all right. Just walk himself out of there. Meanwhile, mid lane, however, I can't say the same for Armel. Does manage to blink away, and he even gets a regen rune. Of course he does.
Yeah, it's always good, and you can see Armel just controlling the lane quite nicely. Yo is stuck at 23-6. Armel's up 36-9, and again, he's got this bottle advantage, because Invoker is just not a natural bottle player, so you miss out on a lot.
He's going to have to man fight this one as Armel. He's rotated very, very early on the Quap to try and go after Palos on the Prophet, but the arrow going to land just in the nick of time. Tim's, something we used to talk about all the time, John, the Tim's Mirana, always a real treat to watch, and he's just always at the right place at the right time.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and you gotta respect that arrow. It's just not safe to try and TP out if Creep Wave isn't blocking you. So they managed to find that pause 1 kill, TNC's first kill on the board. Very big target to take out. You're still finding everything in the lanes. Like Gabby, despite having that slower start in his lane, is overtaking in terms of last hits as well. And it's just going to really escalate as, again, you go for the Glaives build, it's just so easy to clear camps.
Arrow. Arena is down. They're going to try and get this Luna. Gabby, the spot of danger, still surviving thanks to Boomy. With all the hills flying out, and now it's right back onto Nico. Arrow not going to quite land, but it won't matter as the body blocks are there from Boomy, just holding Nico back. He just can't get back to his tier 1 tower. They might be able to get Boomy, and they do. Mid-tether, they'll at least kill the support IO, but well, you save Gabby, you got the Mars, you can't be too upset about that if you're TNC.
It's a huge boon for TNC. You're just building up that lead once more, slowly building up, and they're keeping that aggression up. 2-3, 1k lead up for TNC. On the side of Execration, they need a lot of stuff to come out. Yoa already has his Urn, already has fresh charges on it as well. You might want to play around with combinations that the Invoker can give you, and they already rotate mid for that.
Yoa trying to get started. A nice spear set up there from Nico into the snowball, and Boomy could not save the day. He's going to try and go after the DD. In fact, he'll deny it off and just try to escape now. Yoa wants to chase him down. I don't really think they can hold him down, but the shards are going to be on target. Really nicely placed into the spear. And that'll be a secondary kill now for Execration. TNC, that's some big losses in that mid lane.
And they've got to respect that power here. Like, just having that cold snap plus Urn combination on hand to set up, it's so devastating.
Tornado EMP now onto Gabby, being body blocked as well, into the spear again, and Execration. Feeling very hot, but Armel, he's going to try and turn this one around with a big Sonic Wave out. BDZ just channeling the kisses. He can't really get that close though, and they'll give a dual win away over to Bok, who wants to go down and chase Yoa now. An arrow from Tims as well will not really connect on the Mirana, but they are still chasing down Nico, and they will be able to pick up the Mars. Into Bok. He is going to die to the tag team damage, but they're still trying to chase down Yoe. They want that big invoker, but here comes the Prophet now to help out. Maybe this is going to be enough as Armel is dropping extremely low, and they find another. Ara, great shards out, and TNC, they tried to punish, but they went a bit too far, and they get punished themselves.
It's a great turnaround from Execration. You love to see the Nature's Prophet here, Palos, just being active on the map. They're playing around with their level 6 spikes. The Arena Kisses combination is just pretty hard for TNC to fight into. They don't have the best cancels for the Kisses. I mean, they've got Arrow, but once it's expended, there's a lot of leeway there for BDZ to just channel his spell off in the back line. They do manage to get at least a dual win here for Bok, but they're trading away a lot for that. And Execration still keep that aggression up. They're smoked up.
Absolutely. Into the Radiant Triangle they want to go. Smoke won't be broken. They barely miss out on Gabby, but they're running to Boomy instead, and the Moonlight Shadow was just popped, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to save the day for TNC. They will still lose Boomy. Again, Execration already 4-9. And their Earth lead still slightly the way of TNC, but this is looking much better already from Execration.
Yeah, they're just in good form, keeping aggression up. They're just constantly forcing fights. They still have Arena up. They've gotten enough space that Yoa is starting to build up now on the Invoker, despite not having as much last hits. He's keeping up pace there with Armel, and this constant pressure is not something TNC can fight into well. Like, they just want to sit back and farm here for Gabby. They just kind of want to get some EXP up and going on their own supports as well. And until you see some items up for Gabby to be ready to fight, he's just not going to be able to contribute much. Compare that to Palos. He just TPs in, he's working towards the Orchid. Even without that Orchid, he's just ready to go, pump some damage out. And they're always just going to be up in terms of numbers and damage because, well, TNC, they just need to farm up with Gabby.
That they do. He's got a long way to go. So it's all about just holding on to those towers for TNC and not allowing Execration to control this map. Speaking of towers, though, that tier 1 bottom tower going to be under siege, and Gabby has been caught out again. Yoe is there with Palos. They don't have the damage up for this time, and in fact, Bok is looking to turn right back around onto Yoe with the relocate from Boomy, but a great Arena in, an even better Sonic Wave, but it's not going to be enough from Armel. He's trapped up in the shards again. He'll blink out now, but it's still a massive win for Execration, as they might even find Tims here. Does manage to back off. Still no team fights really working in the favor of TNC.
It's a slow start for TNC. 4-11. Execration, again, they just have the numbers every time. Palos just TPs in, no problem. They play around with the Arena timing, around with the Kisses as well. And there's just no easy way to cancel that off. Now, they did manage to save Gabby here on TNC's end. So he just gets back to farming, gets back to building up. There's some good stacks here in the triangle. And they actually do manage to save their bot tier 1. So I think if TNC is looking at the bigger picture, they're still happy about maybe sacrificing the heroes. Sure, losing Bok is not ideal, but they're buying space out.
That they are. Armel on the bot side looks like he might be being chased down, but Moonlight Shadow is going to come in, and well, Gabby is just going to happily keep free farming this ancient stack. Very nice stuff. He's going for the Dragonlance build up now, so not trying to do anything cheeky with the Eclipse, which he hasn't leveled up yet. Or if we do end up seeing anything like an Aghanim Scepter from him, but no, he wants to go the SNY build up. Still Nico. He's going to show himself for a second on the Mars, but he was invis. We'll see Gabby. You'll need some help for this, but you can TP Palos in, and there's your Arena round. They're going to focus down Boomy first. Get rid of the IO, and now it's on to Gabby, who is very far forward. He's going to try and run out of this, but there is no way in hell. They land the Tornado, they'll find Gabby. They might even find the Mirana Tims, who does get caught by the shards. Execration They're looking really good this game number 2.
They just know how to play against this lineup. They're punishing TNC for the fact that they do not want to fight at all. Like, you skip the clips, Luna does nothing in these fights. She stands there, throws some right clicks that don't really hurt yet, and she just melts. Execration, Orchid's up and running on Palos, so his presence is even more devastating in the middle of these fights. And they have such low cooldowns on their spells. Arena's not that long, and Kisses are not that long too.
Oh, Bok top lane, gonna be caught out, and you kind of question why Bok even hung around there. You're kind of saying as well, TNC, they don't want to fight, especially with Gabby right now, and just hanging around while that T1 tower is dropping was never really going to work out in his favor. You can see they've got to find the space. They still have that mid T1 active and alive, but it looks like Execration will slowly but surely start setting up to take that T1 mid tower out.
Yeah, I mean, they've got everything they could possibly want right now. They've got so much power. They've got the blink up here on Nico. He can blink in, set up for the arena. Arena's off cooldown. Kisses are off cooldown. They can just keep forcing fights, whereas TNC, I mean, they kind of can, right? If Armel shows up with a good scream, there's a possibility of that. He's got the Yules now as well to protect himself or to set up. The issue is no one can follow up on Armel. Like, they need a blink up on Bok to ensure that they get duel, at least the lockdown one hero on top of the burst damage of Armel. But without someone to gap close with Armel, the Quap alone at this point is just not enough, especially with all the control Execration has to counteract Queen of Pain. Like, you've got Snowball saves, you've got just even the Cold Snap can be troublesome, and even the Orchid is going to cause issues if you commit. So TNC, they just don't have the answers on hand yet. They try to get movement out, but they're kind of blind in the map right now as well.
They're blind, and, well, Yoa is going to run right into Tims and the Mirana. Realize they were smoked up for a second. Mid lane, Bok needs to be careful as the arena is going to be dropped immediately by Nico. Great setup there. Didn't really have much vision, but he had just enough to know where the LC was. And that'll be your mid T1 probably dropping now. They really can't defend this.
No, it's just stick back and farm.
Nico, nice spear, a lot of patience, but no follow-up.
And Execration, I don't think they mind too much. They know where Armel is. That means they can pressure the rest of the map, knowing that there's no Quap to burst them down. Armel does manage to TP out in the end, but losing the mid tier 1 is big. Like, their entire map is just opened up for Execration to control. They've already got really forward wards here to watch that bot jungle, and they jump in.
Palos, yep, Boomy. He's going to try and TP out of there. The Orchid will not be enough. My goodness. Very close stuff there for Boomy. You can just see how afraid TNC should be feeling across the map. Just nowhere safe right now, especially if you are hitting creeps. And, well, speaking of, Tims, he decided to hit some creeps now, but Nico is waiting in the tree line. Like Shadow actually going to be popped now from Tims. Lead to much. It seems like they just want to get on the map and just start pushing out some waves, but Bok immediately trying to be punished for that. Yoe doesn't really connect the tornado.
Radiant structures
TNC, they're doing the right thing, but they've got to do this for quite a bit longer, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Gabby's still keeping up in farm, just about 100 gold behind Palos right now, so you're in kind of a decent spot, although Luna wants an item advantage before taking these fights. Execration, understanding they've got, you know, a lot on hand, just shoving the bot tier 2, and it's a nature's prophet. It melts towers quick, even without, you know, anything like Necronomicon coming through. NP by himself is enough.
Dire's top tower.
Nice and easy for Execration as it's a 4-16 now, 1k net worth lead for this Dire side. It's actually quite surprising that it's only a 1k lead considering how many kills they've got on here, Execration, but that is how the cookie crumbles in this game number 2. I suppose now if you are Execration, you can start looking towards that Roshan. Well, actually top lane, never mind that Roshan, because Palos, he has found a big target. Armel gonna try and find his way out of this one, but there is no chance. Nico with the perfectly timed spear will make sure the Quap does die, and, well, again, if they really want to, they could go for a Roshan, but it looks like they're not interested. They're probably just enjoying killing off TNC a bit too much. more than happy
Yeah.
to just keep this momentum going.
And that they are. They just take control of the map, keep running down, prevent any source of farm coming in for TNC.
Radiant's
The reason why
middle tower is
Execration's
under attack.
not in as much of a lead is mainly because of how the farm is working out. Like, Armel's been happy enough to try and split push. You're seeing Yoe and Nico take the back seat in terms of just building up from creeps, and that is sort of hurting them. Like, Yoe's at 7k, Armel's still 900 gold ahead despite dying multiple times here. So TNC still have some approaches to take. The big thing they really need, the big spike, is really Bach with Blink.
Radiant's top
Bach
tower
just needs
is
to
under
find some
attack.
space to get his Blink gold up, but that entire jungle's just occupied by Gabby. Every single camp is just marked as Gabby's territory and leaves
Radiant's
very
top
little
tower
space
is
for the
under
Legion
attack.
Commander to try and progress here.
Yeah, I mean, I was so happy to see that TNC did draft the Legion Commander, but for now, without a blink up, you can't really do much. They're going to try and fight this top side. The Moonlight Shadow being popped, they might be able to run straight in onto Palos, and Bach is going to try for it with the jewel out. Tornado immediate. However, Palos is dropping low and does die. A great start for team fight for TNC, but now the Chaos Meteor to roll right through the arena. Eclipse out from Gabby. He has leveled it up now, and they do get another. A 2-for-1 trade thus far as they find even more. RR try to run away, but does cop an arrow to the backside. And there you go, TNC showing some signs of life. Be able to get back to farming even more now as Yoe is going to see Armel. Won't be able to just solo the Quap any longer.
Dire's top tower
That'll be
is
enough,
under
TNC.
attack.
They're going to set up for the top tier.
Just go,
Nico.
Gabby.
Spear is there. Might be a little bit early as the relocate is coming in from Boomy to heal back up Gabby. And in fact, they've already lost... looks like they're about to lose Nico unless the Sonic Wave goes right between the two heroes. But it won't matter. They got the jewel to lock down Yoe. Gabby does die, however. Nico, he came back in and cleaned up the Luna. Cookie, not going to be there in time. And so you got Yoe, but you lost that position 1 carry Luna. Had the Sonic Wave landed, Nico would have guaranteed been dead. So very unfortunate for TNC.
Yeah, but Execration are holding on. They're not too rattled about losing that last fight. They know they've still got really good timings to play with. They just immediately smoke up. They've still got Arena. They do not have Kisses, but so far, Nico's just been on point with his control and damage anyway, so it doesn't feel like the Kisses are necessary.
Armel, spear off the mark there. Nico, well, you're not very happy with himself about that spear. More of the blink in anyway.
It's really favorable for TNC if Execration doesn't find fights. And you can just see Gabby gets so much space in jungle, they build so many stacks up, even Armel gets some recovery farm here. And once you do have this Manta up on Gabby, it's just more ways to avoid the control of Execration, which is all they really need. Like, having the Manta means you can dodge out the Gold Snap, you can dodge out the Orchid, you can maybe try to avoid the EMP combos as well for Gabby, so he can just stand in the front, keep dealing that damage he wants to throw out. And, you know, when you have something like the Quicksilver Amulet as well, right, like it gives you that passive move speed bonus when your spells are in cooldown. Eclipse is such a long cooldown. Like, you're always going to have a little bit of that stack in the Quicksilver
Dire's top
Amulet
tower
every
is
single
under
time you use that
attack.
spell, so there's a lot of value there for Gabby. Execration, they don't want to play this slow game. Like, they're kind of farming up in Palos. He's got his own BKB on a Nature's Prophet, but you have a really early spike you have to play with. Like, you do not want to force a late game fight up against Luna. She's still devastating towards the late game. Like, you get so much damage bouncing around with your glaives. You can maybe look towards the Satanic build-up down the line, disassembly play with a Mask of Madness. It can be ridiculous, especially with an Aya to help you. So, Execration, they need to keep that momentum they've been showing us. Maybe play with the smokes, maybe look at Roche. Although that Roche isn't that safe, there's a really good board here from TNC to watch down the line.
Well, smoke has been brought up by the IO, so it looks like TNC might start setting up again for a smoke, but Execration should be ready to fight again. I mean, they've got every ulti up. There's your smoke out. Where are they headed, though, TNC? Well, there you go. There's a line being drawn out right through the river. Nobody going to be around that point that they made. Unless they're going for a Roshan, but they are not. Into the dire jungle they go. Again, nobody going to be around to be found out. TNC, they might have to just back off again as that Moonlight Shadow is going to wear off. The smoke should be wearing off rather soon as well.
Yeah.
Forge Spirit in the Roshan pit to boot. So they can't really, they can't go for the Roshan after either.
Yeah, and you can see Execration. They're the ones smoked up now, and they've got an inkling as to where TNC's at. So they can start to punish. All spells off cooldown. Fresh BKB under Nature's Prophet. There's a lot to show here for Execration in the next fight.
Counter smoke, Execration want to initiate. Who are they going to find? Armel. He's going to be alright for now. Instead, they do go in onto Bok on the Legion. Massive Sonic Wave there from Armel. But RR, he's going to remain alive with the Snowball. But now the Eclipse comes in. Gabby trying to turn this one around onto Nico. They are dropping like flies here, TNC. Or maybe not Gabby. He'll turn right back around onto Execration. It looks like it's time for TNC to try and clean up, but Yowie, a big tornado out, does land on all three heroes. BDZ still going to drop as the Snowball does roll through onto Armel. They'll get the Queen of Pain. Gabby, he'll keep chasing down RR. He's trying to get this this death on the Tusk. I believe by the numbers, it is still a pretty big win here for TNC as they get an ultra kill out for Gabby. That was also a dieback on the Tusk.
Pretty much 5 heroes dead there for Execration. A couple of mistakes from TNC. The duel from Bok ended up on the Mars, and Nico actually got the damage. So, probably not the best hero. The Mars still managed to get the arena off, but overall, you won a really big fight. 20 damage on the Mars is nice. You're not going to be too upset, although.
Yo, in mid lane, gonna try onto Gabby. Gabby's actually falling quite fast. He doesn't have his BKB available right now, but the relocate, not gonna be it. Yoed does kill him off. Gabby, he a little bit overly confident there, but again, his BKB was on cooldown, and now, well, Boomy's gonna be in danger. He tries to get himself out. Moonlight Shadow definitely gonna help him out, but he's been speared up to a tree, and he's gone.
Good punishment out from Execration. You can't really misstep like that as the Luna without your BKB, and now the Roche opens up for Execration. There was a good ward from TNC to watch. They could maybe look to sneak around, try to grab it. Armel's sort of in position, but without the rest of your heroes, this is just not a fight you want to force out. And that's going to be ages here for Execration. First one of the game. Going to have a second life on Palos, and that can make all the difference in these fights.
Ara is going to scout out the Roshan HP, but it's way too late. So Palos happily taking it on the Prophet. Looking very menacing now on that MP. I mean, TNC, they're not quite out of it yet. I mean, they still have the net worth lead on their end of things somehow, but it's a few little mistakes being made here from this Radiant side is costing them some easy lives. Very curious to see as well as to what Gabby's gonna... In fact, never mind, he's going straight into a Hurricane Pike on the Luna, so... Well, there you go, just feeling like he needs that extra line of defense.
I don't mind it. Like, the Dragon Lance is kind of a dead slot. You might as well upgrade it. You get some mobility on hand, force staff yourself out of the EMP combo, force staff yourself out from the Ice Wall. That's what killed Gabby last time, just all the control coming out from the Invoker combo. And it's just more protection. As this game drags on, again, TNC doesn't feel pressured in this game. Right? They can just sit back, they're building up really nicely on Gabby. He is finding a lot of farm. He's got this Titan Sliver as well for his tier 3 items, so very nice pickup for the Luna. Execration, they do have some scaling here for Palos. The NP we've seen drag into late game in its own way, but you still don't want to constantly try to pierce high ground against Luna. It's just, Glaives just do too much work in D-pushing. So in a war of attrition, the Luna should still be able to keep up and just keep growing bigger. And that gives more opportunities here for Armel to finish his farm. He's going for the Shivas next. So more durability on hand, some good damage and slow, and the slow is the big one. They kind of lack decent control in TNC, just having an additional slow is going to be a big help.
Oh, Jewel is going to be there to point out Yowie. That's a massive target. They can't blow him out in time though. Or can they? They do get the kill. Gabby, the one to secure it is now. He goes right in onto RR, and that'll be your task. Trying to snowball out of there. And relocate away onto Gabby, as they will still get the kill. The relocate, I'm not sure what it was about. Perhaps they saw somebody there. It looks like they may have just seen Palos hanging around on the Prophet. trying to
I
snipe
think-
somebody else across the map.
I think they were just returning home. They came from mid. A really good time as well, as there was a double damage rune for Gabby, so it still works out. Tier 2 tower mid, not going to stand for long here.
Definitely not with that DD. Look at the attack speed. Press the attack. My goodness. That's a lot of attack speed with the solar crest and press the attack.
Yeah.
I don't know where
the
Gabby
overcharge
keeps all the
as well.
glaives. And the overcharge.
Look the high
And
ground.
suddenly-
Luna.
Suddenly they're
drag
taking
it to
high
this
ground.
point.
Nice and easy stuff here. Gabby just casually taking mid-racks after a rather difficult game, but here comes Nico jumping in onto Boomy. They do get the IO, but Gabby is still going after that mid-racks. He pops his BKB, still trying to go after this. Now TPing away, and they won't have the damage up to kill him. Still, Execration, they defend the melee barracks, so it's not all too bad.
Not bad at all, but they're starting to have issues. You're starting to see it as well. Like, they just don't have enough to contend with Aluna. And once they give some ground away, Gabby just overtakes. Just keeps getting the hits off. He finds an opportunity high ground. Your objectives melt, although they are looking for an opportunity, but can't really follow up. Too close to the base here for Execration, and they're just going to have to go for their own push. The creep wave is lagging behind just a bit. This should still melt for the Nature's Prophet.
I mean, he does have the shards and the Prophet to boot, so you've got the Great Intrigue going. Two of them, in fact, in there. They're rather cute how big they are, must admit. Arrow does connect. They are going to back off.
Yeah. They can't sustain that push, not against Luna. They need to maybe find a way to jump Gabby. We've seen them isolate Boomy, which is nice. You take the eye off the equation, simplifies it, but you need to ensure that you have enough in the tank after blowing up the IO that you can still follow up on the Luna. Like, they throw everything they have for one hero, you just don't have enough to deal with everyone else. And Gabby is going for the full damage build here, buys out most parts of his Daedalus, lacking that Demon Edge next. He's going to hit like a truck. And you even have the BKB up now in box, so he's safer
you
to start
seen
these
this?
duels up. Yeah?
Sorry to interrupt, John. Have you seen this Luna shards?
No, but I am
Okay.
keen to see it here. It
Alright,
seems
so-
ridiculous.
Yeah, it kind of is, right? Because you can crit on the bounces. So you loosen beam someone, and then suddenly a glaive's bouncing between the teammates. And I believe the time I saw it, we weren't casting, but they bought a Divine Rapier. And the people were just melting every time you loosen beam. And with the Daedalus, it's still going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, you've got to watch out for that. But Gabby's such a massive issue right now. Execration, they had to play up to their momentum, and they just kind of give too much space out to Gabby. They still have opportunities here. They can get a good initiation going.
They've got the snap by act as well, so they're going to initiate with that right in onto Tims, but he's going to be able to leap out, and now the team fight does start, but Boomy is dead. Meanwhile, the Jewel is out onto Yoa, and here come the Glaives. Talos in danger. It's so much damage. He will just die instantly. Onto the next. Gabby will just keep going onto Yoa. That'll be another one. And it looked like a decent start. BDC gets the tip there from Gabby. They kill off Boomy, but once the support IO is dead, it feels like the Luna just doesn't need it anymore.
It's the same issue in that last fight. Like, they throw everything they have to take care of the IO, then they have nothing left for everyone else. It's just way too much to contend with. The BKBs are breaking the combos of Execration up as well. They can't land the control they want on Yoa as long as the BKBs fly off in the start of the fight, and it always does. So
Gabby wants
they're
to
stuck in a
make
really
something.
awkward spot.
Do it, Gabby. He's gonna go into that mid-racks now. EMP gonna land. Spear is there. They want to blow this Luna up. He's still alive though. Boomy can't keep him alive long enough. Gabby, he's gone. Relocate was a bit late as they'll go onto Armor. Sonic Wave is going to be casually thrown out.
Oh, nice
Arrow
arrow.
actually lands on Yoa as well from Tims. And they lose the big pos 1 Luna, but they get everyone else out of there.
Yeah, that is just pretty good for TNC still, and they hold on to the high ground here for Execration, although. Oh. Oh
Everything
no.
fine for now.
Forced the BKB back there, so he's down to his 6-second charge, but he's got his Shivas up. Doesn't mind too much, doesn't die. They need to just stall out for Gabby to be back, and for Execration, they need to force the issue. No buyback. Arena is going to be up in about 7 seconds. Kisses as well. So they've got their combo on hand, and without the Luna, you can see all their damage is on that one hero right now.
Into the tier 3 bottom tower. Execration doing a great job of trying to come back in this game. Greater Treants, of course, making it a lot easier. I mean, just look at the damage output. Of course, you are still just waiting for Gabby. It's a nice initiation there with the spit out. But not nice enough. The follow-up was not there. That'll be it. They get the tier 3 tower, but they're not sticking around any longer. They don't really want to deal with this Luna. And TNC, they immediately smoke up.
Yeah, they just want to make something happen now. They know they're really strong as long as Gabby's around. Boomy and Gabby can, of course, just relocate in to join these fights. There's no pressure for the Luna to even stick around. They can just focus on split pushing the bot wave and looking for that target.
Oh, Amel. Oh, a lot of blinks in. BKB popped as well, but RR, quick on the fingers, does get himself out. Maybe been listening to the panel in terms of clicking pointers, John. They were arguing who is the better and faster clicker. Big smoke up though, Execration. Gonna lead to much. Already, oh, Yoe, he jumped right in now, but does pop his BKB. They've got Boomy on the IO. Snowball is there to counter out the duel, and now Bok is in danger, but a big sonic wave. Armel! He's right in there. They didn't even need to pop the Eclipse. They just blew up to the magic damage output of the Quap. Looks like it's back through the mid lane now.
This is a dangerous spot for Execration. No buyback on Yoa for quite a fair bit of time. And that's just going to open out the entire high ground push. Now the bot lane still protected for Execration, but I think the tier 4s are a very viable target here for TNC if they just want to force the game done at this point.
And there you go, that'll be 1 Rax down. That Solar Crest, going to help the cause. Boomy will pop the overpower. Bok's not around with the press the attack yet, but he'll be here soon, don't you worry. This Lucent Beam thing is so darn silly. Seeing it bounce between buildings, and we have a pause coming out. It's like there might be some connection issues again here.
The arrow.
Where's the arrow?
It's lined
oh,
up
right.
for Palos. Palos, run! No, no, Palos!
He gets cookied. He's all right. He's all right. TNC, they're only interested in the racks anyway.
Yep. They're not going to force the issue to force. Roche is up. Really well timed from TNC. That was a bit of a longer Roche respawn timer as well. Second Roche of the game, Aegis Cheese, and the free Ag Shard. They're going to go right in. TNC finds it. No wards here from Execration. They can maybe scout with Sunstrike, but Yo is still dead, so Execration can't really even contest this Roche at this point.
Who do you give the chance to?
It's a good question. Like, kind of like LCs here. We get Spell Immunity for a bit, lowered cooldown and press the attack. That sounds pretty potent, especially since all these Spell Immunity has been giving them all these openings here on the side of TNC. That could be one they can hand off to.
Immortality.
What's it go to?
No, you are correct.
Yeah.
It does go to Bok.
Really nice. Like, Spell Immunity on, press the attack, lower cooldown and press the attack. I mean, that's, it's basically like a Minotaur Horn, right? It's almost just like a Minotaur Horn on a skill, so that sounds really balanced to me, Mike. Very fair.
I like it. Definitely very
You even
balanced.
get, like, you hit 25, get the AoE, press the attack.
Oh!
Free Spell Immunity for everyone.
Wait, so hold on a minute. That free BKB, if you get the 25 talent, it actually works on everybody within the AoE.
It should, yeah, on paper.
Oh my goodness. That does sound a little bit too strong. Nevertheless, Moonlight Shadow is there. Palos needs to be very careful because the duel is going to be out from Bok immediately onto the Prophet. They'll drop the arena down. Where's your follow-up damage? The Snowball going to save the day for now, but now the Eclipse is flying in and the Sonic Wave out from Armel. They are just melting to the damage output, and TNC are taking no damage whatsoever. They'll buy back on RR, but they are going to lose another in the form of Palos. He'll commit his own buyback now. That may allow them to hold on a little bit longer. Then again, Gabby can just spam Lucent Beam Jump and just let the Glaives do the work.
And they're down one man for the Ancient defense. They need more here.
Oh, Gabby, he's in with the Swift Blink, right onto Yoe. Armil in off with the Blink. But it won't matter, the tier 4 tower is dropping very quickly, and now they are onto the Ancient. Gabby just really taking his time here before he starts hitting the Ancient, but he will eventually get there. And Execration, how do you defend this? Well, they're gonna try, but Gabby's already killed off RR. Sunstrike is off the mark. Now Arena is down. They're just trying to block them from hitting the Ancient. But eventually they should be able to get there as Gabby, he blinks right in onto Yoe again, onto Palos. They just want to fight. The GG has been called. TNC, they will be able to clean this one up 2-0, and Execration unable to take a win off this Radiant side.
Yeah, TNC come out in really good form. They make that Luna work. They buy out enough time for the Luna to get that farm up. And that's the one issue for Execration there, right? They were so even in terms of gold, even if they were ahead in kills, that they weren't finding the big targets they wanted to. They wanted to bully out Gabby, but Gabby was always in the right part of the map, getting the farm up, and an overfarmed Luna is just not something Execration's lineup could deal with.
Fair enough, and with that, of course, we are going to throw to the panel to see what they thought about this series overall.
TNC do indeed make that Luna work, and with a support IO as well. If it was the Singapore Major, I'd be frothing at the mouth right now, but we saw a core IO lose earlier today, and we saw support IO win, so 7.29 is bringing new dynamics to old heroes as we wrap up a 2-game series. TNC do come out on top, beating out Execration, Lizard, Black. What do you think about that? Luna was able to keep up a lot better than I was expecting, so how do you think about the Luna to Prophet matchup?
I mean, like, if the matchup really goes like absolute late game, then it's going to be quite difficult for the Luna to handle the Prophet, simply because of the Sprout. It's going to cause a lot of issues for you. But the way they played, like TNC, was really good. Like, they completely avoided the side that Execration was controlling, and then he just farmed the opposite side for like a good 5-6 minutes. That's why he was keeping up with the Nature's Prophet and Network.
And it's so crazy. It's way easier said than done when you're playing Luna into a team that has Nature's Prophet, Mars, Cosmos Invoker that's everywhere at all times because of his movement speed. It's quite harder to get on point and find that farm without feeding, which he did a couple of times, but it didn't hurt his farm. And even though the score was, look, 5-18, the gold lead is insignificant for Execration. Perhaps TNC also showing that they are the better team here, that they're a little bit more skilled, and you could see that even with a, let's call it a drafting disadvantage, they performed really well and they managed to bag it.
Yeah, let's call it, I would just say that they're better than Execration for sure, but I feel like if they perform like this against any of the top 3 from the last season, they're gonna be in big trouble.
Yeah,
like,
I agree
they struggled game 1, they struggled a lot game 2. Execration made it look very close. And yeah, like if
maybe
you're TNC, you need to step it up.
Maybe Execration is looking a little bit stronger too.
Sure.
Right? There is that. They made some changes, some adjustments to the team, but still, I completely agree with that point. I think that they need to step it up versus the big guns, versus the T1s, the Fnatics. This shouldn't be as easy for them, those games.
Yeah, especially because a lot of the heroes that they're picking were comfort. Even in game 1, they were picking like Vengeful Spirit in a game that, like, yeah, Venge is okay. She's not that great. Same thing with the Bloodseeker. So it seemed like we're comfortable with these heroes. It's not necessarily the new patch, but even then, it didn't look quite as clean as we would hope for a team like TNC and players on that roster. But still, they get the 2-0 in the end.
I just love the fight that came from Execration. These guys were not giving up. You had, like, in those last seconds, you had the Mars Arena on the throne.
The Sprouts?
The Sprouts, actually, I'm not sure if it was John Xfire or LP, but they were a little bit confused. They thought Luna was just chilling there because you can't actually see the sprout.
Yeah.
The Ancient was sprouted, so you can't attack it. And
It's a pretty dumb
it's
mechanic.
a very dumb mechanic. The sprout is even inside of the Ancient. So
But I
you
can't
obviously-
see the outside.
But you obviously see
No,
it, right?
no, you can't see it. It's the little pixel in the middle. That's what you see. And what I see is Gabby as an MVP on that Luna. I think him managing to find the amount of farm that he did, like we said at the beginning. of
deserved.
this
Look at
panel.
these bars.
Look at
this
these
is
bars.
probably kill participation. If he had it a bit better, this would be the best performance I've seen from anyone.
Almost up to my standard.
Almost, but you can see that it's not filled.
Yeah, if the blue bar is completely full, that's like
100% kill participation.
Yes, exactly. I do that so many times too. I love it.
But you're always winning the game, Black. Gabby
Yep.
did well. Luna,
Gabby
is she on the come up? You convinced that both you and Lacoste were saying ranged heroes, Manta style, it's the way to go. It's the way of the future.
I mean, the new Manta style fits her super well. The new Satanic is super good on her. The new shard seems very interesting too. They just get like 2 auto attacks out of the Lucent Beam.
Is
Don't
it
know
two
how good it
or
is
is it everyone around?
There's
It
just
says two
hits.
random,
Yeah.
two random targets.
But my question is, what I didn't test it, but I'll test later, is do those 2 attacks bounce 6 times 2 or not?
They were bouncing.
So the
were
Lucent
bouncing,
Beam
yeah.
attacks bounce as well?
Yeah, it bounces.
All right,
bounces.
that's
I
actually
saw it
some pretty
bounce.
top tier shard material.
Yeah.
At least that's how I saw. In that last fight, he was using the Lucent Beam on enemy heroes, and it would bounce around.
Okay, I'm just going to do some testing to confirm, but if that's the case, it's actually, I think, one of the better shots in the game. Like, it has super long range and very low cooldown.
Yeah, because a lot of the carry shards I'm looking at as, is this one that I'm going to build, or is this one that I'm like, second Roche, you're the first candidate?
Right.
Forget about the support, so I'm going to give it to my carry player.
Yeah.
So this one looks build-worthy. 1,400
Pretty
gold.
good, yeah. You can also farm faster with it. Yeah, good job to TNC, taking it 2-0. Very important, they don't drop the same series they did last season.
Last season, they played versus Execration.
That's
lost.
not going to haunt them.
Yeah. Hopefully they're cool and collected for the next series too, and they they don't drop any unnecessary series like they did in the first season, because that's what eventually did cost them the major slot.
Well, we'll get an opportunity to speak to one of the players from TNC. Gonna have to talk to Armel. Armel, let me know. Can you hear me, my friend?
Yes, I can hear you. You guys can hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Pleasure. We can see
Hello.
you as
Okay,
well.
okay. All good?
Congratulations on your 2-0 versus Execration.
Thank you.
The question that I've been asking everyone is, how do you feel about the new patch? You know, for you and your role, how are you feeling about the bottle situation, the rune situation?
Yeah, I mean, like, the new patch, like, feels like they make it easier for the mid players just because of the battle.
Do you like that or not? Is it easier
other
for
than
you?
the nah, I don't really like it. I like smashing my opponent.
Yeah, so then for your Queen of Pain this game, not leveling up Dagger at all, you must have felt kind of weird about that.
What? Sorry?
You didn't get to level up your Dagger on this Queen of Pain at all, and I guess in an earlier patch when I guess Invoker didn't get the bottle, but still, like, it's you're having to adapt, and I know that I've watched you play for a long time, and you are known to smash.
Yeah.
Black Lizard, you got anything for our boy Armel?
Just gonna ask for some personal advice once more, because my matchmaking adventures, Armel, have not been going so well. Is there like some good mid heroes you could recommend to me, other than Beastmaster, to win some MMR?
I'm gonna say Beastmaster only, bro. You spam Beast, you win like,
always Beast?
a lot of MMR.
Okay, always Beast, I got it.
Yeah, only Beast. No counter.
Yeah, thank you very much.
What about that Medusa ban in the second game? Well, is there any particular reason you would ban that hero?
I think it's because we're like already planning to pick Luna, and we got Ayo too. And kinda respect ban for the Execration too.
Yeah, maybe remembering the series from the first season, right, versus them.
Yeah.
So moving forward, you got to watch the Singapore Major, I'm assuming. Did you have expectations for Neon and Fnatic to place the kind of way that they did with Fnatic, kind of not meeting expectations and Neon exceeding expectations?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I didn't really expect Fnatic to go like get eliminated right away, and maybe for Neon, I think there's still some hope because in C they perform really good. Just on Fnatic, I didn't really expect that's what's gonna happen on them.
So then for this league, which opponent are you most afraid of?
He's not afraid of anyone.
Wait,
Myself.
Which opponent are you looking
one
forward
really.
to play most?
Myself.
Maybe Fnatic. We wanna get our revenge on the last season.
Revengo.
Okay, good. I like it. Well, congratulations on your 2-0 victory here, and looking forward to seeing you perform in the rest of the league.
Congrats.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
See you, my man.
I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure most mid players, the ones that aren't like the farm-intensive mid player, maybe that's why Miracle's returning back to mid. You know,
Because you farm.
because you farm, and he was like, oh, you know, I got enough of that in the carry role.
He's actually still gonna be the carry, just from the mid lane.
From the mid lane, yeah. Let ILTW be the bench warmer in the safe lane.
Every lane control player hates the new rune system.
Yeah.
And
It's
the
just
worst
how it
thing is, you pretty much play the playmakers from the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
For a really long time now, since TI8, 7 maybe even, it's pretty much been if you have a playmaker on the mid lane, you're obviously going to do much better because it makes everything easier.
I think we haven't really like gotten to the bottom of it yet. I think you can get away with a lot of greedy mid heroes, maybe even like a mid Slark, you know, because you can really just sustain yourself, no problem. Even against these co-ops and stuff, like you don't care. You have infinite region, get to level 6.
Problem is the mid game though. What
Sure,
you do in the
sure,
mid game,
but
right?
you can have like a more active safe laner then, just to
If-
make sure you
yeah,
enable
if
your carry even more.
Exactly. If you have an active safe laner, then something like this.
Like maybe like an
completely
Ember safe lane, ILTW likes it, for example, and Miracle and some Slark, something like that.
And they did play it before, right? With with Miracle and Kuro, they played
That's
the
true.
Ember safe lane.
Yeah. Well, it's only been one day, but we do have some standings to show you because we've had a
Impressive.
handful of matches. O'Mega, as we saw in series number 1, taking their win versus Lilgun, and TNC taking their win versus Execration. Meanwhile, lower division, Motivate Trust and South Built Esports take their victories against 496 and Signal Ultra.
Trust is, of course, we're doing upper division here, but like Trust is a super scary team. They won a tournament prior to them losing Masaros to Fnatic,
Yeah.
and then it disbanded.
It was that Summit tournament.
Yeah, but now they're coming back and they're looking really strong. Unfortunately, they won't get to go to the major, but
Also,
maybe the open
unfortunately,
qualifier.
496 lost the game, the first series of Division 2. They were
Rough,
They
yeah.
were. It's rough because they were
Bombi.
slightly our favorites. Yeah, they had.
Bombi, man.
Bombi had some sick support plays in the last season.
It didn't even matter.
It never really mattered.
Well, speaking of the previous season, I was told that you guys have a tradition around here of the Prediction King. Is it? Was that what was going on here?
Yeah, it's the Prediction King. I wonder.
I believe that's you as Granny Cookie Lizard.
I'm a prediction snapfire because I'm snapping all those predictions
Heyo.
around. But wait, we all went with the same
Yeah, we
team.
all went with the same team all the time.
But yeah, but Black and I we're on for panel 1,
And you missed
Oh,
some?
and I guess we
Oh yeah.
botched it.
You blundered.
I mean, how is that fair that we have to do more? You know, we should do like a ratio. Or whatever. Okay, you deserve it. You
It's
get it.
100% prediction rate,
congrats,
man. What
bro.
can I?
100%.
Not only that, I come here and I save you. Like if I didn't go for TNC, you wouldn't.
Gobbled it up and spit it out. Prediction
I just want to
Snapfire.
say that I said TNC first both games.
We can also take a look at what we've got for tomorrow's schedule here in the Southeast Asia region. Only one match, one BO3, Boom Esports versus Execration. So Execration looking for a chance for redemption. But again, these are the 3 teams that were in the middle of the group in Season 1. It was TNC, Execration, and Boom. So anything's possible. But we'll hopefully see if Execration can at least fix their internet issues, which I guess they did in Game 2.
Yeah, but it might be a little bit of a similar scenario to last season where, you know, a team drops down 0-2 very early because they just keep playing these stronger teams, and then the morale might not be that good. At this point, maybe they're getting bullied a little bit by the
Boom
schedule.
as well. They really want to take this way.
Yeah. And they upgraded again with Dreamucell. Like, that guy is legit. He's really good.
They had they changed a couple of carries right in the last season as well.
They've done some rotations.
Always
yeah.
blame the carry. That's the thing.
It's the simplest way to go about life.
Man, why can't you end the game for us? This guy. Dude, what? Why don't you end the game for us? Okay.
I like the meta in which we're kicking carries way more than the meta in which supports were the blame.
Yeah, it's because supports are all like captains now. Supports are like, you can't kick me.
Yeah,
exactly.
Who's gonna tell you what to do if you kick me?
But back in the day, it was always easier to kick a support and switch that up. But the mentality has shifted completely. They're like 5-6 years ago, captains and position 5s weren't nearly as respected as they are right now.
Yeah, but then Papi came with machete.
Change the meta.
Ever.
Change
Never
the
looked back
game.
since.
You have to give that respect, man. some PC peripherals are gonna break if not.
I love that you bring that up, Blizzard, because I would actually want to give one more shout out to HyperX and Secret Lab Chairs for making this event possible. Of course, we will be back tomorrow with more SEA action. We'll see you then.